Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilan Pappé, narrated by Paul Bamer. Preface. The Red House. We are not mourning the farewell. We do not have the time nor the tears. We do not grasp the moment of farewell. Why, it is the farewell, and we are left with the tears. Muhammad Ali Taha, 1988. A refugee from the village of Safouiyah. I am for compulsory transfer. I do not see anything immoral in it. David Ben-Gurion to the Jewish Agency Executive, June 1938. The Red House was a typical early Tel Avivian building, the pride of the Jewish builders and craftsmen who toiled over it in the 1920s. It had been designed to house the head office of the local Workers' Council. It remained such until, towards the end of 1947, it became the headquarters of the Haganah, the main Zionist underground militia in Palestine. Located near the sea on Yarkon Street, in the northern part of Tel Aviv, the building formed another fine addition to the first Hebrew city on the Mediterranean, the White City, as its literati and pundits affectionately called it. For in those days, unlike today, the immaculate whiteness of its houses still bathed the town as a whole in the opulent brightness so typical of Mediterranean port cities of the era and the region. It was a sight for sore eyes, elegantly fusing Bauhaus motifs with native Palestinian architecture in an admixture that was called Levantine, in the least derogatory sense of the term. Such, too, was the Red House, its simple rectangular features graced with frontal arches that framed the entrance and supported the balconies on its two upper stories. It was either its association with a workers' movement that had inspired the adjective red, or a pinkish tinge it acquired during sunset that had given the house its name. The former was more fitting, as the building continued to be associated with the Zionist version of socialism when, in the 1970s, it became the main office for Israel's kibbutzim movement. Houses like this, important historical remnants of the mandatory period, prompted UNESCO in 2003 to designate Tel Aviv as a World Heritage Site. Today, the house is no longer there, a victim of development, which has razed this architectural relic to the ground to make room for a car park next to the new Sheraton Hotel. Thus, in this street, too, no trace is left of the White City, which it has slowly transmogrified into the sprawling, polluted, extravagant metropolis that is modern Tel Aviv. In this building, on a cold Wednesday afternoon, the 10th of March, 1948, a group of 11 men, veteran Zionist leaders, together with young military Jewish officers, put the final touches to a plan for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. That same evening, military orders were dispatched to the units on the ground to prepare for the systematic expulsion of the Palestinians from vast areas of the country. The orders came with a detailed description of the methods to be employed to forcibly evict the people. Large-scale intimidation, laying siege to and bombarding villages and population centers, setting fire to homes, properties, and goods, expulsion, demolition, and, finally, planting mines among the rubble to prevent any of the expelled inhabitants from returning. Each unit was issued with its own list of villages and neighborhoods as the targets of this master plan. Codenamed Plan D, Dalet, in Hebrew, this was the fourth and final version of less substantial plans that outlined the fate the Zionists had in store for Palestine and consequently for its native population. The previous three schemes had articulated only obscurely how the Zionist leadership contemplated dealing with the presence of so many Palestinians living in the land the Jewish national movement coveted as its own. The fourth and last blueprint spelled it out clearly and unambiguously. The Palestinians had to go. In the words of one of the first historians to note the significance of that plan, Simcha Flapan, the military campaign against the Arabs, including the conquest and destruction of the rural areas, was set forth in the Haganah's Plan Dalet. The aim of the plan was, in fact, the destruction of both the rural and urban areas of Palestine. As the first chapters of this book will attempt to show, this plan was both the inevitable product of the Zionist ideological impulse to have an exclusively Jewish presence in Palestine, and a response to developments on the ground once the British cabinet had decided to end the mandate. Clashes with local Palestinian militias provided the perfect context and pretext for implementing the ideological vision of an ethnically cleansed Palestine. The Zionist policy was first based on retaliation against Palestinian attacks in February 1947, and it transformed into an initiative to ethnically cleanse the country as a whole in March 1948. Once the decision was taken, it took 6 months to complete the mission. When it was over, more than half of Palestine's native population, close to 800,000 people, had been uprooted, 531 villages had been destroyed, and 11 urban neighborhoods emptied of their inhabitants. The plan, decided upon on the 10th of March 1948, and above all its systematic implementation in the following months, was a clear-cut case of an ethnic cleansing operation, regarded under international law today as a crime against humanity. After the Holocaust, it has become almost impossible to conceal large-scale crimes against humanity. Our modern communication-driven world, especially since the upsurge of electronic media, no longer allows human-made catastrophes to remain hidden from the public eye or to be denied. And yet, one such crime has been erased almost totally from the global public memory: the dispossession of the Palestinians in 1948 by Israel. This, the most formative event in the modern history of the land of Palestine, has ever since been systematically denied, and is still today not recognized as an historical fact, let alone acknowledged as a crime that needs to be confronted politically as well as morally. Ethnic cleansing is a crime against humanity, and the people who perpetrate it today are considered criminals to be brought before special tribunals. It may be difficult to decide how one ought to refer to or deal with, in the legal sphere, those who initiated and perpetrated ethnic cleansing in Palestine in 1948, but it is possible to reconstruct their crimes and to arrive at both an historiographical account that will prove more accurate than the ones achieved so far, and a moral position of greater integrity. We know the names of the people who sat in that room on the top floor of the Red House, beneath Marxist-style posters that carried such slogans as "Brothers in Arms" and "The Fist of Steel," and showed new Jews, muscular, healthy, and tanned, aiming their rifles from behind protective barriers in the brave fight against hostile Arab invaders. We also know the names of the senior officers who executed the orders on the ground. All are familiar figures in the pantheon of Israeli heroism. Not so long ago, many of them were still alive, playing major roles in Israeli politics and society. Very few are still with us today. For Palestinians, and anyone else who refused to buy into the Zionist narrative, it was clear, long before this book was written, that these people were perpetrators of crimes, but that they had successfully evaded justice and would probably never be brought to trial for what they had done. Besides their trauma, the deepest form of frustration for Palestinians has been that the criminal act these men were responsible for has been so thoroughly denied, and that Palestinian suffering has been so totally ignored ever since 1948. Approximately 30 years ago, the victims of the ethnic cleansing started reassembling the historical picture that the official Israeli narrative of 1948 had done everything to conceal and distort. The tale Israeli historiography had concocted spoke of a massive, voluntary transfer of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who had decided temporarily to leave their homes and villages so as to make way for the invading Arab armies bent on destroying the fledgling Jewish state. By collecting authentic memories and documents about what had happened to their people, Palestinian historians in the 1970s, Walid Khaldi, foremost among them, were able to retrieve a significant part of the picture Israel had tried to erase. But they were quickly overshadowed by publications such as Dan Kurtzman's Genesis, 1948, which appeared in 1970 and again in 1992, now with an introduction by one of the executors of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, Yitzhak Rabin, then Israel's prime minister. However, there were also some men who came out in support of the Palestinian endeavor, like Michael Palumbo, whose The Palestinian Catastrophe, published in 1987, validated the Palestinian version of the 1948 events with the help of UN documents and interviews with Palestinian refugees and exiles, whose memories of what they had gone through during the Nakba still proved to be hauntingly vivid. We could have had a political breakthrough in the battle over memory in Palestine with the appearance on the scene in the 1980s of the so-called New History in Israel. This was an attempt by a small group of Israeli historians to revise the Zionist narrative of the 1948 war. I was one of them, but we, the new historians, never contributed significantly to the struggle against the Nakba denial, as we sidestepped the question of ethnic cleansing and, typically of diplomatic historians, focused on details. Nonetheless, using primarily Israeli military archives, the revisionist Israeli historians did succeed in showing how false and absurd was the Israeli claim that the Palestinians had left of their own accord. They were able to confirm many cases of massive expulsions from villages and towns, and revealed that the Jewish forces had committed a considerable number of atrocities, including massacres. One of the best-known figures writing on the subject was the Israeli historian Benny Morris. As he exclusively relied on documents from Israeli military archives, Morris ended up with a very partial picture of what happened on the ground. Still, this was enough for some of the Israeli readers to realize that the voluntary flight of the Palestinians had been a myth, and that the Israeli self-image of having waged a moral war in 1948 against a primitive and hostile Arab world was considerably flawed and possibly already bankrupt. The picture was partial because Morris took the Israeli military reports he found in the archives at face value, or even as absolute truth. Thus, he ignored such atrocities as the poisoning of the water supply into Acre with typhoid, numerous cases of rape, and the dozens of massacres the Jews perpetrated. He also kept insisting, wrongly, that before the 15th of May, 1948, there had been no forced evictions. Palestinian sources show clearly how, months before the entry of Arab forces into Palestine, and while the British were still responsible for law and order in the country, namely before the 15th of May, the Jewish forces had already succeeded in forcibly expelling almost 250,000 Palestinians. Had Morris and others used Arab sources or turned to oral history, they might have been able to get a better grasp of the systematic planning behind the expulsion of the Palestinians in 1948, and provide a more truthful description of the enormity of the crimes the Israeli soldiers committed. There was then, and there is still now, a need, both historical and political, to go beyond descriptions such as the one we find in Morris, not only in order to complete the picture, in fact, provide the second half of it, but also, and far more importantly, because there is no other way for us to fully understand the roots of the contemporary Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But above all, of course, there is a moral imperative to continue the struggle against the denial of the crime. The endeavor to go further has already been started by others. The most important work to be expected, given his previous significant contributions to the struggles against denial, was Walid Khaldi's seminal book, All That Remains. This is an almanac of the destroyed villages, which is still an essential guide for anyone wishing to comprehend the enormity of the 1948 catastrophe. One might suggest that the history already exposed should have been enough to raise troubling questions. Yet, the new history narrative and recent Palestinian historiographical inputs somehow failed to enter the public realm of moral conscience and action. In this book, I want to explore both the mechanism of the 1948 ethnic cleansing and the cognitive system that allowed the world to forget, and enabled the perpetrators to deny, the crime the Zionist movement committed against the Palestinian people in 1948. In other words, I want to make the case for the paradigm of ethnic cleansing and use it to replace the paradigm of war as the basis for the scholarly research of and the public debate about 1948. I have no doubt that the absence so far of the paradigm of ethnic cleansing is part of the reason why the denial of the catastrophe has been able to go on for so long. When it created its nation-state, the Zionist movement did not wage a war that, tragically but inevitably, led to the expulsion of parts of the indigenous population, but the other way round. The main goal was the ethnic cleansing of all of Palestine, which the movement coveted for its new state. A few weeks after the ethnic cleansing operations began, the neighboring Arab states sent a small army, small in comparison to their overall military might, to try, in vain, to prevent the ethnic cleansing. The war with the regular Arab armies did not bring the ethnic cleansing operations to a halt until their successful completion in the autumn of 1948. To some, this approach, adopting the paradigm of ethnic cleansing as the a priori basis for the narrative of 1948, may, from the outset, look as an indictment. In many ways, it is indeed my own j'accuse against the politicians who devised, and the generals who perpetrated, the ethnic cleansing. Still, when I mention their names, I do so not because I want to see them posthumously brought to trial, but in order to humanize the victimizers as well as the victims. I want to prevent the crimes Israel committed from being attributed to such elusive factors as the circumstances, the army, or as Morris has it, à la guerre comme à la guerre, and similar vague references that let sovereign states off the hook and enable individuals to escape justice. I accuse, but I am also part of the society that stands condemned in this book. I feel both responsible for and part of the story, and, like others in my own society, I am convinced, as my final pages show, that such a painful journey into the past is the only way forward if we want to create a better future for us all, Palestinians and Israelis alike. Because, at heart, that is what this book is about. I am not aware that anyone has ever tried this approach before. The two official historical narratives that compete over the story of what happened in Palestine in 1948 both ignore the concept of ethnic cleansing. While the Zionist/Israeli version claims that the local population left voluntarily, the Palestinians talk about the catastrophe, the Nakba that befell them, which in some ways is also an elusive term, as it refers more to the disaster itself rather than to who or what caused it. The term Nakba was adopted, for understandable reasons, as an attempt to counter the moral weight of the Jewish Holocaust, Shoah. But in leaving out the actor, it may, in a sense, have contributed to the continuing denial by the world of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948 and after. The book opens with a definition of ethnic cleansing that I hope is transparent enough to be acceptable to all, one that has served as the basis for legal actions against perpetrators of such crimes in the past and in our own days. Quite surprisingly, the usual complex, and for most normal human beings, impenetrable legal discourse is here replaced by clear, jargon-free language. This simplicity does not minimize the hideousness of the deed, nor does it belie the crime's gravity. On the contrary, the result is a straightforward description of an atrocious policy that the international community today refuses to condone. The general definition of what ethnic cleansing consists of applies almost verbatim to the case of Palestine. As such, the story of what occurred in 1948 emerges as an uncomplicated, but by no means a consequently simplified or secondary chapter in the history of Palestine's dispossession. Indeed, adopting the prism of ethnic cleansing easily enables one to penetrate the cloak of complexity that Israeli diplomats trot out almost instinctively and Israeli academics routinely hide behind when fending off outside attempts to criticize Zionism or the Jewish state for its policies and behavior. Foreigners, they say in my country, do not and cannot understand this perplexing story. And there is therefore no need even to try to explain it to them, nor should we allow them to be involved in the attempts to solve the conflict, unless they accept the Israeli point of view. All one can do, as Israeli governments have been good at telling the world for years, is to allow us, the Israelis, as representatives of the civilized and rational side in the conflict, to find an equitable solution for ourselves and for the other side, the Palestinians, who after all epitomize the uncivilized and emotional Arab world to which Palestine belongs. The moment the United States proved ready to adopt this warped approach and endorse the arrogance that underpins it, we had a peace process that has led and could only lead nowhere, because it so totally ignores the heart of the matter. But the story of 1948, of course, is not complicated at all, and therefore this book is written as much for newcomers to the field as it is aimed at those who already, for many years and various reasons, have been involved with the question of Palestine and how to bring us closer to a solution. It is the simple but horrific story of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, a crime against humanity that Israel has wanted to deny and cause the world to forget. Retrieving it from oblivion is incumbent upon us, not just as a greatly overdue act of historiographical reconstruction or professional duty. It is, as I see it, a moral decision, the very first step we must take if we ever want reconciliation to have a chance and peace to take root in the torn lands of Palestine and Israel. Chapter 9. Occupation and its ugly face. Refugees have claimed that Serb forces have been systematically separating military-aged ethnic Albanian men, those ranging from as young as age 14 up to 59 years old, from the population as they expel the Kosovar Albanians from their homes. The Serbs use the ferro-nickel factory in Glogovac as a destination center for a large number of Kosovar Albanians. State Department Report on Kosovo, 1999. The order is to take captive any suspicious Arab of military age, between the ages of 10 and 50. IDF Orders, IDF Archives, 5943/49/114, 13th of April, 1948, General Orders for how to treat POWs. Since the beginning of the Intifada in September 2000, over 2,500 children have been arrested. Currently, there are at least 340 Palestinian children being held in Israeli prisons. The People's Voice, 15th of December, 2005. Since 1967, Israel has detained 670,000 Palestinians. Official declaration by the Arab League, 9th of January, 2006. A child, every human being under the age of 18. The Convention on the Rights of the Child, UN rules for the protection of juveniles deprived of their liberty. Although Israel had essentially completed the ethnic cleansing of Palestine by now, the hardships did not end for the Palestinians. About 8,000 spent the whole of 1949 in the prison camps. Others suffered physical abuse in the towns, and large numbers of Palestinians were harassed in numerous ways under the military rule that Israel now exerted over them. Their houses continued to be looted, their fields confiscated, their holy places desecrated, and Israel violated such basic rights as their freedom of movement and expression and of equality before the law. Inhuman imprisonment. A common sight in rural Palestine in the wake of the cleansing operations were huge pens in which male villagers, ranging from children from the age of 10 to older men up to the age of 50, were being held after the Israelis had picked them out in these search and arrest operations that had now become routine. They were later moved to centralized prison camps. The Israeli search and arrest operations were quite systematic, took place all over the countryside, and usually carried similar generic code names such as Operation Comb or even Distillation, Zikuk. The first of these operations took place in Haifa, a few weeks after the city was occupied. The Israeli intelligence units were after returnees, refugees who understandably wanted to come back to their homes after the fighting had subsided, and calm and normality seemed to have returned to the cities of Palestine. However, others were also targeted under the category of suspicious Arab. In fact, the order went out to find as many such suspicious Arabs as possible, without actually bothering to define the nature of the suspicion. In a procedure familiar to most Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip today, Israeli troops would first put a place, a city or a village, under a closure order. Then intelligence units would start searching from house to house, pulling people out whom they suspected of being present illegally in that particular location, as well as any other suspicious Arabs. Often these would be people residing in their own homes. All people picked up in these raids were then brought to a special headquarters. In the city of Haifa, this headquarters quickly became the dread of the Palestinians in the city. It was located in the Hadar neighborhood, the quarter above the harbor, higher up the mountainside. The house is still there today at 11 Daniel Street, its gray exterior betraying little of the terrible scenes that took place inside in 1948. All those people picked up and brought in for interrogation in this way were, according to international law, citizens of the State of Israel. The worst offense was not being in possession of one of the newly issued identity cards, which could result in a prison term for as long as a year and a half, and immediate transfer to one of the pens to join other, unauthorized, and suspicious Arabs found in now Jewish-occupied areas. From time to time, even the High Command expressed reservations about the brutality the intelligence people displayed toward the interned Palestinians at the Haifa Interrogation Center. The rural areas were subjected to the same treatment. Often the operations reminded the villagers there of the original attack launched against them just a few months or even weeks earlier. The Israelis now introduced a novel feature, also well known among present-day Israeli practices in the occupied territories: roadblocks, where they carried out surprise checks to catch those who did not have the new ID card. But the granting of such an ID card, which allowed people limited freedom of movement in the area where they lived, itself became a means of intimidation. Only people vetted and approved by the Israeli Secret Service were given such a card. Most areas were out of bounds anyway, even if you had the required identification. For these areas you needed another special permit. This included a specific authorization, for example, for people living in the Galilee to travel along their most common and natural routes to work or to see family and friends, such as the road between Haifa and Nazareth. Here, permits were hardest to get. Thousands of Palestinians languished throughout 1949 in the prison camps where they had been transferred from the temporary pens. There were 5 such camps, the largest being the one in Jalil, near today's Herzliya, and a second one in Atlit, south of Haifa. According to Ben-Gurion's diary, there were 9,000 prisoners. Initially, the jailing system was quite chaotic. "Our problem," complained one officer towards the end of June 1948, "is the concentration of large numbers of Arab POWs and civilian prisoners. We need to transfer them to safer places." By October 1948, under the direct supervision of Yigael Yadin, a network of prison camps had been institutionalized, and the disarray was over. As early as February 1948, we find Haganah guidelines concerning the treatment of POWs, stating the following: "Releasing a captive or eliminating him needs an approval of the intelligence officer." In other words, there was already a selection process in operation, and summary executions took place. The Israeli intelligence officers who orchestrated them hounded the people continuously from the moment they arrived in these camps. This is why, even after captured Palestinians were moved to safer places, as the army put it, they felt anything but safe in these lockups. To begin with, it was decided to employ mainly ex-Irgun and Sterngang troops as camp guards. But they were not the only tormentors of the camp inmates. At one point, senior ex-Haganah officer Yiska Shadmi was found guilty of murdering 2 Palestinian prisoners. He is a familiar name in the history of the Palestinians in Israel. In October 1956, Shadmi was one of the principal perpetrators of the Kfar Qasim massacre, in which 49 Palestinians lost their lives. He escaped punishment for his part in the massacre and went on to become a high-ranking official in the government apparatus that managed the state's relations with its Palestinian minority. He was acquitted eventually in 1958. His case reveals 2 features of Israel's treatment of Palestinian citizens that continue up to the present day. The first is that people indicted for crimes against Arabs are likely to remain in prisons in which they continue to affect the lives of Palestinians, and secondly, that they will never be brought to justice. The most recent illustration of this is the case of the policeman who murdered 13 unarmed Palestinian citizens in October 2000, and another 17 since then. One concerned army officer who happened to visit such a prison camp wrote, "In recent times there were some very grave cases in the treatment of prisoners. The barbaric and cruel behavior these cases reveal undermines the Army's discipline." The concern voiced here for the Army rather than for the victims will also sound familiar by now in the history of military self-criticism in Israel. Worse still were the labor camps. The idea of using Palestinian prisoners as forced labor came from the Israeli military command and was endorsed by the politicians. 3 special labor camps were built for the purpose. One in Sarafand, another in Tel Litvinsky, today Tel Hashomer Hospital, and a third in Khalid, near Netanya. The authorities used the prisoners in any job that could help strengthen both the Israeli economy and the army's capabilities. One survivor from Tantura, on his eventual release from such a camp, recalled what he had gone through in an interview with one of Haifa's former notables who, in 1950, published a book on those days. Mohammed Nimer al-Khatib transcribed the following testimony. The survivors of the Tantura massacre were imprisoned in a nearby pen for 3 days without food, then pushed into lorries, ordered to sit in impossible space, but threatened with being shot. They did not shoot, but clubbed them on the head, and blood gushed everywhere, finally taken to Khalid, Netanya. The witness then describes the routine of forced labor in the camp, working in the quarries and carrying heavy stones, living on 1 potato in the morning and half a dried fish at noon. There was no point in complaining, as disobedience was punished with severe beatings. After 15 days, 150 men were moved to a second camp in Jalil, where they were exposed to similar treatment. We had to remove rubble from destroyed Arab houses. But then, one day, an officer with good English told us that from now on we would be treated according to the Geneva Convention, and indeed, conditions improved. 5 months later, Al-Khatib's witness told him he was back at Khalid, where he recalled scenes that could have come straight from another place and time. When the guards discovered that 20 people had escaped, we, the people of Tantura, were put in a cage, oil was poured on our clothes, and our blankets were taken away. After one of the early visits on the 11th of November, 1948, Red Cross officials reported dryly that POWs were exploited in the general local effort to strengthen the Israeli economy. This guarded language was not accidental. Given its deplorable behavior during the Holocaust, when it failed to report on what went on in Nazi concentration camps, on which it was well informed, the Red Cross was careful in its approach and criticism of the Jewish state. But at least their documents do shed some light on the experiences of the Palestinian inmates, some of whom were kept in these camps until 1955. As previously noted, there was a stark contrast between the Israeli conduct toward Palestinian civilians they had imprisoned and the treatment Israelis received who had been captured by the Arab Legion of Jordan. Ben-Gurion was angry when the Israeli press reported how well Israeli POWs were treated by the Legion. His diary entry for the 18th of June, 1948, reads, "It is true, but it could encourage surrender of isolated spots." Abuses under occupation. In 1948 and 1949, life outside prison or the labor camps was not much easier. Here, too, Red Cross representatives crossing the country sent back disturbing reports to their headquarters in Geneva about life under occupation. These depict a collective abuse of basic rights, which began in April 1948 during the Jewish attacks on the mixed towns, and continued well into 1949, the worst of which seemed to be taking place in Jaffa. 2 months after the Israelis had occupied Jaffa, Red Cross representatives discovered a pile of dead bodies. They asked for an urgent meeting with Jaffa's military governor, who admitted to the Red Cross's Mr. Gui that they had probably been shot by Israeli soldiers for not complying with their orders. A curfew was imposed every night between 5 p.m. and 6 a.m., he explained, and anyone found outside, the orders stated clearly, will be shot. Under the cover of curfews and closures, the Israelis also committed other crimes in Jaffa, which were representative of much that went on elsewhere. The most common crime was looting, of both the systematic official kind and the sporadic private one. The systematic and official kind was ordered by the Israeli government itself and targeted the wholesale stores of sugar, flour, barley, wheat, and rice that the British government kept for the Arab population. The booty taken was sent to Jewish settlements. Such actions had frequently taken place even before the 15th of May, 1948, under the eyes of British soldiers, who simply looked away as Jewish troops barged into areas under their legal authority and responsibility. Reporting in July to Ben-Gurion on how the organized confiscation was progressing, the military governor of Jaffa wrote, "As for your demand, sir, that I will make sure that all the commodities required by our army, air force, and navy will be handed over to the people in charge and taken out of Jaffa as fast as possible, I can inform you that as of the 15th of May, 1948, an average load of 100 trucks a day is taken out of Jaffa. The port is ready for operation. The storehouses were emptied, and goods were taken out." The same officials who pillaged these food stores promised the Palestinian population in Haifa and other occupied cities that their community centers, religious sites, and secular establishments would not be ransacked or plundered. The people soon discovered that this was a false pledge when their mosques and churches were profaned and their convents and schools vandalized. In growing despair, Captain F. Marshall, one of the UN observers, reported back to the organization that the Jews violated frequently the guarantee given several times by the Jewish authorities to respect all buildings belonging to the religious community. Jaffa was also a particular victim of house robberies that took place in broad daylight. The looters took furniture, clothes, and anything useful for the Jewish immigrants that were streaming into the country. UN observers were convinced that the plundering was also a means of preventing Palestinian refugees from returning, which fitted the overall rationale of the Israeli High Command that was not afraid to resort cold-bloodedly to brutal, punitive action so as to push forward their strategic policies. As the pretext for their robbery and looting campaigns, the Israeli forces often gave search for weapons. The real or imaginary existence of weapons also triggered worse atrocities, as these inspections were frequently accompanied by beatings and inevitably ended in mass arrests. Many people arrested for no reason at all. Yitzhak Chizik, the military governor of Jaffa, wrote to Ben-Gurion. The level of ransacking in Jaffa reached such intensity that even Yitzhak Chizik felt he had to complain in a letter on the 5th of June 1948 to Israel's Minister of Finance, Eliezer Kaplan, that he could no longer control the looting. He would continue to protest, but when in the end of July he sensed his remonstrations were totally ignored, he resigned, stating that he surrendered to the uncontrollable ongoing crusade of pillage and robbery. Most of his reports, which are to be found in the Israeli State Archives, are censored, particularly passages relating to the abuse of the local people by Israeli soldiers. In one of these, not properly removed, we find Chizik clearly taken aback by the unlimited brutality of the troops. "They do not stop beating people," he writes. Chizik was no angel himself. He did order the occasional demolition of houses and instructed his troops to torch a number of Palestinian shops. But these were punitive actions he wanted to control that would bolster his self-image as sovereign master in the occupied domain he ruled. "It is regrettable," he wrote in his letter to Kaplan, "but he could no longer tolerate the attitude of the soldiers in cases where I have given clear orders not to set fire to a house or a shop. Not only do they ignore it, they make fun of me in front of the Arabs." He also criticized the official pillage that went on under the auspices of two gentlemen, a Mr. Jakobson and a Mr. Presitz, who allowed looting of many things the army does not need. The High Command sent Abraham Magalit to check into these complaints, who reported back in June 1948. "There are many violations of discipline, especially in the attitude of the Arabs, beating and torture, and looting, which emanate more from ignorance than malice." As Magalit explains himself, it was this ignorance that led the soldiers to set aside special locations where they kept and tortured Arabs. This prompted a visit to Jaffa that same month by Israel's Minister of Minorities, Bechor Shitrit. Born in Tiberias, this relatively dovish Israeli politician had shown an empathy towards the possibility of Jewish-Palestinian coexistence in the new state. He had served as judge in the British Mandatory and, years later, would become Minister of Justice. Shitrit was a token Mizrahi minister in an overwhelmingly Ashkenazi, that is, Eastern European government, and as such had been promoted at first to deal with the most undesirable job in the government, the Arabs. Shitrit developed personal relations with some of the notables who had remained in Jaffa after the occupation, and headed the Palestinian community there, such as Nicolas Saab and Ahmad Abu Leben. Although he listened attentively in June 1948 when they beseeched him to lift at least the more appalling features of life under military occupation, and admitted to them that their complaints were valid, it took time before anything was done. The notables told Shitrit that the way the Israeli troops broke into individual houses was totally unnecessary, as they, as members of the local national committee, had the keys people who had been evacuated had left with them, and they were ready to hand them in to the army. But the soldiers preferred to break in. Little did they know that after Shitrit left, some of the same people were arrested for being in possession of illegal property, the same keys to the empty houses they had mentioned. 3 weeks after Ahmad Abu Leben protested to Shitrit that not much had changed since they last met, There is not one house or shop which was not broken into. The goods were taken from the port and stores. Food commodities were taken from the inhabitants. Abu Laban had been running a factory in the city together with a Jewish partner, but this did not save him. All the machines were removed, and the factory was looted. Indeed, the scope of both the official confiscation and private looting all over urban Palestine was so wide that the local commanders were unable to control it. On the 25th of June, the government decided to put some order into the looting and confiscation, afflicting Jerusalem. David Abulafia, a local citizen, was made responsible for confiscation and appropriation. His main problem, he reported to Ben-Gurion, was that the security forces and the militias continued to confiscate without permission. Ghettoizing the Palestinians of Haifa. That the Israelis had more than one way to imprison people or abuse their most basic rights can be seen from the experiences of the small community of Palestinians left in Haifa after Jewish troops cleansed the city on the 23rd of April, 1948. Their story is unique, but only in its details. In general, it exemplifies the trials and tribulations of the Palestinian minority as a whole under occupation. On the 1st of July, 1948, in the evening, the Israeli military commander of the city summoned the leaders of the Palestinian community in Haifa to his headquarters. The purpose of the meeting was to order these notables, who represented the 3,000 to 5,000 Palestinians left behind after approximately 70,000 of the city's Arab residents had been expelled, to facilitate their transfer from the various parts of the city where they were living into one single neighborhood, the crammed and small quarter of Wadi Nisnas, one of the city's poorest areas. Some of those ordered to leave their residences on the upper slopes of Mount Carmel, or even on top of the mountain itself, had been living there for many years among the Jewish newcomers. The military commander now ordered all of them to make sure the move would be completed by the 5th of July, 1948. The shock among the Palestinian leaders and notables was instant and deep. Many of them belonged to the Communist Party that had supported partition and hoped that now the fighting was over, life would return to normal under the auspices of a Jewish state whose creation they had not opposed. "I don't understand. Is this a military command? Let us look at the conditions of these people. I cannot see any reason, least of all a military one, that justifies such a move," protested Tawfik Tabi, later a member of the Israeli Knesset for the Communist Party. He ended his protestation by saying, "We demand that the people stay in their homes." Another participant, Bulus Farah, shouted, "This is racism," and called the move, appropriately, "ghettoizing the Palestinians in Haifa." Even the dry tone of the document cannot hide the dismissive and indifferent reaction of the Israeli military commander. One can almost hear the clipped sound of his voice as he told them, "I can see that you are sitting here and think you can give me advice, but I invited you in here to hear the orders of the High Command and carry them out. I am not involved in politics and do not deal with it. I am just obeying orders. I am fulfilling orders, and I have to make sure that this order is executed by the 5th of July. If you don't do it, I will do it myself. I am a soldier." After he had finished his long monologue, another of the Palestinian notables, Shehadeh Shala, asked, "And if someone owns a house, does he have to leave?" The military commander replied, "Everyone has to leave." The notables then learned that the inhabitants would themselves have to cover the cost of their enforced transfer. Victor Chayat tried to reason with the Israeli commander that it would take more than one day for all the people to be notified, which would not leave them much time. The commander replied that 4 days was plenty of time. The person who transcribed the meeting noted that at that point the Palestinian representatives shouted as one man, "But this is a very short time," to which the commander retorted, "I cannot change it." But this was not the end of their troubles. In the area to which they were confined, Wadi Nisnas, where today the municipality of Haifa annually celebrates the convergence of Hanukkah, Christmas, and Eid al-Fitr as the feast of all feasts for peace and coexistence, people continued to be robbed and abused, mostly by Irgun and Sterngang members, but the Haganah also took an active part in the assaults. Ben-Gurion condemned their behavior, but did nothing to stop it. He was content with recording it in his diary. Rape. We have three kinds of sources that report on rape, and thus know that severe cases of rape did take place. It remains more difficult to form an idea of how many women and young girls were victimized by Jewish troops in this way. Our first source is the international organizations such as the UN and the Red Cross. They never submitted to a collective report, but we do have short and concise accounts of individual cases. Thus, for instance, very soon after Jaffa was taken, a Red Cross official, de Meuron, reported how Jewish soldiers had raped a girl and killed her brother. He remarked in general that as Palestinian men were taken away as prisoners, their women were left at the mercy of the Israelis. Yitzhak Chizik wrote to Kaplan in the letter mentioned, "And about the rapes, sir, you probably have already heard." In an earlier letter to Ben-Gurion, Chizik reported how a group of soldiers had burst into a house, killed the father, injured the mother, and raped the daughter. We know, of course, more about cases in places where outside observers were present. But this does not mean women were not raped elsewhere. Another Red Cross report tells of a horrific incident that began on the 9th of December, 1948, when two Jewish soldiers burst into the house of Al-Hajj Sulaiman Daoud, who had been expelled with his family to Shekhara. The soldiers hit his wife and kidnapped his 18-year-old daughter. 17 days later, the father was able to get a hold of an Israeli lieutenant, to whom he protested. The rapists appeared to belong to Brigade 7. It is impossible to know what exactly happened in those 17 days before the girl was set free. The worst may be presumed. The second source is the Israeli archives, which only cover cases in which the rapists were brought to trial. David Ben-Gurion seems to have been informed about each case and entered them into his diary. Every few days he has a subsection, Rape Cases. One of these records the incident Chizik reported to him, a case in Acre where soldiers wanted to rape a girl. They killed the father and wounded the mother, and the officers covered for them. At least one soldier raped the girl. Jaffa seems to have been a hothouse for the cruelty and war crimes of the Israeli troops. One particular battalion, Battalion 3, commanded by the same person who had been in charge when its soldiers committed massacres in Chisas and Sasa, and cleansed Sfat and its environs, was so savage in its behavior that its soldiers were suspected of being involved in most of the rape cases in the city, and the High Command decided it best to withdraw them from the town. However, other units were no less guilty of molesting women in the first 3 to 4 months of the occupation. The worst period was towards the end of the first truce, July 8th, when even Ben-Gurion became so apprehensive about the pattern of behavior that emerged among the soldiers in the occupied cities, especially the private looting and the rape cases, that he decided not to allow certain army units to enter Nazareth after his troops had taken the town during the 10-day war. Our third source is the oral history we have from both the victimizers and the victims. It is very difficult to get the facts in the former case, and almost impossible, of course, in the latter, but their stories have already helped shed light on some of the most appalling and inhuman crimes in the war that Israel waged against the Palestinian people. The perpetrators can only talk, it seems, shielded by the safe distance of years. This is how a particularly appalling case came to light just recently. On the 12th of August 1949, a platoon of soldiers in the Negev, based in Kibbutz Nirim, not far from Beit Hanun, on the northern edge of today's Gaza Strip, captured a 12-year-old Palestinian girl and locked her up for the night in their military base near the kibbutz. For the next few days, she became the platoon's sex slave as the soldiers shaved her head, gang-raped her, and in the end, murdered her. Ben-Gurion lists this rape too in his diary, but it was censored out by his editors. On the 29th of October, 2003, the Israeli newspaper Haaretz publicized the story based on the testimonies of the rapists. 22 soldiers had taken part in the barbaric torture and execution of the girl. When they were then brought to trial, the severest punishment the court handed down was a prison term for 2 years for the soldier who had done the actual killing. Oral recollection also exposed cases of rape throughout the occupation of Palestine's villages. From the village of Tantura in May through the village of Kula in June, and ending with one story after another of abuse and rape in the villages seized during Operation Hiram. Many of the cases were corroborated by UN officials who interviewed a number of women from the villages who were willing to come forward and talk about their experiences. When, many years later, some of these people were interviewed, it was obvious how difficult it still proved for the men and women from the village to talk about names and details in these cases, and the interviewers came away with the impression that they all knew more than they wished or were able to tell. Eyewitnesses also reported the callous and humiliating way in which women were stripped of all their jewelry, to the very last item. The same women were harassed physically by the soldiers, which in Tantura ended in rape. Here is Al-Najaya Ayub described it. I saw that the troops who encircled us tried to touch the women, but were rejected by them. When they saw that the women would not surrender, they stopped. When we were on the beach, they took 2 women and tried to undress them, claiming they had to search the bodies. Tradition, shame, and trauma are the cultural and psychological barriers that prevent us from gaining the fuller picture of the rape of Palestinian women within the general plunder Jewish troops wreaked with such ferocity in both rural and urban Palestine during 1948 and 1949. Perhaps in the fullness of time, someone will be able to complete this chapter of the chronicle of Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Dividing the spoils. Once the winds of war had subsided, and the newly established State of Israel had signed armistice agreements with its neighbors, the Israeli government relaxed its occupation regime somewhat and gradually put a halt to the looting and ghettoization of the small groups of urban Palestinians left behind. In August 1948, a new structure was put in place to deal with the consequences of the ethnic cleansing, called the Committee for Arab Affairs. As before, Bechor Shitritz proved to be the more humane voice among his colleagues on this committee, together with that of Israel's first foreign minister, Moshe Sharet, but it also included some former members of the consultancy. The presence of Yaakov Shimoni, Gad Machnes, Ezra Danin, and Yosef Weitz, all people who had helped devise the expulsions, would have been quite alarming for those Palestinians who had remained, had they known. In August, the new outfit mainly dealt with the growing international pressure on Israel to allow the repatriation of the refugees. The tactic it decided upon was to try to push through a resettlement program that they envisaged would preempt all confrontation on the subject. Either because the principal players in the international community would agree or endorse it, or, even better, it would persuade them to abandon the issue altogether. The Israeli offer suggested that all Palestinian refugees should be resettled in Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. This is not surprising, since it was discussed at a meeting of the Jewish Agency as early as 1944. Ben-Gurion argued, "The transfer of Arabs is easier than the transfer of any other people. There are Arab states around, and it is clear that if the Palestinian Arabs are transferred, this would improve their situation and not the opposite." While Moshe Sharet noted, "When the Jewish state is established, it is very possible that the result will be transfer of Arabs." Although the USA and Britain at the time responded favorably to this policy, which has remained the accepted line of argument for all successive Israeli governments, neither they nor the rest of the world seemed interested in investing too much effort in pushing it forward, or in arguing for the implementation of UN Resolution 194, which called for the unconditional repatriation of Palestinian refugees. As Israel had hoped, the fate of the refugees, not to mention their rights, soon dropped out of sight. But return or resettlement was not the only issue. There was also the question of the money expropriated from the 1,300,000 Palestinians, the ex-citizens of Mandatory Palestine, whose finances had been invested in banks and institutions that were all seized by the Israeli authorities after May 1948. Neither did Israel's proposed policy of resettlement address the issue of Palestinian property now in Israeli hands. A member of the committee was the first governor of the National Bank, David Horowitz, and he estimated the combined value of property left by the Arabs at £100 million. To avoid becoming embroiled in international investigations and scrutiny, he suggested as a solution, maybe we can sell it to American Jews. An additional problem was the cultivated land the Palestinians had been forced to abandon, and in the Arab Affairs Committee meeting, it was again Bechor Shitrit who naively pondered aloud its possible fate. The cultivated land is probably 1 million dunam. According to international law, we cannot sell anything. So maybe we should buy from those Arabs who do not want to come back. Without ceremony, Joseph Weitz cut him short. The fate of the cultivated land will be no different from the overall territory on which the villages existed. The solution, recommended Weitz, had to cover all the territory, all village land, whether cultivated or residential, and the urban areas. Unlike Shitrit, Weitz was in the know. His official position as the head of the JNF Settlement Department and his de facto leadership of the ad hoc Transfer Committee fused into one once the ethnic cleansing had started. Weitz closely followed every single takeover within the rural areas, either personally or through loyal officials such as his close aide, Yosef Nachmani. While the Jewish troops were responsible for the expulsion of the people and the demolition of their homes, Weitz went to work to make sure the villages passed into JNF custody. This proposal frightened Shitrit even more, as it meant the number of dunam Israel would take possession of, illegally in his mind, was triple the figure of 1 million dunam he had originally thought. Weitz's next suggestion was even more alarming for anyone sensitive to international law or legality. All we need, declared the head of the settlement department of the Jewish National Fund, is 400 tractors. Each tractor can cultivate 3,000 dunam, cultivating not just for the purpose of procuring food, but in order to prevent anyone from returning to their lands. Land of lesser quality should be sold to private or public sectors. Shitrit tried one more time. At least let us say that this confiscation is in exchange for the property the Jews from the Arab world lost when they immigrated to Palestine. Jewish immigration was quite limited at the time, but the concept of exchange would later appeal to the Israeli Foreign Ministry, whose propaganda machine has frequently used it in abortive attempts to silence the debate on the Palestinian refugees' right of return. Shitrit's idea was dropped in August 1948 because it risked implicating Israel in the commission of forced transfer. Yaakov Shimoni warned that such a declaration of mutual expropriation could inevitably direct attention to the expulsions. He termed them transfer Israel had carried out in Palestine. By now, Ben-Gurion had grown impatient. He realized that sensitive subjects, such as creating fait accompli, so as to preempt the threat of international sanctions, for instance, the destruction of houses so that nobody could force Israel to allow their Palestinian owners to return to them, was no job for such a cumbersome body as the Committee for Arab Affairs. Thus, he decided to appoint Danin and Weitz to a committee of two that, from then on, would take all final decisions on Palestinian property and land, the main features of which were destruction and confiscation. For a short and unique period, the American administration showed an interest in the subject. Officials in the State Department, in an atypical move, dominated the policy on the refugee issues, while the White House seemed to stand aloof. The inevitable result was a growing dissatisfaction with the basic Israeli position. The U.S. experts saw no legal alternative to the return of the refugees, and were considerably irritated by Israel's refusal to even discuss the possibility. In May 1949, the State Department conveyed a strong message to the Israeli government that it considered the repatriation of the refugees as a precondition for peace. When the Israeli rejection arrived, the U.S. administration threatened Israel with sanctions and withheld a promised loan. In response, the Israelis at first suggested taking in 75,000 refugees and allowing the reunification of families for another 25,000. When this was deemed insufficient by Washington, the government suggested taking in the Gaza Strip, with its 90,000 indigenous inhabitants and its refugee community of 200,000. Both proposals seemed niggardly, but by then, the spring of 1949, a personal reshuffle of the American State Department reoriented America's Palestine policy into a different course that completely sidelined, if not altogether ignored, the refugee question. During this short-lived period of U.S. pressure, April to May 1949, Ben-Gurion's basic response was to intensify the settlement of Jewish immigrants on the confiscated land and in the evicted houses. When Sharet and Kaplan objected, apprehensive of international condemnation of such acts, Ben-Gurion again appointed a more cabal-like body that soon encouraged hundreds of thousands of Jewish immigrants from Europe and the Arab world to seize the Palestinian homes left in the towns and cities and to build settlements on the ruins of the expelled villages. The appropriation of Palestinian property was supposed to follow a systematic national program, but by the end of September, Ben-Gurion gave up the idea of an orderly takeover in the major cities such as Jaffa, Jerusalem, and Haifa. Similarly, it proved impossible to coordinate the onslaught of covetous farmers and governmental agencies on the dispossessed villages and lands. The distribution of land was the responsibility of the Jewish National Fund. After the 1948 war, other bodies were given similar authority, the most important of which was the custodian, mentioned soon. The JNF found it had to compete for the job of principal divider of the spoils of war. In the final analysis, the JNF came out on top, but it took time. All in all, Israel had taken over 3.5 million dunam of land in rural Palestine. This estimate, from 1948, included all houses and fields of the destroyed villages. It took a while before a clear, centralized policy emerged of how best to use this land. Ben-Gurion deferred a total takeover by private or public Jewish agencies, while the UN was still discussing the fate of the refugees, first in Lausanne in 1949, and after that in a series of futile committees set up to deal with the refugee issue. He knew that in the wake of the UN General Assembly's Resolution 194, the 11th of December 1948, which demanded the unconditional repatriation of all Palestinian refugees, a formal and legal Israeli takeover would cause problems. In order to forestall international indignation over collective dispossession, the Israeli government appointed a custodian for the newly acquired properties, pending a final decision over their fate. Typical of previous Zionist conduct, this pragmatic solution became policy until a strategic decision would follow to change it. That is, by redefining the status of the dispossessed assets. The custodian was thus a function the Israeli government created in order to fend off any possible fallout from UN Resolution 194 that insisted that all refugees be allowed to return and/or be compensated. By putting all private and collective possessions of the expelled Palestinians under its custody, the government could, and in effect did, sell these properties to public and private Jewish groups and individuals later under the spurious pretext that no claimants had come forward. Moreover, the moment the confiscated lands from Palestinian owners were put under government custodianship, they became state lands which, by law, belonged to the Jewish nation, which, in turn, meant that none of it could be sold to Arabs. This legal sleight of hand meant that as long as no final strategic decision on how to divide the lands had been made, tactical interim resolutions could be adopted in order to hand over part of the lands to the IDF, for instance, or to new immigrants, or, at cheap rates, to the kibbutzim movements. The JNF faced fierce competition from all these clients in the scramble over the spoils. It did well to begin with, and bought up almost every destroyed village together with all its houses and lands. The custodian had sold 1 million dunam out of the total 3.5 million directly to the JNF at a bargain price in December 1948. Another 250,000 was passed on to the JNF in 1949. Then, lack of funds put a halt to the JNF's seemingly insatiable greed. And what the JNF failed to purchase, the 3 kibbutzim movements, the Moshavim movement, and private real estate dealers were happy to divide among themselves. The most avaricious of these proved to be the leftist kibbutz movement, Omer HaTzair, that belonged to Mapam, the party to the left of Mapai, Israel's ruling party. Omer HaTzair members were not content only with lands from which the people had already been expelled, but also wanted the lands whose Palestinian owners had survived the onslaught and who were still clinging on to them. Consequently, they now wanted these people to be driven out too, even though the official ethnic cleansing had come to an end. All these contenders had to make way for the Israeli army's demands to have large tracts of land set aside as training grounds and camps. And yet, by 1950, half of the dispossessed rural lands were still in the hands of the JNF. In the first week of January 1949, Jewish settlers colonized the villages of Kawekat, Ras al-Nukura, Birwa, Safsaf, Sasa, and Lajun. On the lands of other villages, such as Malul and Jalama in the north, the IDF built military bases. In many ways, the new settlements did not look much different from the army bases, new fortified bastions where once villagers had led their pastoral and agricultural lives. The human geography of Palestine as a whole was forcibly transformed. The Arab character of the cities was effaced by the destruction of large sections, including the spacious park in Jaffa and community centers in Jerusalem. This transformation was driven by the desire to wipe out one nation's history and culture and replace it with a fabricated version of another, from which all traces of the indigenous population were elided. Haifa was a case in point. As early as the 1st of May 1948, Haifa, having been taken on the 23rd of April, Zionist officials had written to David Ben-Gurion that an historical opportunity had fallen into their hands to metamorphose Haifa's Arab character. All that was needed, they explained, was the destruction of 227 houses. Ben-Gurion visited the city to inspect the scene of the intended destruction himself, and also ordered the destruction of the covered marketplace, one of the most beautiful markets of its kind. Similar decisions were taken with regard to Tiberias, where almost 500 houses were demolished, and a similar number in Jaffa and western Jerusalem. Ben-Gurion's sensitivity here vis-à-vis the mosques was unusual, the exception that proved the rule. Israel's official plunder did not spare holy shrines, least of all mosques, that were part of the newly acquired possessions. Desecration of holy sites. Until 1948, all Muslim holy sites in Palestine belonged to the Waqf, the Islamic Endowment Authority, recognized by both the Ottoman Empire and the British Mandatory Government. They were supervised by the Supreme Muslim Council, a body of local religious dignitaries at the head of which stood Al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini. After 1948, Israel confiscated all these endowments, with all the properties incorporated in them, and transferred them first to the custodian, then to the state, and eventually sold them to Jewish public bodies and private citizens. Neither were the Christian churches immune from this land grab. Much of the land that churches owned within destroyed villages was confiscated like the Waqf endowments, although, unlike the vast majority of mosques, quite a few of the churches remained intact. Many churches and mosques were never properly destroyed, but left to look like ancient historical ruins, vestiges of the past to remind people of Israel's might of destruction. However, among these holy sites were some of Palestine's most impressive architectural gems, and they disappeared forever. Masjid al-Khairiyya vanished under the city of Givatayim, and the rubble of the church of Birwa now lies beneath the cultivated land of the Jewish settlement of Ahihud. A similar masonry structure was the mosque in Sarafand, on the coast near Haifa, not to be confused with the Sarafand in the heart of Palestine, where a huge British base was located. The mosque was 100 years old when the Israeli government gave the go-ahead to have it bulldozed on the 25th of July 2000, ignoring the petition addressed to the then Prime Minister Ehud Barak, beseeching him not to authorize this official act of state vandalism. In retrospect, however, it was the abuse of their Islamic holy shrines that proved the most painful to a Palestinian community, the large majority of whose members found solace and comfort in the embrace of tradition and religion. The Israelis turned the mosques of Majdal and Kisaria into restaurants, and the Beersheba Mosque into a shop. The Ein Haud Mosque is used as a bar, and that of Zib is part of a resort village. The mosque is still there, but owned by the government agency responsible for maintaining the national parks. Some mosques remained intact until the Israeli authorities believed time had released them from the obligation to protect the sanctity of these places. The remains of the Ain al-Zaytun Mosque, for example, were turned into a milk farm as late as 2004. The Jewish owner removed the stone that indicated the founding date of the mosque and covered the walls with Hebrew graffiti. By contrast, in August 2005, the Israeli media, public and politicians, castigated their government for its decision to leave in the hands of the Palestinians the synagogues of the settlements Israel evicted in the Gaza Strip that summer. When the inevitable destruction of these synagogues came about, cement structures, from which the settlers themselves had removed all religious items prior to their eviction, the general outcry in Israel reached the skies. As for the Muslim shrines and Christian churches that survived, these are not always accessible. The church and mosque of Sakhmata are still visible today, but if you want to pray there or simply wish to visit these sites, you have to cross Jewish farms and risk being reported to the police for trespassing. This is also the case if you attempt to visit the Balad al-Sheikh Mosque near Haifa, and equally, Muslims are denied access to the Mosque of Khalsa, located today in the development town of Kiryat Shimona. The people of Karem Maharal still refuse to allow access to the beautiful 19th-century mosque at the center of what used to be the village of Itzim, one of the wealthiest villages in Palestine. Sometimes access is denied by official manipulation rather than force, as in the case of the Hatain Mosque. According to tradition, Salah al-Din built this amazing structure in the middle of the village in 1187 to commemorate his victory over the Crusaders. Not too long ago, 73-year-old Abu Jamal from Dir Khana hoped that through a summer camp for Palestinian children he could help restore the place to its past glory and reopen it for worship. But the Ministry of Education tricked him. Its senior officials promised Abu Jamal that if he cancelled the camp, the ministry would donate money for the restoration work. However, when he accepted the offer, the ministry sealed the site with barbed wire, as if it were a high-security installation. All the stones, including the foundation stone, were then removed by the nearby kibbutzniks, who used the land to graze their sheep and cows. The following is a short registry covering the last decade or so. In 1993, the Nabi Rubin Mosque was blown up by Jewish fanatics. In February 2000, the Wadi Hawarith Mosque was ruined, 2 weeks after Muslim volunteers had finished restoring the building. Some restored mosques were the target of sheer vandalism. The Maqam of Sheikh Shahade in the destroyed village of Ain Ghazal was burned down in 2002, and the Arab-Een Mosque of Baysan was ruined by an arson attack in March 2004. The Al-Umari and Al-Bar mosques in Tiberias escaped 2 similar attacks in June 2004, in which they were badly damaged. The mosque of Hassan Baik in Jaffa is assaulted regularly by people throwing stones at it, and it was desecrated once when the head of a pig with the name of the prophet written on it was tossed into its yard. In 2003, bulldozers erased out all traces of the Al-Salam, Peace Mosque, in Zarugara, half a year after the mosque had been re-erected, while the maqam of Sheikh Sam'an near Kfar Saba was demolished by unknown assailants in 2005. Other mosques were turned into Jewish places of worship, as in the iconoclastic days of medieval times. The mosques of Wadi Unayn and Yazur are today synagogues, as is the mosque in the maqam of Samakia, in Tiberias, and in the two villages of Kfar Inan and Dalia. The mosque of Abbasiyah near Ben Gurion Airport was turned into a synagogue too, but has since been abandoned. It is decorated today with graffiti saying, "Kill the Arabs." The Lifta Mosque at the western entrance to Jerusalem has become a mikveh, Jewish ritual bath for women. Recent targets are the mosques of the so-called unrecognized villages in Israel. This is the most recent aspect of the dispossession that first began during the Nakba. Since, according to Israeli law, most of the land in Israel belongs to the Jewish people, from which Palestinian citizens are barred, Palestinian farmers are left with very little space to expand or build new villages. In 1965, the government abolished all infrastructure plans for the urban and rural development of the Palestinian areas. As a result, Palestinians, and especially the Bedouin in the south, began to establish illegal villages with, of course, mosques in them. Both houses and mosques in these villages are under constant threat of demolition. The Israeli authorities play a highly cynical game with the residents. They are given the option between their houses or their mosque. In one such village, Husseiniya, named after a 1948 destroyed village, a long battle in court saved the mosque, but not the village. In October 2003, the authorities offered to leave 13 houses in Qudaymat standing instead of the mosque, which they demolished. Entrenching the occupation. When the international pressure subsided and Israel had put in place clear rules for dividing the spoils, the Committee for Arab Affairs also formalized the official governmental attitude towards the Palestinians left within the territory of the new state, who were now citizens of Israel. Totaling about 150,000, these became the Israeli Arabs, as if it made sense to talk about Syrian Arabs or Iraqi Arabs and not Syrians or Iraqis. They were put under a military regime based on the British Mandate's emergency regulations issued in 1945 by none other than Menachem Begin. These regulations, which are comparable to the 1953 Nuremberg laws, virtually abolished basic rights of expression, movement, organization, and equality before the law. They left them the right to vote for and be elected to the Israeli parliament, but this too came with severe restrictions. This regime officially lasted until 1966, but, for all intents and purposes, the regulations are still in place. The Committee for Arab Affairs continued to meet, and as late as 1956, some of its more prominent members seriously advocated plans for the expulsion of the Arabs from Israel. Massive expulsions continued until 1953. The last village to be depopulated at gunpoint was al-Faraj, near Nahariya. The army went in, drove out all the inhabitants, and then destroyed the village. The Bedouin in the Negev were subjected to expulsions up to 1962, when the tribe of al-Hawashli was forced to leave. In the dead of night, 750 people were put on trucks and driven away. Their houses were demolished, and the 8,000 dunam they owned were confiscated and then given to families who were collaborating with the Israeli authorities. Most of the plans the committee discussed were never implemented for various reasons. They have come to light thanks to the Palestinian historian Noor Masalha. Had it not been for some liberal-minded Israeli politicians who objected to the schemes, and the Palestinian minority's own steadfastness in several cases where such plans to expel them were set in motion, we would long ago have witnessed the ethnic cleansing of the remnant of the Palestinian people now living within the borders of the Jewish state. But if that final danger seemed to have been averted, the price they paid for living in relative physical safety was incalculable. The loss not only of their land, but with it the soul of Palestine's history and future. The appropriation of Palestinian lands by the government continued from the 1950s onwards under the auspices of the JNF. The Land Robbery, 1950 to 2000. It was the Settlement Department in the JNF that decided the fate of the destroyed villages once they had been flattened, whether a Jewish settlement or a Zionist forest would take its place. Back in June 1948, the head of the department, Yosef Weitz, had reported to the Israeli government, "We have begun the operation of cleansing, removing the rubble, and preparing the villages for cultivation and settlement. Some of these will become parks." As he observed the ongoing destruction, Weitz had proudly reported that he remained unmoved by the sight of tractors destroying whole villages. But to the public at large a very different picture was portrayed. Creating new Jewish settlements was accompanied by such slogans as "making the desert bloom," while the JNF's forestation activities were marketed as an ecological mission designed to keep the country green. Forestation was not a first choice. The selection process did not actually rest on any clear strategy, but consisted of ad hoc decisions. First, there were the abandoned cultivated lands that could immediately be harvested. Then there were tracts of fertile land that could potentially yield crops in the near future that went to veteran Jewish settlements or were set aside for the establishment of new ones. As we saw, the JNF had a hard time fending off the competition which came from the kibbutzim movements. They would start cultivating the lands of neighboring villages even before they had been given permission to take them over, and then, on the basis of their work already carried out, would demand ownership. As a rule, the feeling in the government was that land first had to be allotted to existing Jewish settlements, then to the building of new ones, and only in the third place be made available for forestation. In 1950, the Knesset passed the law for absentee property, while the custodian introduced some order into the way it dealt with the booty, but had not yet made the JNF sole owner. On the way to becoming the exclusive proprietor of Israel's new forests, almost all planted over the ruins of Palestinian villages destroyed in the ethnic cleansing of 1948, the JNF defeated the Ministry of Agriculture, which naturally sought control over the forestation issue. The state, however, recognized the advantage of giving the JNF a full mandate not only as Israel's forest keepers, but also as the principal custodian of the lands as a whole on behalf of the Jewish people. From now on, even on land it did not own, the JNF was responsible for safeguarding its Jewishness by prohibiting all transactions with non-Jews, namely Palestinians. This is not the place to expand on the complex trajectory the JNF followed in its struggle to keep its spoils. Its primary tool, however, was the use of government legislation. The JNF law was passed in 1953 and granted the agency independent status as landowner on behalf of the Jewish state. This law, and a host of others that followed, such as the Law of the Land of Israel and the Law of the Israel Land Authority, ILA, both passed in 1960, all reinforced this position. These were all constitutional laws determining that the JNF was not allowed to sell or lease land to non-Jews. They finalized the JNF's share in the overall state lands, 13%, but hid a much more complex reality that enabled the JNF to implement its policy of guarding the nation's land in areas beyond its direct control, simply because it had a decisive role in and impact on the directorship of the ILA, which became the owner of 80% of all state lands, the rest being owned by the JNF, the Army, and the government. The legislative takeover of the land and the process of turning it into JNF property was completed in 1967, when the Knesset passed a final law, the Law of Agricultural Settlement, that also prohibited the subletting of the Jewish-owned land of the JNF to non-Jews. Until then, only sale and direct lease were prohibited. The law furthermore ensured that water quotas set aside for the JNF lands could not be transferred to non-JNF lands. Water is scarce in Israel, and hence sufficient quotas are vital for agriculture. The bottom line of this almost two-decade-long bureaucratic process, 1949 to 1967, was that the legislation regarding the JNF, barring the selling, leasing, and subletting of land to non-Jews, was put into effect for most of the state lands. More than 90% of Israel's land, 7% having been declared as private land. The primary objective of this legislation was to prevent Palestinians in Israel from regaining ownership through purchase of their own land or that of their people. This is why Israel never allowed the Palestinian minority to build even one new rural settlement or village, let alone a new town or city, apart from 3 Bedouin settlements in the early 1960s, which actually represented recognition by the state of the permanent residence sedentary tribes had taken up there. At the same time, Israel's Jewish population, with a much lower natural growth, was able to build on these lands, apart from those destined for forestation, as many settlements, villages, and cities as they wished, and wherever they wanted. The Palestinian minority in Israel, 17% of the total population after ethnic cleansing, has been forced to make do with just 3% of the land. They are allowed to build and live on only 2% of the land. The remaining 1% was defined as agricultural land, which cannot be built upon. In other words, today, 1.3 million people live on that 2%. Even with the privatization of land that began in the 1990s, the JNF policy remains in place, thus excluding the Palestinians from the benefit that opening up the land market would provide for the public at large. That is, Israel's Jews. However, not only have they been prevented from expanding over the land that was theirs, but also much of the land they owned before the 1948 war was confiscated from them in the 1970s for the building of new Jewish settlements in the Galilee and again in the early 2000s for the construction of the segregation wall and a new highway. One study has estimated that 70% of the land belonging to the Palestinians in Israel has either been confiscated or made inaccessible to them. The final dispossession in the Galilee, so far, which parallels the confiscation of land in the West Bank, for the twofold purpose of building Jewish settlements and slowly but surely driving the Palestinians out of these areas, began after 1967. In the early 1960s, before the final division of land between the ILA and the JNF, the latter launched Operation Finally, Suf Suf, which sought to further dispossess the Palestinians of land in the Galilee that was still in the villagers' possession. The JNF offered to buy these lands or exchange them with lesser quality land elsewhere, but the villagers refused. Their steadfastness forms one of the truly heroic chapters in the struggle against the Zionist ethnic cleansing operations. The JNF then began erecting special military outposts at the entrances to the stubborn villages in an effort to exert psychological pressure on the inhabitants. Even with such callous means, the JNF only achieved its goal in a few cases. As Alnon Sofer, a professor of geography at Haifa University, who is closely connected with the government, explains, "We were murderous, but it was not malice for the sake of malice. We acted out of a sense of being exposed to an existential threat, and there were objective reasonings for this feeling. We were convinced that without Jewish territorial continuity, especially along the national water carrier, the aqueduct that runs from the Lake of Galilee to the south of the country, the Arabs would poison the water. That there are no fences or guard posts along the entire route of the aqueduct raises doubts about the sincerity of the concern expressed here. The need for territorial continuity, on the other hand, does sound sincere. It was, after all, the main inspiration in 1948 for Israel's massive operations of expulsion. The dispossession of Palestinian lands did not only entail the expulsion of their legal owners and the prevention of their repatriation and regaining ownership. It was compounded by the reinvention of Palestinian villages as purely Jewish or ancient Hebrew places. Chapter 10. The Memoricide of Nakba. Nationalist extremists are also trying to wipe out any physical evidence that could remind future generations that people other than Serbs ever lived together in Bosnia. Historic mosques, churches, and synagogues, as well as national libraries, archives, and museums have been torched, dynamited, and bulldozed. They want to eliminate the memory of the past as well. Sevdalinka.net. Over 700,000 olive and orange trees have been destroyed by the Israelis. This is an act of sheer vandalism from a state that claims to practice conservation of the environment. How appalling and shameful. Address by Ronnie Casrills, Member of Water Affairs and Forestry, South Africa, London, 30th of November, 2002. The Reinvention of Palestine. As the owner of lands, in general, along with other agencies that possess state land in Israel, such as the Israeli Land Authority, the Army, and the government, the Jewish National Fund was also involved in establishing new Jewish settlements on the lands of the destroyed Palestinian villages. Here, dispossession was accompanied by the renaming of the places it had seized, destroyed, and now recreated. This mission was accomplished with the help of archaeologists and biblical experts who volunteered to serve on an official naming committee whose job it was to Hebraize Palestine's geography. This naming committee was, in fact, an old outfit, already put in place in 1920, when it acted as an ad hoc group of scholars that granted Hebrew names to lands and places newly purchased by the Jews, and they continued to do so for lands and places taken by force during the Nakba. It was reconvened by Ben-Gurion in July 1949, who turned it into a subdivision of the JNF. The naming committee was not working in a total vacuum. Some of the Palestinian villages were inevitably built on the ruins of earlier and even ancient civilizations, including the Hebrew one. But this was a limited phenomenon, and none of the cases involved was unambiguous. The postulated Hebrew sites date back to such ancient times that there is little chance of establishing their locations properly. But then, of course, the motive for Hebraizing the names of the evicted villages was ideological and not scholarly. The narrative accompanying this expropriation was very simple. Throughout the years of foreign occupation of Eretz Israel, the original Hebrew names were erased or became garbled, and sometimes took on an alien form. The archaeological zeal to reproduce the map of ancient Israel was, in essence, none other than a systematic, scholarly, political, and military attempt to de-Arabize the terrain, its names and geography, but above all, its history. The JNF, as mentioned before, was busy confiscating land in the 1950s and the 1960s. But it did not end there. It also owned land in the Greater Jerusalem area that it had received from the custodian of absentee lands after the 1967 war. In the early 1980s, this land was passed on by the JNF to El-Ad, the settlers' NGO, that was then and remains today devoted to the Judaization of East Jerusalem. This NGO focused on Silwan and stated openly that it wanted to cleanse that village from its original Palestinian inhabitants. In 2005, it received assistance from the Jerusalem municipality, which ordered the destruction of 36 houses there under the pretext of illegal construction and expansion. In the beginning of the 21st century, the JNF's main challenges were the government policies of privatization of land ownership, accelerated under Benjamin Netanyahu, 1996 to 1999, and Ariel Sharon, 2001 to 2003, 2003 to 2006, which threatened to limit the JNF's control. However, both these right-wing prime ministers were torn between Zionism and capitalism, and time will tell how much land their successors will allow to remain in the JNF's hands in the future. What is not going to change is the stronghold the JNF has over Israel's forests. In these forests, Nakba denial is so pervasive and has been achieved so effectively that they have become a main arena of struggle for Palestinian refugees wishing to commemorate the villages that lie buried beneath them. They are up against an organization, the JNF, which claims that there is only barren land under the pine and cypress trees it has planted there. Virtual colonialism and the JNF. When it set out to create its national parks on the sites of eradicated Palestinian villages, the decision as to what to plant was totally in the hands of the JNF. Almost from the start, the JNF executive opted mainly for conifers instead of the natural flora indigenous to Palestine. In part, this was an attempt to make the country look European, although this appears nowhere in any official document as a goal. In addition, however, the choice of planting pine and cypress trees, and this has been overtly stated, was meant to support the country's aspiring wood industry. The three aims of keeping the country Jewish, European-looking, and green quickly fused into one. This is why forests throughout Israel today include only 11% of indigenous species, and why a mere 10% of all forests date from before 1948. At times, the original flora manages to return in surprising ways. Pine trees were planted not only over bulldozed houses, but also over fields and olive groves. In the new development town of Migdal HaEmek, for example, the JNF did its utmost to try and cover the ruins of the Palestinian village of Mujaydil, at the town's eastern entrance, with rows of pine trees, not a proper forest in this case, but just a small wood. Such green lungs can be found in many of Israel's development towns that cover destroyed Palestinian villages. Tirat HaKarmel over Tirat Haifa, Kiryat Shemona over Chalsa, Ashkelon over Majdal, etc. But this particular species failed to adapt to the local soil and, despite repeated treatment, disease kept afflicting the trees. Later visits by relatives of some of Mujaydil's original villagers revealed that some of the pine trees had literally split in two, and how, in the middle of their broken trunks, olive trees had popped up in defiance of the alien flora planted over them 56 years ago. Within Israel and throughout the Jewish world, the JNF is seen as a highly responsible ecological agency whose reputation rests on the way it has been assiduously planting trees, reintroducing local flora and landscapes, and paving the way for scores of forests and natural parks, complete with picnic facilities and children's playgrounds. Israelis find their way to these spots by clicking on the different icons on the JNF's detailed website, or taking their cues from the material posted on the various information boards located at the entrances to these parks, and at various stations along the way within the recreational grounds themselves. These texts guide and inform visitors wherever they go, even if all they want is to enjoy themselves and relax. JNF parks do not only offer parking spaces, picnic areas, playgrounds, and access to nature, but also incorporate visible items that tell a particular history. The ruins of a house, a fortress, orchards, cactuses, sabra, and so on. There are also many fig and almond trees. Most Israelis think these are wild figs or wild almonds, as they see them in full bloom towards the end of the winter, heralding the beauty of spring. But these fruit trees were planted and nurtured by human hands. Wherever almond and fig trees, olive groves, or clusters of cactuses are found, there once stood a Palestinian village. Still blossoming afresh each year, these trees are all that remain. Near the now uncultivated terraces, and under the swings and picnic tables, and the European pine forests, there lie buried the houses and fields of the Palestinians whom Israeli troops expelled in 1948. However, guided only by these JNF signs, visitors will never realize that people used to live there. The Palestinians who now reside as refugees in the occupied territories, as second-rate citizens inside Israel, and as camp dwellers beyond Palestine's border. The true mission of the JNF, in other words, has been to conceal these visible remains of Palestine, not only by the trees it has planted over them, but also by the narratives it has created to deny their existence. Whether on the JNF website or in the parks themselves, the most sophisticated audio-visual equipment displays the official Zionist story, contextualizing any given location within the national meta-narrative of the Jewish people and Eretz Israel. This version continues to spout the familiar myths of the narrative. Palestine as an empty and arid land before the arrival of Zionism, that Zionism employs to supplant all history that contradicts its own invented Jewish past. As Israel's green lungs, these recreational sites do not so much commemorate history as seek to totally erase it. Through the literature the JNF attaches to the items that are still visible from before 1948, a local history is intentionally denied. This is not part of a need to tell a different story in its own right, but is designed to annihilate all memory of the Palestinian villages that these green lungs have replaced. In this way, the information provided at these JNF sites is a preeminent model for the all-pervading mechanism of denial Israelis activate in the realm of representation. Deeply rooted in the people's psyche, this mechanism works through exactly this replacement of Palestinian sites of trauma and memory by spaces of leisure and entertainment for Israelis. In other words, what the JNF texts represent as an ecological concern is yet one more official Israeli effort to deny the Nakba and conceal the enormity of the Palestinian tragedy. The JNF Resort Parks in Israel. The home page of the JNF's official website showcases the agency as being responsible for having made the desert bloom and the historical Arab landscape look European. It proudly proclaims that these forests and parks were built upon arid and desert-like areas, and that Israel's forests and parks were not always here. The first Jewish settlers in the country at the end of the 19th century found a desolate land with not a mite of shade. The JNF is not only the creator of Israel's green lungs, it is also their preserver. The JNF declares that the forests are there to provide recreation for the benefit of all citizens of Israel and to make them ecologically aware. What visitors are not being told is that, in addition, the JNF is the principal agency whose job it is to prevent all acts of commemoration at these forests, let alone visits of return by Palestinian refugees whose own houses lie entombed under these trees and playgrounds. 4 of the larger and most popular picnic sites that appear on the JNF website, the Birya Forest, the Ramat Menashe Forest, the Jerusalem Forest, and the Staff, all epitomize, better than any other space today in Israel, both the Nakba and the denial of the Nakba. The Forest of Birya. Moving from north to south, the Birya Forest is located in the Sfat region and covers a total of 20,000 dunam. It is the largest man-made forest in Israel and a very popular site. It conceals the houses and the lands of at least 6 Palestinian villages. Reading through the text on the website and simply highlighting what it includes and excludes, none of the villages of Dishon, Alma, Gadita, Amka, Ein al-Zaytun, or Birya are ever mentioned. They all disappear behind the descriptions the website gives of the forest's wonderful charms and attractions. No wonder that in such a huge forest one can find a plethora of interesting and intriguing sights. Woods, bastans, springs, and an old synagogue, namely a small piece of mosaic that may or may not be an old synagogue, as the area through the ages was frequented by the Orthodox Jews of Sfat. In many of the JNF sites, bastans, the fruit gardens Palestinian farmers would plant around their farmhouses, appear as one of the many mysteries the JNF promises the adventurous visitor. These clearly visible remnants of Palestinian villages are referred to as an inherent part of nature and her wonderful secrets. At one of the sites, it actually refers to the terraces you can find almost everywhere there as the proud creation of the JNF. Some of these were in fact rebuilt over the original ones and go back centuries before the Zionist takeover. Thus, Palestinian bustands are attributed to nature and Palestine's history transported back to a biblical and Talmudic past. Such is the fate of one of the best-known villages, Ain al-Zaytun, which was emptied in May 1948, during which many of its inhabitants were massacred. Ain al-Zaytun is mentioned by name, but in the following manner. Ain Zaytun has become one of the most attractive spots within the recreational ground as it harbors large picnic tables and ample parking for the disabled. It is located where once stood the settlement of Ain Zaytun, where Jews used to live ever since the medieval times and until the 18th century. There were 4 abortive Jewish settlement attempts. The parking lot has biological toilets and playgrounds. Next to the parking lot, a memorial stands in memory of the soldiers who fell in the Six-Day War. Fancifully meshing history and tourist tips, the text totally erases from Israel's collective memory the thriving Palestinian community Jewish troops wiped out within a few hours. The pages of the JNF website on the history of Ain al-Zaytun go into great detail, and the narrative that accompanies a virtual or real journey into the forest takes the reader back to the alleged Talmudic town in the 3rd century, before skipping a whole millennium of Palestinian villages and communities. It finally focuses on the last 3 years of the mandatory period, as these same grounds were hiding places where the Jewish underground, trying to escape the watchful eyes of the British, trained its troops and stashed the weapons it was amassing. The Ramat Menashe Park. South of Biria lies Ramat Menashe Park. It covers the ruins of Lajun, Mansi, Kathrain, Butemat, Habiza, Daliat al-Rauha, Sbarin, Bureka, Sindiana, and Amalzinat. At the very center of the park lie the remains of the destroyed village of Daliat al-Rauha, now covered by Kibbutz Ramat Menashe of the socialist movement Hashomer Hatzair. The remnants of the blown-up houses of one of the villages, Kathrain, are still visible. The JNF website highlights the admixture of nature and human habitat in the forest when it tells us that in its midst there are 6 villages. The website uses the highly atypical Hebrew word for village, kefar, to refer to the kibbutzim in the park and not the 6 villages underneath the park, a linguistic ploy that serves to reinforce the metaphorical palimpsest at work here, the erasure of the history of one people in order to write that of another people's over it. In the words of the JNF website, the beauty and the attraction of this site are unmatched. One of the principal reasons is the countryside itself, with its bustands and its ruins of the past, but there is a master design behind all this that strives to maintain the contours of the natural scenery. Here, too, nature has its particular appeal because of the destroyed Palestinian villages the park covers up. Both the JNF's virtual and real tour through the park gently guide the visitor from one recommended spot to another, all carrying Arabic names. These are the names of the destroyed villages, but here presented as natural or geographical locations that betray no earlier human presence. The reason one can move from one point to another so smoothly is attributed by the JNF to a network of roads that were paved in the British period. Why did the British bother to pave roads here? Obviously to better connect, and thus control, existing villages. But this fact can only be extracted from the text with great difficulty, if at all. This system of erasure, however, can never be foolproof. For example, the JNF website tells us something you will not find mentioned on the boards that punctuate the forest paths themselves. Within the many ruins dotting the place, the village spring, Ein HaKefar is recommended as the quietest part of the site. Often a village spring would be at the heart of the village, close to the village square, as here in Kafrein, its ruins now providing not only peace of mind, but also serving the cattle of the nearby kibbutz, Mishma HaEmek, as a resting point on their way to meadows down below. Greening of Jerusalem. The last two examples come from the Jerusalem area. The western slopes of the city are covered with the Jerusalem forest, another brainchild of Yosef Weitz. In 1956, Weitz complained to the mayor of Jerusalem about the barren site of the western hills of the city. 8 years earlier, they had of course been covered with the houses and the cultivated lands of Palestinian villages bustling with life. In 1967, Weitz's efforts finally bore fruit. The JNF decided to plant 1 million trees on 4,500 dunam that, in the words of the website, encircle Jerusalem with a green belt. At one of its southern corners, the forest reaches the ruined village of Ein Karim and covers the destroyed village of Beit Mazmil. Its most western point stretches over the land and houses of the destroyed village of Beit Hoish, whose people were expelled as late as 1949. The forest extends further over Dir Yassin, Zuba, Sataf, Jura, and Beit al-Mais. The JNF website here promises its visitors unique sights and special experiences in a forest whose historical remnants testify to intensive agricultural activity. More specifically, it highlights the various terraces one finds carved out along the western slopes. As in all other sites, these terraces are always ancient, even when they were shaped by Palestinian villagers less than 2 or 3 generations ago. The last geographical site is the destroyed Palestinian village of Sataf, located in one of the most beautiful spots high up in the Jerusalem mountains. The site's greatest attraction, according to the JNF website, is the reconstruction it offers of ancient, kadum in Hebrew, agriculture. The adjective ancient is used for every single detail in this site. Paths are ancient, steps are ancient, and so on. Sataf, in fact, was a Palestinian village expelled and mostly destroyed in 1948. For the JNF, the remains of the village are one more station visitors encounter in the intriguing walking tours it has set out for them with this ancient site. The mixture here of Palestinian terraces and the remains of 4 or 5 Palestinian buildings, almost fully intact, inspire the JNF to create a new concept, the Bustan Nof. Bustan plus Nof, the Hebrew word for panorama, the English equivalent for which would probably be something like Bustanorama or orchard view. The concept is wholly original to the JNF. The Bustans overlook some exquisite scenery and are popular with Jerusalem's young professional class, who come here to experience ancient and biblical ways of cultivating a plot of land that may even yield some biblical fruits and vegetables. Needless to say, these ancient ways are far from biblical, but are Palestinian, as are the plots and the bustans and the place itself. In Sataf, the JNF promises the more adventurous visitors a secret garden and an elusive spring, 2 gems they can discover among terraces that are a testimony to human habitation 6,000 years ago, culminating in the period of the Second Temple. This is not exactly how these terraces were described in 1949, when Jewish immigrants from Arab countries were sent to repopulate the Palestinian village and take over the houses that had remained standing. Only when these new settlers proved unmanageable did the JNF decide to turn the village into a tourist site. At the time, in 1949, Israel's naming committee searched for a biblical association for the place, but failed to find any connection to Jewish sources. They then hit upon the idea of associating the vineyard that surrounded the village with the vineyards mentioned in the biblical Psalms and Song of Songs. For a while, they even invented a name for the place to suit their fancy, Bikura, the early fruit of the summer, but gave it up again as Israelis had already got used to the name of Sataf. The JNF website narrative and the information offered on the various boards set up at the locations themselves is also widely available elsewhere. There has always been a thriving literature in Israel catering for domestic tourism where ecological awareness, Zionist ideology, and erasure of the past often go hand in hand. The encyclopedias, tourist guides, and albums generated for the purpose appear even more popular and are in greater demand today than ever before. In this way, the JNF ecologizes the crimes of 1948 in order for Israel to tell one narrative and erase another. As Walid Khalidi has put in his forceful style, it is a platitude of historiography that the victors in war get away with both the loot and the version of events. Despite this deliberate airbrushing of history, the fate of the villages that lie buried under the recreational parks in Israel is intimately linked to the future of the Palestinian families who once lived there and who now, almost 60 years later, still reside in refugee camps and faraway diasporic communities. The solution of the Palestinian refugee problem remains the key to any just and lasting settlement of the conflict in Palestine. For close to 60 years now, the Palestinians have remained steadfast as a nation in their demand to have their legal rights acknowledged. Above all, their right of return, originally granted to them by the United Nations in 1948. They continue to confront an official Israeli policy of denial and anti-repatriation that seems only to have hardened over the same period. There are two factors that have so far succeeded in defeating all chances of an equitable solution to the conflict in Palestine to take root: the Zionist ideology of ethnic supremacy and the peace process. From the former stems Israel's continuing denial of the Nakba. In the latter, we see the lack of international will to bring justice to the region, two obstacles that perpetuate the refugee problem and stand in the way of a just and comprehensive peace emerging in the land. Chapter 11. Nakba Denial and the Peace Process. The UN General Assembly resolves that the refugees wishing to return to their homes and live at peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so at the earliest practicable date, and that compensation should be paid for the property of those choosing not to return, and for the loss of or damage to property which, under the principles of international law and in equity, should be made good by the governments or authorities responsible. UNGA Resolution 194, Roman numeral 3, 11th of December, 1948. The U.S. government supports the return of refugees, democratization, and the protection of human rights throughout the country. Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, U.S. State Department, 2003. While the Palestinians Israel had failed to expel from the country were subjected to the military regime Israel put in place in October 1948, and those in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip were now under foreign Arab occupation, the rest of the Palestinian people were scattered throughout the neighboring Arab states, where they had found shelter in makeshift tent camps provided by international aid organizations. In mid-1949, the United Nations stepped in to try to deal with the bitter fruits of its 1947 peace plan. One of the UN's first misguided decisions was not to involve the International Refugee Organization, IRO, but to create a special agency for the Palestinian refugees. It was Israel and the Zionist Jewish organizations abroad that were behind the decision to keep the IRO out of the picture. The IRO was the very same body that was assisting the Jewish refugees in Europe following the Second World War, and the Zionist organizations were keen to prevent anyone from making any possible association or even comparison between the two cases. Moreover, the IRO always recommended repatriation as the first option to which refugees were entitled. This is how the United Nations Relief and Work Agency, UNRWA, came into being in 1950. UNRWA was not committed to the return of the refugees as UN General Assembly Resolution 194 from the 11th of December 1948 has stipulated, but was set up simply to provide employment and subsidies to the approximately 1 million Palestinian refugees who had ended up in the camps. It was also entrusted with building more permanent camps for them, constructing schools, and opening medical centers. In other words, UNRWA was intended in general to look after the refugees' daily concerns. It did not take long under these circumstances for Palestinian nationalism to re-emerge. It was centered on the right of return, but also aimed at replacing UNRWA as an educating agency and even as the provider of social and medical services. Inspired by the drive to try to take their fate into their own hands, this nascent nationalism equipped the people with a new sense of direction and identity, following the exile and destruction they had experienced in 1948. These national emotions were to find their embodiment in 1968 in the PLO, whose leadership was refugee-based and whose ideology was grounded in the demand for the moral and factual redress of the evils Israel had inflicted upon the Palestinian people in 1948. The PLO, or any other group taking up the Palestinian cause, had to confront two manifestations of denial. The first was the denial exercised by the international peace brokers as they consistently sidelined, if not altogether eliminated, the Palestinian cause and concerns from any future peace arrangement. The second was the categorical refusal of the Israelis to acknowledge the Nakba, and their absolute unwillingness to be held accountable legally and morally for the ethnic cleansing they committed in 1948. The Nakba and the refugee issues have been consistently excluded from the peace agenda, and to understand this we must assess how deep the level of denial of the crimes committed in 1948 remains today in Israel, and associate it with the existence of a genuinely felt fear on the one hand and a deeply rooted form of anti-Arab racism on the other, both heavily manipulated. First attempts at peace. Despite the 1948 fiasco, the United Nations still seemed to have some energy left in the first 2 years after the Nakba to try to come to grips with the question of Palestine. We find the UN initiating a series of diplomatic efforts through which it hoped to bring peace to the country, culminating in a peace conference in Lausanne, Switzerland, in the spring of 1949. The Lausanne Conference was based on UN Resolution 194 and centered around the call for the refugees' right of return. For the UN mediation body, the Palestine Conciliation Commission, PCC, unconditional return of the Palestinian refugees was the basis for peace, together with a two-state solution dividing the country equally between the two sides, and the internationalization of Jerusalem. Everyone involved accepted this comprehensive approach: the U.S., the UN, the Arab world, the Palestinians, and Israel's foreign minister, Moshe Sharet. But the endeavor was deliberately torpedoed by Israel's Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, and King Abdullah of Jordan, who had set their minds on partitioning what was left of Palestine between them. An election year in America and the onset of the Cold War in Europe allowed these two to carry the day and make sure the chances for peace were swiftly buried again. They thereby foiled the only attempt we find in the history of the conflict at a comprehensive approach to creating genuine peace in Palestine/Israel. Towards Pax Americana. After the failure of Lausanne, peace efforts quickly subsided. For nearly 2 decades, between 1948 and 1967, there was an obvious lull. Only after the war in June 1967 did the world wake up to the plight of the region once again. Or so it seemed. The June War ended with total Israeli control over all of ex-mandatory Palestine. Peace endeavors started immediately after Israel's blitzkrieg had run its swift but devastating course, and proved at first more overt and intensive than the ones at Lausanne. Early initiatives came from the British, French, and Russian delegations at the UN, But soon the reins were handed over to the Americans as part of a successful attempt by the U.S. to exclude the Russians from all Middle Eastern agendas. The American effort totally relied on the prevailing balance of power as the main avenue through which to explore possible solutions. Within this balance of power, Israel's superiority after 1948, and even more so after the June War, was unquestionable, and thus whatever the Israelis put forward in the form of peace proposals invariably served as the basis for the Pax Americana that now descended on the Middle East. This meant that it was given to the Israeli peace camp to produce the common wisdom on which to base the next stages and provide the guidelines for a settlement. All future peace proposals thus catered to this camp, ostensibly the more moderate face of Israel's position towards peace in Palestine. Israel drafted new guidelines after 1967, taking advantage of the new geopolitical reality its June War had created, but also mirroring the internal political debate that emerged inside Israel itself. Following what Israeli PR quickly dubbed the Six-Day War, purposely invoking biblical overtones, between the right wing, the Greater Israel People, and the left wing, the Peace Now movement. The former were the so-called Redeemers, people for whom the Palestinian areas Israel had occupied in 1967 were the regained heartland of the Jewish state. The latter were dubbed Custodians, Israelis who wanted to hold on to the occupied Palestinian territories so as to use them as bargaining chips in future peace negotiations. When the Greater Israel Camp began establishing Jewish settlements in the occupied territories, the Custodian Peace Camp appeared to have no problem with the building of settlements in particular areas that immediately became non-negotiable for peace. The Greater Jerusalem area and certain settlement blocks near the 1967 border. The areas the peace camp initially offered to negotiate over have shrunk gradually since 1967, as Israeli settlement construction progressed incrementally over the years in the consensual areas of redemption. The moment the American apparatus responsible for shaping U.S. policy in Palestine adopted these guidelines, they were paraded as concessions, reasonable moves, and flexible positions on the part of Israel. This is the first part of the pincer movement Israel now executed to completely eliminate the Palestinian point of view, of whatever nature and inclination. The second part was to portray that point of view in the West as terrorist, unreasonable, and inflexible. The exclusion of 1948 from the peace process. The first of Israel's three guidelines, or rather axioms, was that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict had its origin in 1967. To solve it, all one needed was an agreement that would determine the future status of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. In other words, as these areas constitute only 22% of Palestine, Israel, at one stroke, reduced any peace solution to only a small part of the original Palestinian homeland. Not only that, it demanded, and continues to demand today, further territorial compromises, either consonant with the businesslike approach the U.S. favored or as dictated by the map agreed upon by the two political camps in Israel. Israel's second axiom is that everything visible in these areas, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, can again be further divided, and that this divisibility forms one of the keys to peace. For Israel, this division of the visible includes not just the territory, but also people and natural resources. The third Israeli axiom is that nothing that occurred prior to 1967, including the Nakba and the ethnic cleansing, will ever be negotiable. The implications here are clear. It totally removes the refugee issue from the peace agenda and sidelines the Palestinian right of return as a non-starter. This last axiom totally equates the end of Israeli occupation with the end of the conflict, and it follows naturally from the previous two. For the Palestinians, of course, 1948 is the heart of the matter, and only addressing the wrongs perpetrated then can bring an end to the conflict in the region. To activate these axiomatic guidelines that so clearly meant to push the Palestinians out of the picture, Israel needed to find a potential partner. Proposals put forward to that end to King Hussein of Jordan, through the mediation skills of the American Secretary of State at the time, Henry Kissinger, read: The Israeli peace camp, led by the Labor Party, regards the Palestinians as non-existent and prefers to divide the territories Israel occupied in 1967 with the Jordanians. But Jordan's king deemed the share he was allotted insufficient. Like his grandfather, King Hussein coveted the area as a whole, including East Jerusalem and its Muslim sanctuaries. This so-called Jordanian option was endorsed by the Americans up to 1987, when the first Intifada, the popular Palestinian uprising, erupted in December of that year against Israel's oppression and occupation. That nothing came of the Jordanian path in the earlier years was due to lack of Israeli generosity, while in later years King Hussein's ambivalence was at fault, as well as his inability to negotiate on behalf of the Palestinians, as the PLO enjoyed pan-Arab and global legitimacy. Egypt's President Anwar Sadat suggested a similar path in his 1977 peace initiative to Israel's right-wing Prime Minister, Menachem Begin, in power between 1977 and 1982. The idea was to allow Israel to maintain control over the Palestinian territories it held under occupation, while granting the Palestinians in them internal autonomy. In essence, this was another version of partition, as it left Israel in direct possession of 80% of Palestine and in indirect control over the remaining 20%. The first Palestinian uprising in 1987 squashed all ideas of the autonomy option, as it led Jordan to remove itself as a partner from future negotiations. The upshot of these developments was that the Israeli peace camp came around to accepting the Palestinians as partners for a future settlement. At first, Israel tried, always with the help of the Americans, to negotiate peace with the Palestinian leadership in the occupied territories, which was allowed to take part, as an official peace delegation, in the 1991 Madrid Peace Conference. This conference was the award the American administration had decided to hand out to the Arab states for backing Washington's military invasion of Iraq in the First Gulf War. Openly stalled by Israel, Madrid led nowhere. Israel's peace axioms were re-articulated during the days of Yitzhak Rabin. The same Yitzhak Rabin who, as a young officer, had taken an active part in the 1948 cleansing, but who had now been elected as prime minister on a platform that promised the resumption of the peace effort. Rabin's death — he was assassinated by one of his own people on the 4th of November, 1995 — came too soon for anyone to assess how much he had really changed from his 1948 days. As recently as 1987, as Minister of Defense, he had ordered his troops to break the bones of Palestinians who confronted his tanks with stones in the first Intifada. He had deported hundreds of Palestinians as Prime Minister prior to the Oslo Agreement, and he had pushed for the 1994 Oslo B Agreement that effectively caged the Palestinians in the West Bank into several Bantustans. At the center of Rabin's peace efforts stood the Oslo Accords that began rolling in September 1993. Again, the concept behind this process was a Zionist one. The Nakba was totally absent. The architects for the Oslo formula were Israeli intellectuals who, of course, belonged to Israel's peace camp, and who ever since 1967 had played an important role in the Israeli public scene. Institutionalized in an ex-paramilitary movement called Peace Now, they had several political parties on their side. But Peace Now has always evaded the 1948 issue and sidelined the refugee question. When they did the same in 1993, they seemed to have found a Palestinian partner in Yasser Arafat for a peace that buried 1948 and its victims. The false hopes Israel raised with Oslo were to have dire consequences for the Palestinian people, all the more as Arafat fell into the trap Oslo set for him. The result was a vicious circle of violence. despite Palestinian reactions to Israeli oppression in the form of suicide bomb attackers against both the Israeli army and civilians, led to an even harsher Israeli retaliation policy that in turn prompted more young Palestinians, many coming from 1948 refugee families, to join the guerrilla groups advocating suicide attacks as the only means left to them of liberating the occupied territories. An easily intimidated Israeli electorate brought a right-wing government back into power, whose policy differed little, at the end of the day, from the previous Oslo government. Netanyahu, 1996 to 1999, failed in every aspect of governance, and Labour was back in power in 1999, and with it, the peace camp, this time led by Ehud Barak. When within a year Barak was facing electoral defeat for having been overambitious in almost every field of governmental policy, a peace with the Palestinians seemed the only way of safeguarding his political future. The right of return. What for Barak was no more than a tactical move to save his skin, the Palestinians, erroneously, envisaged as the climax of the Oslo negotiations. And when U.S. President Clinton invited Prime Minister Barak and President Arafat to a summit meeting in Camp David in the summer of 2000, the Palestinians went there in the expectation of genuine negotiations over the conflict's end. Such a promise was indeed embedded in the Oslo rationale. The original document of September 1993 promises the Palestinian leadership that if they were willing to agree to a waiting period of between 5 to 10 years, during which Israel would partially withdraw from the occupied territories, the essentials of the conflict as they saw them would be on the table in the final phase of the new peace negotiations. This final phase, they thought, had now come, and with it, the time to discuss the three essentials of the conflict: the right of return, Jerusalem, and the future of the Israeli settlements. A fragmented PLO, the organization had lost all those who had seen through Oslo, including the more radical Islamic movements that began emerging in the late 1980s, had to come up with a counter-peace plan. Tragically, it felt unable to do the job itself and sought advice in such unlikely places as the Adam Smith Institute in London. Under its guidance, naive Palestinian negotiators put the Nakba and Israel's responsibility for it at the top of the Palestinian agenda. Of course, they had completely misread the tone of the U.S. peace scheme. Only Israel was allowed to set the items of a peace agenda, including those for a permanent settlement, and it was exclusively the Israeli plan, totally endorsed by the Americans, that was on the table at Camp David. Israel offered to withdraw from parts of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, leaving the Palestinians about 15% of original Palestine. But that 15% would be in the form of separate cantons, bisected by Israeli highways, settlements, army camps, and walls. Crucially, the Israeli plan excluded Jerusalem. There would never be a Palestinian capital in Jerusalem. Nor was there a solution to the refugee problem. In other words, the way the proposal defined the future Palestinian state amounted to a total distortion of the concepts of statehood and independence as we have come to accept them in the wake of the Second World War and as the Jewish state, with international support, had claimed for itself in 1948. Even the now frail Arafat, who until then had seemed happy with the salata, perks of power, that had come his way at the expense of the sulta, actual power, he never had, realized that the Israeli diktat emptied all Palestinian demands of content and refused to sign. For nearly 4 decades, Arafat had embodied a national movement whose main aim was to seek legal and moral recognition of the ethnic cleansing Israel had perpetrated in 1948. The notion of how this might come about changed with time, as did the strategy and, definitely, the tactics. But the overall objective remained the same, especially since the demand for the refugees to be allowed to return had been internationally acknowledged already in 1948 by UN Resolution 194. Signing the 2000 Camp David proposals would have amounted to a betrayal of the achievements, however few, the Palestinians had won for themselves. Arafat refused to do so, and was immediately punished for this by the Americans and the Israelis, who quickly moved to depict him as a warmonger. This humiliation further compounded by the provocative visit of Ariel Sharon to the Haram al-Sharif in Jerusalem in September 2000 triggered the outbreak of the Second Intifada. Like the First Intifada, this was initially a non-militarized popular protest, but the eruption of lethal violence with which Israel decided to respond caused it to escalate into an armed clash, a hugely unequal mini-war that still rages. The world looks on as the strongest military power in the region, with its Apache helicopters, tanks, and bulldozers, attacks an unarmed and defenseless population of civilians and impoverished refugees, among whom small groups of poorly equipped militias try to make a brave but ineffective stand. Baroud's Searching Jenin contains eyewitness accounts of the Israeli invasion of the Jenin refugee camp between the 3rd and 15th of April 2002, and the massacre Israeli troops committed there, searing testimony of the cowardice of the international community, the callousness of Israel, and the courage of the Palestinian refugees. Rafidia al-Jamal is a 35-year-old mother of 5. Her sister, Fadwa, was 27 when she was killed. When the army first entered, they took over the rooftops of high buildings and positioned themselves on the top of mosques. My sister is a nurse. She was assigned to work in one of the field hospitals that were set up in every area being invaded. Around 4 in the morning, we heard the explosion of a shell. My sister was supposed to go to the hospital right away to help care for the wounded. This is why she left the house, especially after we heard people screaming for help. My sister was wearing her white uniform, and I was still in my nightgown. I put a scarf on my head and went to escort her as she crossed the street. Before we left, I asked her to wash for prayer. She had so much faith, especially in times like these. When the shell fell, we did not feel any fear. We just knew that some people were in need of rescue. When we went outside, some neighbors were also out. We asked them who was wounded. As we were talking with them, Israeli bullets began to fall on us like rain. I was wounded in my left shoulder. Israeli soldiers were positioned on the top of the mosque, and that was the direction from which the bullets came. I told my sister Fadwa that I was wounded. We were standing under a light post, so it was very clear who we were from the way we were dressed, but as she tried to help me, her head fell on me. She was showered with bullets. Fadwa fell on my leg, and now I was lying on the ground. The bullet broke my leg. With her head resting on me, I told her, "Make your prayers," because I knew she was going to die. I didn't expect her to die so fast, though. She couldn't finish her prayers. On the 20th of April, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1405 to send a fact-finding mission into the Jenin camp. When the Israeli government refused to cooperate, UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan decided to abandon the mission. For the Palestinians, the only positive thing to come out of the Camp David episode was that their leadership succeeded, at least for a brief moment, in bringing the catastrophe of 1948 to the attention of a local, regional, and, to a certain extent, global audience. Not only in Israel, but also in the United States, and even in Europe, people genuinely concerned about the Palestine question needed to be reminded that this conflict was not just about the future of the occupied territories, but that at its heart are the refugees Israel had cleansed from Palestine in 1948. This was an even more formidable task after Oslo, because then it had seemed that the issue had simply been pushed aside with the agreement of ill-managed Palestinian diplomacy and strategy. Indeed, the Nakba had been so effectively kept off the agenda of the peace process that when it suddenly appeared on the scene at Camp David, the Israelis felt as if the Pandora's box had been opened in front of them. The worst fear of the Israeli negotiators was the looming possibility that Israel's responsibility for the 1948 catastrophe would become a negotiable issue. Needless to say, this danger was immediately confronted. The Israeli media and parliament, the Knesset, lost no time in formulating a wall-to-wall consensus. No Israeli negotiator would be allowed even to discuss the right of return of the Palestinian refugees to the homes that had been theirs before 1948. The Knesset swiftly passed a law to this effect, with Barak publicly committing himself to upholding it as he climbed the steps of the plane that was taking him to Camp David. Behind these draconian measures on the part of the Israeli government to prevent any discussion of the right of return lies a deep-seated fear vis-à-vis any debate over 1948, as Israel's treatment of the Palestinians in that year is bound to raise troubling questions about the moral legitimacy of the Zionist project as a whole. This makes it crucial for Israelis to keep a strong mechanism of denial in place, not only to help them defeat the counterclaims Palestinians were making in the peace process, but, far more importantly, so as to thwart all significant debate on the essence and moral foundations of Zionism. For Israelis, to recognize the Palestinians as the victims of Israeli actions is deeply distressing, in at least two ways. As this form of acknowledgement means facing up to the historical injustice of which Israel is incriminated through the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948, it calls into question the very foundational myths of the State of Israel, and it raises a host of ethical questions that have inescapable implications for the future of the state. Recognizing Palestinian victimhood ties in with deeply rooted psychological fears because it demands that Israelis question their self-perceptions of what went on in 1948. As most Israelis see it, and as mainstream and popular Israeli historiography keeps telling them, in 1948, Israel was able to establish itself as an independent nation-state on part of Mandate Palestine because early Zionists had succeeded in settling an empty land and making the desert bloom. The inability of Israelis to acknowledge the trauma the Palestinians suffered stands out even more sharply when set against the way the Palestinian national narrative tells the story of the Nakba, a trauma they continue to live with to the present. Had their victimhood been the natural and normal outcome of a long-term and bloody conflict, Israel's fears of allowing the other side to become the victim of the conflict would not have been so intense. Both sides would have been victims of the circumstances, and here one may substitute any other amorphous, non-committal concept that serves human beings, particularly politicians, but also historians, to absolve themselves from the moral responsibility they otherwise would carry. But what the Palestinians are demanding, and what, for many of them, has become a sine qua non, is that they be recognized as the victims of an ongoing evil, consciously perpetrated against them by Israel. For Israeli Jews to accept this would naturally mean undermining their own status of victimhood. This would have political implications on an international scale, but also, perhaps far more critically, would trigger moral and existential repercussions for the Israeli Jewish psyche. Israeli Jews would have to recognize that they have become the mirror image of their own worst nightmare. At Camp David, Israel need not have feared. After the attacks on the 11th of September 2001 in the United States, and, the year before, the outbreak of the Second Intifada in Palestine and the suicide bombings that Israel's horrific repression helped provoke, any courageous attempt to open the discussion evaporated almost without a trace, and the past practices of denial re-emerged with a vengeance. Ostensibly, the peace process was revived in 2003 with the introduction of the roadmap, and even a somewhat bolder initiative, that of the Geneva Accord. The roadmap was the political product of the Quartet, the self-appointed body of mediators comprising the U.S., the UN, Britain, and Russia. It offered a blueprint for peace that happily adopted the consensual Israeli position as embodied in the policies of Ariel Sharon, Prime Minister in 2001, and again from 2003 until his illness and departure from political life in 2006. By turning the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza in August 2005 into a media bonanza, Sharon succeeded in fooling the West that he was a man of good intentions. But the army still controls Gaza from the outside, even today, including from the air, as it continues its targeted assassinations, Israel's way of applying death squads, and will probably remain in full control of the West Bank even when some Israeli settlers and soldiers in the future are removed from certain areas there. Symptomatic, too, is that the refugees of 1948 are not even mentioned in the quartet's peace agenda. The Geneva Accord is more or less the best offer the Israeli Jewish peace camp proved able to come up with in the beginning of the 21st century. This is a proposal concocted by people who were no longer in power on either side by the time they presented their program. It is therefore difficult to know how valid it would be as a policy, even though they launched their initiative with a PR fanfare. The Geneva document recognizes the right of return of the Palestinians, provided their return is confined to the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. It does not acknowledge the ethnic cleansing itself, but suggests compensation as an option. However, since the territories the document has set aside for a Palestinian state contain one of the most densely populated areas in the world, the Gaza Strip, it immediately undercuts its own claims of offering a practical recipe for Palestinian return. As strange as it may sound, from its partner Palestinians, the Geneva document secured recognition of Israel as a Jewish state. In other words, an endorsement of all the policies Israel has pursued in the past for maintaining a Jewish majority at all cost, even ethnic cleansing. The good people of the Geneva Accord are thus also endorsing Fortress Israel, the most significant obstacle on the road to peace in the land of Palestine.
Chapter 12. Fortress Israel. The significance of the disengagement plan from Gaza is the freezing of the peace process, and when you freeze that process, you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state, and you prevent a discussion on the refugees, the borders, and Jerusalem. Effectively, this whole package called the Palestinian state, with all that it entails, has been removed indefinitely from our agenda, all with U.S. presidential blessings and the ratification of both houses of Congress. Dov Weissglass, spokesperson for Ariel Sharon, Haaretz, 6th of October, 2004. So if we want to remain alive, we have to kill and kill and kill, all day, every day. If we don't kill, we will cease to exist. Unilateral separation doesn't guarantee peace. It guarantees a Zionist Jewish state with an overwhelming majority of Jews. Arnon Sofer, professor of geography at Haifa University. Israel, The Jerusalem Post, 10th of May, 2004. In the dead of night, on the 24th of January, 2006, an elite unit of Israel's border police seized the Israeli-Palestinian village of Jaljulia. The troops burst into houses, dragging out 36 women and eventually deporting 8 of them. The 8 women were ordered to go back to their old homes in the West Bank. Some of them had been married for years to Palestinian men from Jaljulia. Some were pregnant. Many had children. They were abruptly cut off from their husbands and children. One Palestinian member of the Knesset protested, but the action was backed by the government, the courts, and the media. The soldiers were demonstrating to the Israeli public that when the presence of the Palestinian minority population threatens to change from a demographic problem to a demographic danger, the Jewish state will act swiftly and without mercy. The police raid on Jaljulia was entirely legal. On the 31st of July, 2003, the Knesset passed a law prohibiting Palestinians from obtaining citizenship, permanent residency, or even temporary residency when they marry Israeli citizens. The Hebrew Palestinians always means Palestinians living in the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and in the diaspora, so as to distinguish them from Israeli Arabs. as though they are not all part of the same Palestinian nation. The initiator of the legislation was a liberal Zionist, Avraham Poraz, of the centrist party Shinui, who described the bill as a defense measure. Only 25 of the 120 members of the Knesset opposed it, and Poraz, at the time, explained that those Palestinians already married to Israeli citizens and with families will have to go back to the West Bank, regardless of how long they had been living in Israel. The Arab members of the Knesset were among a group of Israelis who appealed to the Israeli Supreme Court against this latest racist law. When the Supreme Court turned the appeal down, their energy petered out. The Supreme Court ruling made clear how irrelevant they were in the eyes of both Israel's parliamentary and judicial systems. It also revealed, once again, how it prefers to uphold Zionism rather than justice. Israelis enjoy telling Palestinians they should be happy they live in the only democracy in the region where they have the right to vote. But no one is under any illusion that voting comes with any actual political power or influence. The demographic problem. The raid on Jaljulia and the law behind it help explain why Israel's Palestinian minority were at the heart of the recent Israeli elections. From left to right, the platforms of all the Zionist parties during the 2006 election campaign highlighted policies that they claimed would effectively counter the demographic problem the Palestinian presence in Israel poses for the state. Ariel Sharon decided the pullout from Gaza was the best solution to it, while the Labour Party endorsed the segregation wall as the optimal way of ensuring the number of Palestinians inside Israel remains limited. Extra-parliamentary groups, too, among them from the Geneva Accord movement, Peace Now, the Council for Peace and Security, Ami Ayalon's Census Group, and the Mizrahi Democratic Rainbow, all had their own favorite recipes for how to tackle the demographic problem. Apart from the 10 members of the Palestinian parties and 2 eccentric Ashkenazi ultra-Orthodox Jews, all members of Israel's new parliament were sent to the Knesset on the strength of the promise that their magic formula would solve the demographic problem once and for all. Strategies varied, from reducing Israeli occupation and control over the occupied territories. For most of them, Israeli withdrawal would never be from more than 50% of these territories, to more drastic and far-reaching action. For example, right-wing parties such as Yisrael Beitenu, the Russian ethnic party of Avigdor Lieberman, and the religious parties openly argue for the voluntary transfer, their euphemism for ethnic cleansing, of Palestinians to the West Bank. In other words, the Zionist response seeks to solve the problem of the demographic balance either by giving up territory that Israel holds illegally under international law or by shrinking the problematic population group. None of this is new. Already in the late 19th century, Zionism had identified the population problem as the major obstacle for the fulfillment of its dream. It had also identified the solution. We shall endeavor to expel the poor population across the border unnoticed, procuring employment for it in the transit countries, but denying it any employment in our own country. Herzl had written in his diary in 1895. But David Ben-Gurion was very clear in December 1947 that there can be no stable and strong Jewish state so long as it has a Jewish majority of only 60%. Israel, he warned on the same occasion, would have to deal with this severe problem with a new approach in due course. The ethnic cleansing of Palestine Ben-Gurion instigated the following year, his new approach, ensured that the number of Palestinians was reduced to less than 20% of the overall population in the new Jewish state. In December 2003, Benjamin Netanyahu recycled Ben-Gurion's alarming statistics. If the Arabs in Israel form 40% of the population, Netanyahu said, this is the end of the Jewish state. But 20% is also a problem, he added. If the relationship with these 20% becomes problematic, the state is entitled to employ extreme measures. He did not elaborate. Twice in its short history, Israel has boosted its population with two massive Jewish immigrations, each of about 1 million people, in 1949 and again in the 1980s. This has kept the percentage of Palestinians down to nearly 20% of Israel's total population, when we do not include the occupied territories. Here lies the crux for today's politicians. Ehud Olmert, now Prime Minister, knows that if Israel decides to stay in the occupied territories and its inhabitants become officially part of Israel's population, Palestinians will outnumber Jews within 15 years. Thus, he has opted for what he calls hitkansut, Hebrew for convergence, or, better, ingathering, a policy that aims at annexing large parts of the West Bank but at the same time leaves several populous Palestinian areas outside direct Israeli control. In other words, hitkansut is the core of Zionism in a slightly different garb, to take over as much of Palestine as possible with as few Palestinians as possible. This explains the 670-kilometer-long serpentine route of the 8-meter-high concrete slabs, barbed wire, and manned watchtowers that make up the wall, and why it runs more than twice the length of the 315-kilometer-long Green Line, the June 1967 border. But even if Olmert's government should succeed, and this consolidation goes ahead, there will still be a large population of Palestinians inside the 88% of Palestine where Olmert envisages he will build his future stable Jewish state. How many Palestinian citizens exactly, we don't know. Israeli demographers belonging to the center or the left provide a low estimate, which makes disengagement seem a reasonable solution, while those on the right tend to exaggerate the figure. But they all seem to agree that the demographic balance will not stay the same, given the higher birth rate of Palestinians compared with Jews. Thus, at some point soon, Olmert may well come to the conclusion in the end that pullouts are not the solution. By now, most mainstream journalists, academics, and politicians in Israel have liberated themselves from their earlier inhibitions when it comes to talking about the demographic problem. On the domestic scene, no one feels the need anymore to explain what is at the heart of it and who it affects. And abroad, once Israel succeeded, after 9/11, in making the West think of the Arabs in Israel and the Palestinians in the occupied territories as Muslims, it found it easy to elicit support for its demographic policies there, too, certainly where it counted most, on Capitol Hill. On the 2nd of February 2003, the popular daily, Ma'ariv, carried the following headline, typical of the new mood. A quarter of the children in Israel are Muslims. The piece went on to describe this fact as Israel's next ticking bomb. The natural increase in the population, no longer Palestinian, but Muslim, 2.4% a year, was not portrayed as a problem anymore. It had become a danger. In the run-up to the 2006 Knesset election, pundits discussed the question of the demographic balance using language akin to that employed by majority populations in Europe and the United States in debates over immigration and how to absorb or deter immigrants. In Palestine, however, it is the immigrant community that decides the future of the indigenous people, not the other way round. As we already saw, on the 7th of February 1948, after driving to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv and seeing how Jewish troops had already emptied the first Palestinian villages on the western outskirts of Jerusalem of their inhabitants, a jubilant Ben-Gurion reported to a gathering of Zionist leaders how Hebrew Jerusalem had become. But despite Zionist perseverance, a sizable community of Palestinians survived the ethnic cleansing. Today, their children are students at university where they follow courses by professors of political science or geography who lecture on how severe the problem of demographic balance has become for Israel. Palestinian law students, the lucky ones who constitute an informal quota, at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem may well come across Professor Ruth Gabison, a former head of the Association for Civil Rights and a candidate for the Supreme Court, who has come out recently with strong views on the subject, views that she may well think reflect a broad consensus. Israel has the right to control Palestinian natural growth, she has declared. Away from the university campuses, Palestinians can't escape realizing that they are viewed as a problem. From the Zionist left to the extreme right, it is broadcast to them daily that Israel's Jewish society longs to get rid of them, and they worry, and rightly so, each time they hear that they and their families have become a danger, because, while still only a problem, they may feel protected by the presence Israel keeps up to the outside world of being a liberal democracy. Once the state officially declares they constitute a danger, however, they know they will be the subject of emergency policies Israel has been happy to keep handy from time to time of the British mandate. Houses could be demolished, newspapers shut down, and people expelled under such a regime. The right of the Palestinian refugees whom Israel expelled in 1948 to return home was acknowledged by the UN General Assembly in December 1948. That right is anchored in international law and is consonant with all notions of universal justice. More surprisingly, perhaps, it also makes sense in terms of realpolitik, as shown in Chapter 11. Unless Israel acknowledges the cardinal role it has played and continues to play in the dispossession of the Palestinian nation and accepts the consequences this recognition of the ethnic cleansing implies, all attempts to solve the Israel-Palestine conflict are bound to fail, as became clear in 2000 when the Oslo Initiative broke down over the Palestinians' right of return. But then the aim of the Zionist project has always been to construct and then defend a white, Western fortress in a black, Arab world. At the heart of the refusal to allow Palestinians the right to return is the fear of Jewish Israelis that they will eventually be outnumbered by Arabs. The prospect this calls up, that their fortress may be under threat, arouses such strong feelings that Israelis no longer seem to care that their actions might be condemned by the whole world. The principle of maintaining an overwhelming Jewish majority at all costs supersedes all other political and even civil concerns. And the Jewish religious propensity to seek atonement has been replaced by the arrogant disregard for world public opinion and the self-righteousness with which Israel routinely fends off criticism. This position is not unlike that of the medieval Crusaders, whose Latin kingdom of Jerusalem remained for nearly a century a fortified, isolated island, as they shielded themselves behind the thick walls of their impenetrable castles against integration with their Muslim surroundings, prisoners of their own warped reality. A more recent example of this same kind of siege mentality we find in the white settlers in South Africa during the heyday of apartheid rule. The aspiration of the Boers to maintain a racially pure white enclave, like that of the Crusaders in Palestine, held out only for a brief historical moment before it, too, collapsed. The Zionist enclave in Palestine, as we saw in the opening pages of this book, was constructed around 1922 by a group of Jewish colonialists from Eastern Europe, with considerable help and assistance from the British Empire. The political borders the British decided on for Palestine simultaneously enabled the Zionists to define in concrete geographical terms the Eretz Israel they had in mind for their future Jewish state. The colonialists dreamed of massive Jewish immigration to strengthen their hold, but the Holocaust reduced the number of white European Jews and, disappointingly from a Zionist point of view, those who had survived the Nazi onslaught preferred either to emigrate to the United States or even to remain in Europe itself, despite the recent horrors. Reluctantly, Israel's Ashkenazi leadership then decided to prompt 1 million Arab Jews from the Middle East and North Africa to join them in the enclave they had carved for themselves in the land of Palestine. Here, another discriminatory side of Zionism comes to the fore, perhaps even more poignant for the fact that it was directed against their own co-religionists. This group of Jewish newcomers from the Arab world, Mizrahim, was put through an invidious process of de-Arabization that scholars who are part of the second and third generation of these immigrants, notable among them Ela Shohat, Sami Shalom, Shitrit and Yehuda Shenhav, have done much to expose in recent years. From a Zionist point of view, this process of dispossession also eventually proved a success story. Never threatened by the presence of a small Palestinian minority inside Israel, the illusion was maintained that the enclave was well built and rested on solid foundations. When, in the mid-1960s, it became clear that the Arab world and the nascent Palestinian national movement refused to reconcile themselves with the reality Fortress Israel had created for them, Israel decided to extend its territorial grasp and, in June 1967, conquered the rest of Palestine, along with parts of Syria, Egypt, and Jordan. Subsequently, after the Sinai had been ceded back to Egypt in 1979 in return for peace, in 1982 Israel added southern Lebanon to its mini-empire. An expansionist policy had become necessary to protect the enclave. The withdrawals in May 2000 from southern Lebanon and in August 2005 from the Gaza Strip tell us that the Israeli government has shifted its sights to concentrate on aspects it deems more valuable to keeping the fortress impenetrable: nuclear capability, unconditional American support, and a strong army. Zionist pragmatism has re-emerged in a policy that will finally define where the enclave's borders will run. According to international law, no state can set its own borders unilaterally, but this is not a notion likely to penetrate the thick walls of the fortress. The consensus in contemporary Israel is for a state whose borders include about 90% of Palestine, provided that territory will be surrounded by electric fences and visible as well as invisible walls. As in 1948, when Ben-Gurion led the consultancy to reconcile themselves with a future state over 78% of Palestine, the problem is no longer how much land to grab, but rather what the future of the indigenous Palestinians who live there will be. In 2006, in the 90% Israel covets, there are about 2.5 million Palestinians sharing the state with 6 million Jews. There are also another 2.5 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip and in the areas Israel does not want in the West Bank. For most mainstream Israeli politicians and the Jewish public, this demographic balance is already a nightmare. However, Israel's adamant refusal even to contemplate the possibility of negotiating the right of the Palestinians to come back to their homes, for the sake of maintaining a predominantly Jewish majority, even if this would bring about an end to the conflict, rests on very shaky ground. For almost 2 decades, the State of Israel has been unable to claim an overwhelming Jewish majority, thanks to the influx in the 1980s of Christians from former Soviet Union countries, the increasing number of foreign guest workers, and the fact that secular Jews find it more and more difficult to define what their Jewishness amounts to in the Jewish state. These realities are known to the captains of the ship of state, and yet none of this alarms them. Their primary goal is to keep the population of the state white, that is, non-Arab. Israeli governments have failed in their attempt both to encourage further Jewish immigration and to increase Jewish birth rates within the state, and they have not found a solution to the conflict in Palestine that would entail a reduction in the number of Arabs in Israel. On the contrary, all the solutions Israel contemplates lead to an increase in the Arab population, since they include the Greater Jerusalem area, the Golan Heights, and the large settlement blocks in the West Bank. And while Israeli proposals after 1993 for ending the conflict may have met with the approval of some Arab regimes in the region, such as those of Egypt and Jordan, both securely located in the U.S. sphere of influence, they never convinced the civil societies in those countries. Neither does the way the Americans go about democratizing the Middle East, as currently persuaded by U.S. troops in Iraq, make life inside the White Fortress any less anxious, as the invasion of Iraq is so closely identified with Israel by the Muslim world.
Levels of social violence inside the fortress are high, and the standard of living of the majority is constantly dropping. None of these concerns is dealt with. They are almost as low on the national agenda as the environment and women's rights. Rejecting the Palestinian refugees' right of return is tantamount to making an unconditional pledge to the continuing defense of the white enclave and to upholding the fortress. Apartheid is particularly popular among Mizrahi Jews, who today are the fortress's most vociferous supporters, although few of them, especially since they come from North African countries, will find themselves leading the comfortable lives their Ashkenazi counterparts enjoy. And they know this. Betraying their Arabic heritage and culture has not brought the reward of full acceptance. Still, the solution would appear simple. As the last post-colonial European enclave in the Arab world, Israel has no choice but willingly to transform itself, one day, into a civic and democratic state. That this is possible we see from the close social relationships that Palestinians and Jews have created between themselves over these long and troubled years, and against all odds, both inside and outside Israel. That we can put an end to the conflict in the torn land of Palestine also becomes obvious if we look at those sections of Jewish society in Israel that have chosen to let themselves be shaped by human considerations rather than Zionist social engineering. That peace is within reach, we know, above all, from the majority of the Palestinians who have refused to let themselves be dehumanized by decades of brutal Israeli occupation, and who, despite years of expulsion and oppression, still hope for reconciliation. But the window of opportunity will not stay open forever. Israel may still be doomed to remain a country full of anger, its actions and behavior dictated by racism and religious fanaticism, the features of its people permanently distorted by the quest for retribution. How long can we go on asking, let alone expecting, our Palestinian brothers and sisters to keep the faith with us and not succumb totally to the despair and sorrow into which their lives were transformed the year Israel erected its fortress over their destroyed villages and towns? Epilogue. The Green House. Tel Aviv University, as are all Israel's universities, is dedicated to upholding the freedom of academic research. The faculty club of Tel Aviv University is called the Green House. Originally, this was the house of the Mukhtar of the village of Sheikh Muwanis. But you would never be able to tell that if you were ever invited there to have dinner, or to take part in a workshop on the history of the country, or even on the city of Tel Aviv itself. The menu card of the faculty club's restaurant mentions that the place was built in the 19th century and used to belong to a rich man called Sheikh Munis, a fictitious and faceless person imagined in a fictitious, placeless location, as are all other faceless people who once lived in the destroyed village of Sheikh Muwanis, on whose ruins Tel Aviv University built its campus. In other words, the greenhouse is the epitome of the denial of the Zionists' master plan for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine that was finalized not far away along the beach in Yakon Street, on the 3rd floor of the Red House. Had the campus of Tel Aviv University been dedicated to proper academic research, you would have thought that its economists, for example, would have assessed by now the extent of the Palestinian properties lost in the 1948 destruction, providing an inventory that could enable future negotiators to start working towards peace and reconciliation. The private businesses, banks, pharmacies, hotels, and bus companies Palestinians owned, the coffee houses, restaurants, and workshops they ran, and the official positions in government, health, and education they held, all confiscated, vanished into thin air, destroyed or transferred to Jewish ownership when the Zionists took over Palestine. The tenured geographers walking around Tel Aviv's campus might have given us an objective chart of the amount of refugee land Israel confiscated, Millions of dunams of cultivated land and almost another 10 million of the territory international law and UN resolutions had set aside for a Palestinian state. And to this, they would have added the additional 4 million dunam the State of Israel has expropriated over the years from its Palestinian citizens. Campus philosophy professors would by now have contemplated the moral implications of the massacres Jewish troops perpetrated during the Nakba. Palestinian sources, combining Israeli military archives with oral histories, list 31 confirmed massacres, beginning with the massacre at Tirat Haifa on the 11th of December 1947 and ending with Khiabat Ilan in the Hebron area on the 19th of January 1949. And there may have been at least another 6. We still do not have a systematic Nakba memorial archive that would allow one to trace the names of those who died in the massacres, an act of painful commemoration that is gradually getting underway as this book goes to press. 15 minutes by car from Tel Aviv University lies the village of Kfar Qasim, where on the 29th of October 1956, Israeli troops massacred 49 villagers returning from their fields. Then there was Kabia in the 1950s and Samwa in the 1960s. The villages of the Galilee in 1976, Sabra and Shatila in 1982, Kfar Kana in 1999, Wadi Ara in 2000, and the Jenin refugee camp in 2002. And in addition, there are the numerous killings B'Tselem, Israel's leading human rights organization, keeps track of. There has never been an end to Israel's killing of Palestinians. Historians working at Tel Aviv University might have supplied us with the fullest picture of the war and the ethnic cleansing. They have privileged access to all the official military and governmental documentation and archival material required. Most of them, however, are more comfortable, serving as the mouthpiece for the hegemonic ideology instead. Their works describe 1948 as a war of independence, glorify the Jewish soldiers and officers who took part in it, conceal their crimes, and vilify the victims. Not all the Jews in Israel are blind to the scenes of carnage that their army left behind in 1948, nor are they deaf to the cries of the expelled, the wounded, the tortured, and the raped, as they keep reaching us through those who survived, and through their children and grandchildren. In fact, growing numbers of Israelis are aware of the truth of what happened in 1948 and fully comprehend the moral implications of the ethnic cleansing that raged in the country. They also recognize the risk of Israel reactivating the cleansing program in a desperate attempt to maintain its absolute Jewish majority. It is among these people that we find the political wisdom that all past and present peace brokers of the conflict appear to lack so totally. They are fully aware that the refugee problem stands at the heart of the conflict, and that the fate of the refugees is pivotal for any solution to have a chance of succeeding. True, these Israeli Jews who go against the grain are few and far between, but they are there, and given the overall desire of the Palestinians to seek restitution and not demand retribution, together they hold the key to reconciliation and peace in the torn land of Palestine. They are found standing alongside the internal Palestinian refugees today, almost 500,000 people, in joint annual pilgrimages to the destroyed villages, a journey of Nakba commemoration that takes place each year on the day official Israel celebrates, according to the Jewish calendar, its Independence Day. You can see them in action as members of NGOs, such as Zochrot, remembering in Hebrew, who stubbornly make it their mission to put up signs with the names of destroyed Palestinian villages in places where today there are Jewish settlements or a JNF forest. You can hear them speak at the conferences for the right of return and just peace that began in 2004, where, together with their Palestinian friends from within and outside the country, they reaffirm their commitment to the refugees' right of return, and where they, like this writer, vow to continue the struggle to protect the memory of the Nakba against all attempts to dwarf the horror of its crimes or deny they ever happened, for the sake of a lasting and comprehensive peace to emerge one day in the land of Palestine. But before these committed few will make a difference, the land of Palestine and its people, Jews and Arabs, will have to face the consequences of the 1948 ethnic cleansing. We end this book, as we began, with the bewilderment that this crime was so utterly forgotten and erased from our minds and memories. But we now know the price, the ideology that enabled the depopulation of half of Palestine's native people in 1948, is still alive and continues to drive the inexorable, sometimes indiscernible, cleansing of those Palestinians who live there today. It has remained a powerful ideology today, not only because the previous stages in Palestine's ethnic cleansing went unnoticed, but mainly because, with time, the Zionist whitewash of words proved so successful in inventing a new language to camouflage the devastating impact of its practices. It begins with obvious euphemisms such as pullouts and redeployment to mask the massive dislocations of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip and the West Bank that have been going on since 2000. It continues with less obvious misnomers such as occupation to describe the direct Israeli military rule on areas within historical Palestine, more or less 15% of it today, while presenting the rest of the land as liberated, free, or independent. True, most of Palestine is not under military occupation. Some of it is under much worse conditions. Consider the Gaza Strip after the pullout, where even human rights lawyers cannot protect its inhabitants because they are not guarded by the international conventions that relate to military occupation. Many of its people enjoy ostensibly superior conditions within the State of Israel. Much better if they are Jewish citizens, somewhat better if they are Palestinian citizens of Israel. So much better for the latter if they do not reside in the Greater Jerusalem area where the Israeli policy has been for the last 6 years aimed at transferring them to the occupied part or to the lawless and authority-less areas in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank created by the disastrous Oslo Accord in the 1990s. So there are many Palestinians who are not under occupation, but none of them, and this includes those in the refugee camps, are free from the potential danger of future ethnic cleansing. It seems more a matter of Israeli priority rather than a hierarchy of fortunate and less fortunate Palestinians. Those today in the Greater Jerusalem area are undergoing ethnic cleansing as this book goes to print. Those who live in the vicinity of the apartheid wall Israel is constructing, half completed as this book is written, are likely to be next. Those who live under the greatest illusion of safety, the Palestinians of Israel, may also be targeted in the future. 68% of the Israeli Jews expressed their wish in a recent poll to see them transferred. Neither Palestinians nor Jews will be saved from one another or from themselves if the ideology that still drives the Israeli policy towards the Palestinians is not correctly identified. The problem with Israel was never its Jewishness. Judaism has many faces, and many of them provide a solid basis for peace and cohabitation. It is its ethnic, Zionist character. Zionism does not have the same margins of pluralism that Judaism offers, especially not for the Palestinians. They can never be part of the Zionist state and space, and will continue to fight, and hopefully their struggle will be peaceful and successful. If not, it will be desperate and vengeful, and, like a whirlwind, will suck all up in a huge perpetual sandstorm that will rage not only through the Arab and Muslim worlds, but also within Britain and the United States, the powers which, each in their turn, feed the tempest that threatens to ruin us all. The Israeli attacks on Gaza and Lebanon in the summer of 2006 indicate that the storm is already raging. Organizations such as Hezbollah and Hamas, which dare to question Israel's right to impose its unilateral will on Palestine, have faced Israel's military might and, so far, at the time of writing, are managing to withstand the assault. but it is far from over. The regional patrons of these resistance movements, Iran and Syria, could be targeted in the future. The risk of even more devastating conflict and bloodshed has never been so acute. This concludes The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilan Pappé, narrated by Paul Bamer. Copyright 2006 by Ilan Pappé. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with One World Publications and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Chapter 1. An Alleged Ethnic Cleansing? It is the present writer's view that ethnic cleansing is a well-defined policy of a particular group of persons to systematically eliminate another group from a given territory on the basis of religious, ethnic, or national origin. Such a policy involves violence and is very often connected with military operations. It is to be achieved by all possible means, from discrimination to extermination, and entails violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. Most ethnic cleansing methods are grave breaches of the 1949 Geneva Conventions and 1977 additional protocols. Drazen Petrovich, Ethnic Cleansing, An Attempt at Methodology, European Journal of International Law, Issue 5, Volume 3, 1994, pages 342 to 360. Definitions of ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is today a well-defined concept, from an abstraction associated almost exclusively with the events in the former Yugoslavia. Ethnic cleansing has come to be defined as a crime against humanity, punishable by international law. The particular way some of the Serbian generals and politicians were using the term ethnic cleansing reminded scholars they had heard it before. It was used in the Second World War by the Nazis and their allies, such as the Croatian militias in Yugoslavia. The roots of collective dispossession are, of course, more ancient. Foreign invaders have used the term or its equivalents and practiced the concept regularly against indigenous populations from biblical times to the height of colonialism. The Hutchinson Encyclopedia defines ethnic cleansing as expulsion by force in order to homogenize the ethnically mixed population of a particular region or territory. The purpose of expulsion is to cause the evacuation of as many residents as possible, by all means at the expeller's disposal, including non-violent ones, as happened with the Muslims in Croatia, expelled after the Dayton Agreement of November 1995. This definition is also accepted by the U.S. State Department. Its experts add that part of the essence of ethnic cleansing is the eradication, by all means available, of a region's history. The most common method is that of depopulation within an atmosphere that legitimizes acts of retribution and revenge. The end result of such acts is the creation of a refugee problem. The State Department looked in particular at what happened around May 1999 in the town of Pek in western Kosovo. Pek was depopulated within 24 hours, a result that could only have been achieved through advanced planning followed by systematic execution. There had also been sporadic massacres intended to speed up the operation. What happened in Pek in 1999 took place in almost the same manner in hundreds of Palestinian villages in 1948. When we turn to the United Nations, we find it employs similar definitions. The organization discussed the concept seriously in 1993. The UN's Council for Human Rights, UNCHR, links a state's or a regime's desire to impose ethnic rule on a mixed area, such as the making of Greater Serbia, with the use of acts of expulsion and other violent means. The report the UNCHR published defined acts of ethnic cleansing as including separation of men from women, detention of men, explosion of houses, and subsequently repopulating the remaining houses with another ethnic group. In certain places in Kosovo, the report noted, Muslim militias had put up resistance. Where this resistance had been stubborn, the expulsion entailed massacres. Israel's 1948 Plan D, mentioned in the preface, contains a repertoire of cleansing methods that one by one fit the means the UN describes in its definition of ethnic cleansing, and sets the background for the massacres that accompanied the massive expulsion. Such references to ethnic cleansing are also the rule within the scholarly and academic worlds. Drazen Petrovic has published one of the most comprehensive studies on definitions of ethnic cleansing. He associates ethnic cleansing with nationalism, the making of new nation-states, and nation struggle. From this perspective, he exposes the close connection between politicians and the army in the perpetration of the crime, and comments on the place of massacres within it. That is, the political leadership delegates the implementation of the ethnic cleansing to the military level without necessarily furnishing any systematic plans or providing explicit instructions, but with no doubt as to the overall objective. Thus, at one point, and this again mirrors exactly what happened in Palestine, the political leadership ceases to take an active part as the machinery of expulsion comes into action and rolls on, like a huge bulldozer propelled by its own inertia, only to come to a halt when it has completed its task. The people it crushes underneath and kills are of no concern to the politicians who set it in motion. Petrovic and others draw our attention to the distinction between massacres that are part of genocide, where they are premeditated, and the unplanned massacres that are a direct result of the hatred and vengeance whipped up against the background of a general directive from higher up to carry out an ethnic cleansing. Thus, the encyclopedia definition outlined appears to be consonant with the more scholarly attempt to conceptualize the crime of ethnic cleansing. In both views, ethnic cleansing is an effort to render an ethnically mixed country homogeneous by expelling a particular group of people and turning them into refugees, while demolishing the homes they were driven out from. There may well be a master plan, but most of the troops engaged in ethnic cleansing do not need direct orders. They know beforehand what is expected of them. Massacres accompany the operations, but where they occur, they are not part of a genocidal plan. They are a key tactic to accelerate the flight of the population earmarked for expulsion. Later on, the expelled are then erased from the country's official and popular history and excised from its collective memory. From planning stage to final execution, what occurred in Palestine in 1948 forms a clear-cut case, according to these informed and scholarly definitions, of ethnic cleansing. Popular definitions. The electronic encyclopedia Wikipedia is an accessible reservoir of knowledge and information. Anyone can enter it and add to or change existing definitions so that it reflects, by no means empirically but rather intuitively, a wide public perception of a certain idea or concept. Like the scholarly and encyclopedic definitions mentioned earlier, Wikipedia characterizes ethnic cleansing as massive expulsion and also as a crime. I quote, "At the most general level, ethnic cleansing can be understood as the forced expulsion of an undesirable population from a given territory as a result of religious or ethnic discrimination, political, strategic, or ideological considerations, or a combination of these." The entry lists several cases of ethnic cleansing in the 20th century, beginning with the expulsion of the Bulgarians from Turkey in 1913, all the way up to the Israeli pullout of Jewish settlers from Gaza in 2005. The list may strike us as a bit bizarre in the way it incorporates within the same category Nazi ethnic cleansing and the removal by a sovereign state of its own people after it declared them illegal settlers. But this classification becomes possible because of the rationale the editors, in this case, everyone with access to the site, adopted for their policy, which is that they make sure the adjective alleged precedes each of the historical cases on their list. Wikipedia also includes the Palestinian Nakba of 1948. But one cannot tell whether the editors regard the Nakba as a case of ethnic cleansing that leaves no room for ambivalence, as in the examples of Nazi Germany or the former Yugoslavia, or whether they consider this a more doubtful case, perhaps similar to that of the Jewish settlers from Israel removed from the Gaza Strip. One criterion this and other sources generally accept in order to gauge the seriousness of the allegation is whether anyone has been indicted before an international tribunal. In other words, where the perpetrators brought to justice, that is, were tried by an international judicial system, all ambiguity is removed and the crime of ethnic cleansing is no longer alleged. But upon reflection, this criterion must also be extended to cases that should have been brought before such tribunals, but never were. This is admittedly more open-ended, and some clear-cut crimes against humanity require a long struggle before the world recognizes them as historical facts. The Armenians learned this in the case of their genocide. In 1915, the Ottoman government embarked on a systematic decimation of the Armenian people. An estimated 1 million perished by 1918, but no individual or group of individuals has been brought to trial. Ethnic cleansing as a crime. Ethnic cleansing is designated as a crime against humanity in international treaties, such as that which created the International Criminal Court, ICC, and whether alleged or fully recognized, it is subject to adjudication under international law. A special International Criminal Tribunal was set up in The Hague in the case of the former Yugoslavia to prosecute the perpetrators and criminals, and similarly, in Arusha, Tanzania, in the case of Rwanda. In other instances, ethnic cleansing was defined as a war crime, even when no legal process was instigated as such. For example, the actions committed by the Sudanese government in Darfur. This book is written with the deep conviction that the ethnic cleansing of Palestine must become rooted in our memory and consciousness as a crime against humanity, and that it should be excluded from the list of alleged crimes. The perpetrators here are not obscure. They are a very specific group of people, the heroes of the Jewish War of Independence, whose names will be quite familiar to most listeners. The list begins with the indisputable leader of the Zionist movement, David Ben-Gurion, in whose private home all early and later chapters in the ethnic cleansing story were discussed and finalized. He was aided by a small group of people I refer to in this book as the Consultancy, an ad hoc cabal assembled solely for the purpose of plotting and designing the dispossession of the Palestinians. In one of the rare documents that records the meeting of the Consultancy, it is referred to as the Consultant Committee. In another document, the 11 names of the committee members appear, although they are all erased by the censor. Nonetheless, as will transpire, I have managed to reconstruct all the names. This caucus prepared the plans for the ethnic cleansing and supervised its execution until the job of uprooting half of Palestine's native population had been completed. It included, first and foremost, the top-ranking officers of the future Jewish State's Army, such as the legendary Yigael Yadin and Moshe Dayan. They were joined by figures unknown outside Israel, but well-grounded in the local ethos, such as Yigal Allon and Yitzhak Sadeh. These military men commingled with what nowadays we would call the Orientalists, experts on the Arab world at large, and the Palestinians in particular, either because they themselves came from Arab countries, or because they were scholars in the field of Middle Eastern studies. We will encounter some of their names later on as well. Both the officers and the experts were assisted by regional commanders such as Moshe Kalman, who cleansed the Sfad area, and Moshe Carmel, who uprooted most of the Galilee. Yitzhak Rabin operated both in Lead and Ramla, as well as in the greater Jerusalem area. Remember their names, but begin to think of them not just as Israeli war heroes. They did take part in founding a state for Jews, and many of their actions are understandably revered by their own people for helping to save them from outside attacks, seeing them through crises, and above all, offering them a safe haven from religious persecution in different parts of the world. But history will judge how these achievements will ultimately weigh in the balance when the opposite scale holds the crimes they committed against the indigenous people of Palestine. Other regional commanders included Shimon Avidan, who cleansed the south, and of whom his colleague, Rehavam Ze'evi, who fought with him, said many years later, "Commanders like Shimon Avidan, the commander of the Givati Brigade, cleansed his front from tens of villages and towns." He was assisted by Yitzhak Pundak, who told Haaretz in 2004, "There were 200 villages in the front, and these are gone. We had to destroy them, otherwise we would have had Arabs here, namely in the southern part of Palestine, as we have in Galilee. We would have had another 1,000,000 Palestinians." And then there were the intelligence officers on the ground. Far from being mere collectors of data on the enemy, they not only played a major role in the cleansing, but also took part in some of the worst atrocities that accompanied the systematic dispossession of the Palestinians. They were given the final authority to decide which villages would be destroyed and who among the villagers would be executed. In the memories of Palestinian survivors, they were the ones who, after a village or neighborhood had been occupied, decided the fate of its occupants, which could mean the difference between imprisonment and freedom, or life and death. Their operations in 1948 were supervised by Isar Harel, later the first person to head the Mossad and the Shabak, Israel's secret services. His image is familiar to many Israelis. A short, bulky figure, Harel had the modest rank of colonel in 1948, but was nonetheless the most senior officer overseeing all the operations of interrogation, blacklisting, and the other oppressive features of Palestinian life under the Israeli occupation. Finally, it bears repeating that from whatever angle you look at it, the legal, the scholarly, and up to the most populist, ethnic cleansing is indisputably identified today as a crime against humanity, and as involving war crimes, with special international tribunals judging those indicted of having planned and executed acts of ethnic cleansing. However, I should now add that, in hindsight, we might think of applying, and quite frankly, for peace to have a chance in Palestine, we ought to apply, a rule of obsolescence in this case, but on one condition: that the one political solution normally regarded as essential for reconciliation by both the United States and the United Nations is enforced here too, namely, the unconditional return of the refugees to their homes. The U.S. supported such a UN decision for Palestine, that of the 11th of December 1948, Resolution 194, for a short, all too short, while. By the spring of 1949, American policy had already been reoriented onto a conspicuously pro-Israeli track, turning Washington's mediators into the opposite of honest brokers, as they largely ignored the Palestinian point of view in general, and disregarded, in particular, the Palestinian refugees' right of return. Reconstructing and ethnic cleansing. By adhering to the definition of ethnic cleansing as given earlier, we absolve ourselves from the need to go deeply into the origins of Zionism as the ideological cause of the ethnic cleansing. Not that the subject is not important, but it has been dealt with successfully by a number of Palestinian and Israeli scholars, such as Walid Khaldi, Nur Masalha, Gershon Shafir, and Baruch Kimmeling, among others. Although I would like to focus on the immediate background preceding the operations, it would be valuable for readers to recap the major arguments of these scholars. A good book to begin with is Nur Masalha's Expulsion of the Palestinians, which shows clearly how deeply rooted the concept of transfer was and is in Zionist political thought. From the founder of the Zionist movement, Theodor Herzl, to the main leaders of the Zionist enterprise in Palestine, cleansing the land was a valid option. As one of the movement's most liberal thinkers, Leo Motzkin, put it in 1917, "Our thought is that the colonization of Palestine has to go in two directions: Jewish settlements in Eretz Israel and the resettlement of the Arabs of Eretz Israel in areas outside the country. The transfer of so many Arabs may seem at first unacceptable economically, but is nonetheless practical. It does not require too much money to resettle a Palestinian village on another land." The fact that the expellers were newcomers to the country and part of a colonization project relates the case of Palestine to the colonialist history of ethnic cleansing in North and South America, Africa, and Australia, where white settlers routinely committed such crimes. This intriguing aspect of the historical instance Israel offers was the subject of several recent and excellent studies. Gershon Shafir and Baruch Kimmeling informed us about the connection between Zionism and colonialism, a nexus that can bring us at first to exploitation rather than expulsion, but once the idea of an exclusive Jewish economy became a central part of the vision, there was no room for Arab workers or peasants. Walid Khaldi and Sameh Farsoon connected the centrality of the transfer ideology more closely to the end of the mandate, and they ask why the UN entrusted the fate of so many Palestinians to a movement that had clearly included transfer in its ideology. I will seek less to expose the ideological inclination of those involved than to highlight the systematic planning with which they turned an ethnically mixed area into a pure ethnic space. This is the purpose of my opening chapters. I will return to the ideological connection towards the end of the book, when I analyze it as the only adequate explanation we have for the ethnic cleansing by Israel of the Palestinians that started in 1948 but continues, in a variety of means, to today. A second, more unpleasant task will be to reconstruct the methods Israel used for executing its master plan of expulsion and destruction, and imagine how and to what extent these were typically affiliated with acts of ethnic cleansing. As I argued earlier, it seems to me that had we never heard of the events in the former Yugoslavia, but had been aware only of the case of Palestine, we would be forgiven for thinking that the U.S. and UN definitions were inspired by the Nakba, down to almost their last minute detail. Before we delve into the history of the ethnic cleansing in Palestine and try to contemplate the implications it has had up to the present day, we should pause for a moment and think about relative numbers. The figure of 750,000 uprooted Palestinians can seem to be modest when set in the context of the transfer of millions of people in Europe that was an outcome of the Second World War, or the dispossessions occurring in Africa in the beginning of the 21st century. But sometimes one needs to relativize numbers and think in percentages to begin to understand the magnitude of a tragedy that engulfed the population of an entire country. Half of the indigenous people living in Palestine were driven out. Half of their villages and towns were destroyed, and only very few among them ever managed to return. But beyond its numbers, it is the deep chasm between reality and representation that is most bewildering in the case of Palestine. It is indeed hard to understand, and for that matter to explain, why a crime that was perpetrated in modern times and at a juncture in history that called for foreign reporters and UN observers to be present should have been so totally ignored. And yet, there is no denying that the ethnic cleansing of 1948 has been eradicated almost totally from the collective global memory and erased from the world's conscience. Imagine that not so long ago, in any given country you are familiar with, half of the entire population had been forcibly expelled within a year. Half of its villages and towns wiped out, leaving behind only rubble and stones. Imagine now the possibility that somehow this act will never make it into the history books, and that all diplomatic efforts to solve the conflict that erupted in that country will totally sideline, if not ignore, this catastrophic event. I, for one, have searched in vain through the history of the world as we know it in the aftermath of the Second World War for a case of this nature and a fate of this kind. There are other earlier cases that have fared similarly, such as the ethnic cleansing of the non-Hungarians at the end of the 19th century, the genocide of the Armenians, and the Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi occupation against traveling people, the Roma, also known as Sinti, in the 1940s. I hope, in the future, that Palestine will no longer be included in this list. Chapter 2. The Drive for an Exclusively Jewish State. The United Nations General Assembly strongly rejects policies and ideologies aimed at promoting ethnic cleansing in any form. Resolution 47/80, 16th of December, 1992. Zionism's ideological motivation. Zionism emerged in the late 1880s in Central and Eastern Europe as a national revival movement, prompted by the growing pressure on Jews in those regions either to assimilate totally or risk continuing persecution, though, as we know, even complete assimilation was no safeguard against annihilation in the case of Nazi Germany. By the beginning of the 20th century, most of the leaders of the Zionist movement associated this national revival with the colonization of Palestine. Others, especially the founder of the movement, Theodor Herzl, were more ambivalent, but after his death in 1904, the orientation towards Palestine was fixed and consensual. Eretz Israel, the name for Palestine in the Jewish religion, had been revered throughout the centuries by generations of Jews as a place for holy pilgrimage, never as a future secular state. Jewish tradition and religion clearly instruct Jews to await the coming of the promised Messiah at the end of times, before they can return to Eretz Israel as a sovereign people in a Jewish theocracy, that is, as the obedient servants of God. This is why today several streams of ultra-Orthodox Jews are either non- or anti-Zionist. In other words, Zionism secularized and nationalized Judaism. To bring their project to fruition, the Zionist thinkers claimed the biblical territory and recreated, indeed reinvented it, as the cradle of their new nationalist movement. As they saw it, Palestine was occupied by strangers and had to be repossessed. Strangers here meant everyone not Jewish who had been living in Palestine since the Roman period. In fact, for many Zionists, Palestine was not even an occupied land when they first arrived there in 1882, but rather an empty one. The native Palestinians who lived there were largely invisible to them, or, if not, were part of nature's hardship, and as such were to be conquered and removed. Nothing, neither rocks nor Palestinians, was to stand in the way of the national redemption of the land the Zionist movement coveted. Until the occupation of Palestine by Britain in 1918, Zionism was a blend of nationalist ideology and colonialist practice. It was limited in scope. Zionists made up no more than 5% of the country's overall population at that time. Living in colonies, they did not affect, nor were they particularly noticed by the local population. The potential for a future Jewish takeover of the country and the expulsion of the indigenous Palestinian people, which historians have so clearly recognized in retrospect in the writings of the founding fathers of Zionism, became evident to some Palestinian leaders even before the First World War. Others were less interested in the movement. Historical evidence shows that at some time between 1905 and 1910, several Palestinian leaders discussed Zionism as a political movement aiming to purchase land, assets, and power in Palestine, although the destructive potential was not fully comprehended at that period. Many members of the local elite saw it as part of the European missionary and colonialist drive, which in part it was, but of course it had an additional edge to it that turned into a dangerous enterprise for the native population. This potential was not often discussed or articulated by the Zionist leaders themselves, but some Palestinian notables and intellectuals must have sensed the looming danger, since we find them trying to convince the Ottoman government in Istanbul to limit, if not totally prohibit, Jewish immigration and settlement into Palestine, which was under Turkish rule until 1918. The Palestinian member of the Ottoman Parliament, Said al-Husseini, claimed on the 6th of May 1911 that the Jews intend to create a state in that area that will include Palestine, Syria, and Iraq. However, al-Husseini belonged to a family and a group of local notables who until the 1930s preached against the Zionist colonization while selling lands to the newcomers. As the mandatory years went by, the sense of a looming danger, indeed a catastrophe, settled in among the more intellectual sections of the elite, but it was never translated into proper preparations for the existential danger awaiting their society. Others around Palestine, such as the leading Egyptian literati, saw the movement of Jews into Palestine as an irresponsible attempt on the part of Europe to transfer its poorest and often stateless people into the country, not as part of a master plan aimed at the dispossession of the local people. To them, this movement of wretched people seemed but a minor threat compared with the more conspicuous attempt European colonial powers and churches were making to take over the Holy Land through their missionaries, diplomats, and colonies. Indeed, prior to the British occupation of Palestine at the end of 1917, the Zionists were vague where their actual plans were concerned, not so much for lack of orientation, but more because of the need to prioritize the concerns of the as-yet small Jewish immigrant community. There was always the threat of being thrown out again by the government in Istanbul. However, when a clearer vision for the future needed to be spelled out for internal consumption, we find no ambiguity whatsoever. What the Zionists anticipated was the creation of a Jewish state in Palestine in order to escape a history of persecutions and pogroms in the West, invoking the religious redemption of an ancient homeland as their means. This was the official narrative, and it no doubt genuinely expressed the motivation of most of the Zionist leadership's members. But the more critical view today sees the Zionist drive to settle in Palestine instead of other possible locations, as closely interwoven with 19th-century Christian millenarianism and European colonialism. The various Protestant missionary societies and the governments in the European concert competed among themselves over the future of a Christian Palestine that they wanted to pry away from the Ottoman Empire. The more religious among the aspirants in the West regarded the return of the Jews to Palestine as a chapter in the divine scheme, precipitating the second coming of Christ and the creation of a pietist state there. This religious zeal inspired pious politicians such as Lloyd George, the British Prime Minister during the First World War, to act with even greater commitment for the success of the Zionist project. This did not prevent him from supplying his government, at the same time, with a host of strategic, rather than messianic, considerations for why Palestine should be colonized by the Zionist movement, which were mostly infused by his own overriding distrust of and disdain for Arabs and Mohammedans, as he called the Palestinians. Recent scholarship also tends to question the more Marxist flavor that the official Israeli historiography has claimed for the early colonization of Palestine by portraying Zionism as a positive endeavor to carry the socialist and Marxist revolutions beyond their less successful attempts in Russia. The more critical view depicts the aspiration as doubtful at best and as manipulative at worst. Indeed, much like today's more liberal-minded Israeli Jews who are ready to drop the principles of democracy when faced with the prospect of a demographic majority of non-Jews in the country, so, it seems, did the socialist Zionists quickly substitute their more universal dreams with the powerful allure of nationalism. And when the main objective became making Palestine exclusively Jewish rather than socialist, it was significantly the labor movement within Zionism that instituted and implemented the ethnic cleansing of the local population. The early Zionist settlers directed most of their energy and resources towards buying up plots of land in an attempt to enter the local labor market and create social and communal networks that could sustain their as yet small and economically vulnerable group of newcomers. The more precise strategies of how best to take over Palestine as a whole and create a nation-state in the country, or in part of it, were a later development, closely associated with British ideas of how best to solve the conflict Britain itself had done so much to exacerbate. The moment British Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour gave the Zionist movement his promise in 1917 to establish a national home for the Jews in Palestine, he opened the door to the endless conflict that would soon engulf the country and its people. In the pledge he made in his government's name, Balfour promised to protect the aspirations of the non-Jewish population, a strange reference to the vast native majority, but the declaration clashed precipitately with both the aspirations and natural rights of the Palestinians for nationhood and independence. By the end of the 1920s, it was clear that this proposal had a potentially violent core, as it had already claimed the lives of hundreds of Palestinians and Jews. This now prompted the British to make a serious, albeit reluctant, attempt to solve the smoldering conflict. Until 1928, the British government had treated Palestine as a state within the British sphere of influence, not as a colony, a state in which, under British tutelage, the promise to the Jews and the aspirations of the Palestinians could both be fulfilled. They tried to put in place a political structure that would represent both communities on an equal footing in the state's parliament as well as in government. In practice, when the offer was made, it was less equitable. It advantaged the Zionist colonies and discriminated against the Palestinian majority. The balance within the new proposed legislative council was in favor of the Jewish community, who were to be allied with members appointed by the British administration. As the Palestinians made up the majority of between 80 and 90% of the total population in the 1920s, they understandably refused at first to accept the British suggestion of parity, let alone one that disadvantaged them in practice, a position that encouraged the Zionist leaders to endorse it. A pattern now emerges. When, in 1928, the Palestinian leadership, apprehensive of the growing Jewish immigration into the country and the expansion of their settlements, agreed to accept the formula as a basis for negotiations, the Zionist leadership quickly rejected it. The Palestinian uprising in 1929 was the direct result of Britain's refusal to implement at least their promise of parity after the Palestinians had been willing to set aside the democratic principle of majoritarian politics, which Britain had championed as the basis for negotiations in all the other Arab states within its sphere of influence. After the 1929 uprising, the Labour government in London appeared inclined to embrace the Palestinian demands, but the Zionist lobby succeeded in reorienting the British government comfortably back into the Balfourian track. This made another uprising inevitable. It duly erupted in 1936 in the form of a popular rebellion fought with such determination that it forced the British government to station more troops in Palestine than there were in the Indian subcontinent. After 3 years, with brutal and ruthless attacks on the Palestinian countryside, the British military subdued the revolt. The Palestinian leadership was exiled, and the paramilitary units that had sustained the guerrilla warfare against the mandatory forces were disbanded. During this process, many of the villagers involved were arrested, wounded, or killed. The absence of most of the Palestinian leadership and of viable Palestinian fighting units gave the Jewish forces in 1947 an easy ride into the Palestinian countryside. In between the two uprisings, the Zionist leadership had wasted no time in working out their plans for an exclusively Jewish presence in Palestine. First, in 1937, by accepting a modest portion of the land when they responded favorably to a recommendation by the British Royal Peel Commission to partition Palestine into 2 states, and second, in 1942, by attempting a more maximalist strategy, demanding all of Palestine for itself. The geographical space it coveted may have changed with time and according to circumstances and opportunities, but the principal objective remained the same. The Zionist project could only be realized through the creation in Palestine of a purely Jewish state, both as a safe haven for Jews from persecution and a cradle for a new Jewish nationalism. And such a state had to be exclusively Jewish not only in its socio-political structure, but also in its ethnic composition. Military preparations. From the outset, the British mandatory authorities had allowed the Zionist movement to carve out an independent enclave for itself in Palestine as the infrastructure for a future state. And in the late 1930s, the movement's leaders were able to translate the abstract vision of Jewish exclusivity into more concrete plans. Zionist preparations for the eventuality of taking the land by force, should it fail to be granted to them through diplomacy, included the building of an efficient military organization, with the help of sympathetic British officers, and the search for ample financial resources, for which they could tap the Jewish diaspora. In many ways, the creation of an embryonic diplomatic corps was also an integral part of the same general preparations that were aimed at snatching, by force, a state in Palestine. It was one British officer in particular, Ord Charles Wingate, who made the Zionist leaders realize more fully that the idea of Jewish statehood had to be closely associated with militarism and an army. First of all, to protect the growing number of Jewish enclaves and colonies inside Palestine, but also, more crucially, because acts of armed aggression were an effective deterrent against the possible resistance of the local Palestinians. From there, the road to contemplating the enforced transfer of the entire indigenous population would prove to be very short indeed. Ord Wingate was born in India in the early 20th century to a military family and received a very religious upbringing. He began an Arabophile career in the Sudan, where he gained prestige with a particularly effective ambush policy against slave traders. In 1936 he was assigned to Palestine, where he quickly became enchanted by the Zionist dream. He decided actively to encourage the Jewish settlers and started teaching their troops more effective combat tactics and retaliation methods against the local population. It is no wonder that his Zionist associates greatly admired him. Wingate transformed the principal paramilitary organization of the Jewish community in Palestine, the Haganah. Established in 1920, its name literally means defense in Hebrew, ostensibly to indicate that its main purpose was protecting the Jewish colonies. Under the influence of Wingate and the militant mood he inspired among its commanders, the Haganah quickly became the military arm of the Jewish Agency, the Zionist governing body in Palestine that in the end developed and then implemented plans for the Zionist military takeover of Palestine as a whole and the ethnic cleansing of its native population. The Arab revolt gave the Haganah members a chance to practice the military tactics Wingate had taught them in the Palestinian rural areas, mostly in the form of retaliatory operations against such targets as roadside snipers or thieves taking goods from a kibbutz. The main objective, however, seems to have been to intimidate Palestinian communities who happened to live in proximity to Jewish settlements. Wingate succeeded in attaching Haganah troops to the British forces during the Arab Revolt so that they could learn even better what a punitive mission to an Arab village ought to entail. For example, in June 1938, Jewish troops got their first taste of what it meant to occupy a Palestinian village. A Haganah unit and a British company jointly attacked a village on the border between Israel and Lebanon and held it for a few hours. Amatzia Cohen, who took part in the operation, remembered the British sergeant who showed them how to use bayonets in attacking defenseless villagers. "I think you are all totally ignorant in your Ramat Yochanan, the training base for the Haganah, since you do not even know the elementary use of bayonets when attacking dirty Arabs. How can you put your left foot in front?" he shouted at Amatzia and his friends after they had returned to the base. Had this sergeant been around in 1948, he would have been proud to see how quickly Jewish troops were mastering the art of attacking villages. The Haganah also gained valuable military experience in the Second World War when many of its members volunteered for the British war effort. Others who remained behind in Palestine continued to monitor and infiltrate the 1,200 or so Palestinian villages that had dotted the countryside for hundreds of years. The Village Files. More was needed than just savoring the excitement of attacking a Palestinian village. Systematic planning was called for. The suggestion came from a young, bespectacled historian from the Hebrew University by the name of Ben-Zion Luria, at the time an employee of the educational department of the Jewish Agency. Luria pointed out how useful it would be to have a detailed registry of all Arab villages, and proposed that the Jewish National Fund, JNF, conduct such an inventory. "This would greatly help the redemption of the land," he wrote to the JNF. He could not have chosen a better audience. His initiative to involve the JNF in the prospective ethnic cleansing was to generate added impetus and zeal to the expulsion plans that followed. Founded in 1901, the JNF was the principal Zionist tool for the colonization of Palestine. It served as the agency the Zionist movement used to buy Palestinian land, upon which it then settled Jewish immigrants. Inaugurated by the Fifth Zionist Congress, it spearheaded the Zionization of Palestine throughout the mandatory years. From the onset, it was designed to become the custodian, on behalf of the Jewish people, of the land the Zionists gained possession of in Palestine. The JNF maintained this role after the creation of the State of Israel, with other missions being added to its primary role over time. Most of the JNF's activities during the mandatory period and surrounding the Nakba were closely associated with the name of Yosef Weitz, the head of its settlement department. Weitz was the quintessential Zionist colonialist. His main priority at the time was facilitating the eviction of Palestinian tenants from land bought from absentee landlords who were likely to live at some distance from their land or even outside the country. The mandate system having created borders where before there were none. Traditionally, when ownership of a plot of land or even a whole village changed hands, this did not mean that the farmers or villagers themselves had to move. Palestine was an agricultural society, and the new landlord would need the tenants to continue cultivating his lands. But, with the advent of Zionism, all this changed. Weitz personally visited the newly purchased plot of land, often accompanied by his closest aides, and encouraged the new Jewish owners to throw out the local tenants, even if the owner had no use for the entire piece of land. One of Weitz's closest aides, Yosef Nachmani, at one point reported to him that, unfortunately, tenants refused to leave, and some of the new Jewish landowners displayed, as he put it, cowardice by pondering the option of allowing them to stay. It was the job of Nachmani and other aides to make sure that such weaknesses did not persist. Under their supervision, these evictions quickly became more comprehensive and effective. The impact of such activities at the time remained limited because Zionist resources, after all, were scarce, Palestinian resistance fierce, and the British policies restrictive. By the end of the mandate in 1948, the Jewish community owned around 5.8% of the land in Palestine. But the appetite was for more, if only for the available resources to expand and new opportunities open up. This is why Weitz waxed lyrical when he heard about the village files, immediately suggesting turning them into a national project. All involved became fervent supporters of the idea. Yitzchak ben Tzvi, a prominent member of the Zionist leadership, a historian and later the second president of Israel, explained in a letter to Moshe Sheret, the head of the political department of the Jewish Agency, and later one of Israel's prime ministers, that apart from topographically recording the layout of the villages, the project should also include exposing the Hebraic origins of each village. Furthermore, it was important for the Haganah to know which of the villages were relatively new, as some of them had been built only during the Egyptian occupation of Palestine in the 1830s. The main endeavor, however, was mapping the villages, and therefore a topographer from the Hebrew University working in the mandatory cartography department was recruited to the enterprise. He suggested conducting an aerial photographic survey and proudly showed Ben-Gurion 2 such aerial maps for the villages of Sindayana and Sabarin. These maps, now in the Israeli State Archives, are all that remains of these villages after 1948. The best professional photographers in the country were now invited to join the initiative. Yitzchak Shefer, from Tel Aviv, and Margot Sadeh, the wife of Yitzhak Sadeh, the chief of the Palmach, the commando units of the Haganah, were recruited too. The film laboratory operated in Margot's house, with an irrigation company serving as a front. The lab had to be hidden from the British authorities, who could have regarded it as an illegal intelligence effort directed against them. The British did have prior knowledge of it, but never succeeded in spotting the secret hideout. In 1947, this whole cartographic department was moved to the Red House. The end results of both the topographic and Orientalist efforts were the detailed files the Zionist experts gradually built up for each of Palestine's villages. By the late 1930s, this archive was almost complete. Precise details were recorded about the topographic location of each village, its access roads, quality of land, water springs, main sources of income, its socio-political composition, religious affiliations, names of its mukhtars, its relationship with other villages, the age of individual men, 16 to 50, and many more. An important category was an index of hostility towards the Zionist project, that is, decided by the level of the village's participation in the revolt of 1936. There was a list of everyone who had been involved in the revolt, and the families of those who had lost someone in the fight against the British. Particular attention was given to people who had allegedly killed Jews. As we shall see, in 1948, these last bits of information fueled the worst atrocities in the villages, leading to mass executions and torture. Regular members of the Haganah who were entrusted with collecting the data on reconnaissance journeys into the villages realized from the start that this was not a mere academic exercise in geography. One of these was Moshe Pasternak, who joined one of the early excursions and data collection operations in 1940. He recalled many years later, "We had to study the basic structure of the Arab village. This means the structure and how best to attack it. In the military schools, I had been taught how to attack a modern European city, not a primitive village in the Near East. We could not compare it, an Arab village, to a Polish or an Austrian one. The Arab village, unlike the European ones, was built topographically on hills. That meant we had to find out how best to approach the village from above or enter it from below. We had to train our Arabists, the Orientalists who operated a network of collaborators, how best to work with informants." Indeed, the problem noted in many of the village's files was how to create a collaborationist system with the people Pasternak and his friends regarded as primitive and barbaric. People who liked to drink coffee and eat rice with their hands, which made it very difficult to use them as informants. In 1943, he remembered, there was a growing sense that finally they had a proper network of informants in place. That same year, the village files were rearranged to become even more systematic. This was mainly the work of one man, Ezra Danin, who would play a leading role in the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. In many ways, it was the recruitment of Ezra Danin, who had been taken out of his successful citrus grove business, that injected the intelligence work and the organization of the village files with a new level of efficiency. Files in the post-1943 era included detailed descriptions of the husbandry, the cultivated land, the number of trees in plantations, the quality of each fruit grove, even of each single tree, the average amount of land per family, the number of cars, shop owners, members of workshops, and the names of the artisans in each village and their skills. Later, meticulous detail was added about each clan and its political affiliation, the social stratification between notables and common peasants, and the names of the civil servants in the mandatory government. And as the data collection created its own momentum, one finds additional details popping up around 1945, such as descriptions of village mosques and the names of their imams, together with such characterizations as "he is an ordinary man," and even precise accounts of the living rooms inside the homes of these dignitaries. Towards the end of the mandatory period, the information becomes more explicitly military-oriented. The number of guards. Most villages had none, and the quantity and quality of the arms at the villagers' disposal, generally antiquated or even non-existent. Danin recruited a German Jew named Yaakov Shimoni, later to become one of Israel's leading Orientalists, and put him in charge of special projects inside the villages, in particular, supervising the work of the informants. One of these Danin and Shimoni nicknamed the Treasurer, Hagizbar. This man, who proved a fountain of information for the files collectors, supervised the network of collaboration for them between 1941 to 1945. He was exposed in 1945 and killed by Palestinian militants. Danin and Shimoni were soon joined by two other people, Yehoshua Palmon and Tuvia Lishansky. These two are names to remember, as they took an active part in preparing for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Lishansky was already busy in the 1940s with orchestrating campaigns against the tenants who lived on plots of lands the JNF had bought from present or absentee landlords, and he directed all his energy towards intimidating and then forcibly evicting these people from the lands their families had been cultivating for centuries. Not far away from the village of Furedis and the veteran Jewish settlement of Zichron Yaakov, where today a road connects the coastal highway with Marj ibn Amir, Emek Israel, through Wadi Milk, lies a youth village, a kind of boarding school for Zionist youth called Shefia. It was here that in 1944 special units in the service of the Village Files Project received their training, and it was from here that they went out on their reconnaissance missions. Shefia looked very much like a spy village in the Cold War. Jews walking around speaking Arabic, and trying to emulate what they believed were the customary ways of life and behavior of rural Palestinians. In 2002, one of the first recruits to this special training base recalled his first reconnaissance mission to the nearby village of al-Zinat in 1944. Their aim had been to survey the village and bring back information, such as where the Mukhtar lived, where the mosque was located, where the rich people of the village resided, and who had been active in the 1936 revolt. This was not a very dangerous mission, as the infiltrators knew they could exploit the traditional Arab hospitality code and were even guests at the home of the Mukhtar himself. As they failed to collect in one day all the data they were seeking, they asked to be invited back. For their second visit, they had been instructed to get information about the fertility of the land, the quality of which seemed to have impressed them greatly. In 1948, al-Zinat was destroyed, and all its inhabitants expelled without any provocation on their part whatsoever. The final update of the village files took place in 1947. It focused on creating lists of wanted persons in each village. In 1948, Jewish troops used these lists for the search and arrest operations they carried out as soon as they had occupied a village. That is, the men in the village would be lined up, and those appearing on the lists would then be identified, often by the same person who had informed on them in the first place, but who would now be wearing a cloth sack over his head with 2 holes cut out for his eyes, so as not to be recognized. The men who were picked out were often shot on the spot. Criteria for inclusion in these lists were involvement in the Palestinian national movement, having close ties to the leader of the movement, the Mufti al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini, and, as mentioned, having participated in actions against the British and the Zionists. Other reasons for being included in the list were a variety of allegations, such as known to have traveled to Lebanon or arrested by the British authorities for being a member of a national committee in the village. The first category, involvement in the Palestinian national movement, was very liberally defined and could include whole villages. Affiliation with the Mufti or to the political party he headed was very common. After all, his party had dominated local Palestinian politics ever since the British Mandate was officially established in 1923. The party's members went on to win national and municipal elections and hold the prominent positions in the Arab Higher Committee that became the embryonic government of the Palestinians. In the eyes of the Zionist experts, this constituted a crime. If we look at the 1947 files, we find that villages with about 1,500 inhabitants usually had between 20 and 30 such suspects. For instance, around the southern Carmel Mountains, south of Haifa, al-Zinat had 30 such suspects, and the nearby village of Damun had 25. Yigael Yadin recalled that it was this minute and detailed knowledge of what was happening in each single Palestinian village that enabled the Zionist military command in November 1947 to conclude that the Palestine Arabs had nobody to organize them properly. The only serious problem was the British. If not for the British, we could have quelled the Arab riot, the opposition to the UN partition resolution in 1947, in 1 month. Facing the British, 1945 to 1947. Beyond carefully charting rural Palestine in preparation for the future takeover of the country, the Zionist movement had by now also obtained a much clearer sense of how best to get the new state off the ground after the Second World War. A crucial factor in this was that the British had already destroyed the Palestinian leadership and its defense capabilities when they suppressed the 1936 revolt, thus allowing the Zionist leadership ample time and space to set out their next moves. Once the danger of a Nazi invasion into Palestine was removed in 1942, the Zionist leaders became more keenly aware that the sole obstacle that stood in their way of successfully seizing the land was the British presence, not any Palestinian resistance. This explains why, for example, in a meeting in the Biltmore Hotel in New York in 1942, we find Ben-Gurion putting demands on the table for a Jewish commonwealth over the whole of mandatory Palestine. As the Second World War drew to a close, the Jewish leadership in Palestine embarked on a campaign to push the British out of the country. Simultaneously, they continued to map out their plans for the Palestinian population, the country's 75% majority. Leading Zionist figures did not air their views in public, but confided their thoughts only to their close associates or entered them into their diaries. One of them, Yosef Weitz, wrote in 1940, "It is our right to transfer the Arabs, and the Arabs should go." Ben-Gurion himself, writing to his son in 1937, appeared convinced that this was the only course of action open to Zionism. The Arabs will have to go. But one needs an opportune moment for making it happen, such as a war. The opportune moment came in 1948. Ben-Gurion is in many ways the founder of the State of Israel and was its first prime minister. He also masterminded the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. David Ben-Gurion, the architect. David Ben-Gurion led the Zionist movement from the mid-1920s until well into the 1960s. Born David Goin in 1886 in Płonsk, Poland, then part of Tsarist Russia, he had come to Palestine in 1906, already an ardent Zionist. Short of stature, with a large shock of white hair swept backwards, and invariably dressed in khaki uniform, his figure is by now familiar to many around the world. When the ethnic cleansing operations began, he added a pistol to his military gear and a kufiya around his neck, imitating the way his elite units were fitted out. He was by then approximately 60 years old, and, although suffering from serious backaches, he was the Zionist movement's highly energetic and hard-working leader. His central role in deciding the fate of the Palestinians stemmed from the complete control he exercised over all issues of security and defense in the Jewish community in Palestine. He had risen to power as a union leader, but was soon busy engineering the Jewish state in the making. When the British offered the Jewish community a state in 1937, but over a much smaller portion of Palestine than they had in mind, Ben-Gurion accepted the proposal as a good start. But he aspired to Jewish sovereignty over as much of Palestine as possible. Then he swayed the Zionist leadership into accepting both his supreme authority and the fundamental notion that future statehood meant absolute Jewish domination. How to achieve such a purely Jewish state was also discussed under his guidance around 1937. Two magic words now emerged: force and opportunity. The Jewish state could only be won by force, but one had to wait for the opportune historical moment to come along in order to be able to deal, militarily, with the demographic reality on the ground, the presence of a non-Jewish native majority population. Ben-Gurion's focus on long-term processes and comprehensive solutions was atypical of most of his colleagues in the Zionist leadership. They still hoped that by purchasing a piece of land here and a few houses there, they would be able to establish the envisaged new reality. Ben-Gurion understood early on that this would never be enough, and of course he was right. By the end of the mandate, as we have already seen, the Zionist movement had only been able to purchase around 6% of the land. But even the more cautious Zionist leaders, such as Ben-Gurion's second-in-command, Moshe Sharett, the foreign minister of the Jewish community in Mandatory Palestine, associated the settlement of Jews in Palestine with the dispossession of the indigenous Palestinians. For example, on the 13th of December 1938, when giving a lecture to the employees of the Zionist organizations in Jerusalem, Sharett could report to them on a particularly satisfying achievement: the purchase of 2,500 dunam in the Beisan Valley in eastern Palestine, 1 dunam equals 1,000 square meters, or 0.1 hectares. He added a telling detail. This purchase was accompanied, interestingly, by transfer of population. Unsure of his audience's familiarity with the term, he repeated it in English. There is a tribe that resides west of the Jordan River, and the purchase will include paying the tribe to move east of the river. By this act, we will reduce the number of Arabs in Palestine. In 1942, as we saw above, Ben-Gurion was already aiming much higher when he publicly staked out the Zionist claim for the whole of Palestine. As in the days of the Balfour Declaration, Zionist leaders understood the promise to include the country as a whole. But he was a pragmatic colonialist, as well as a state builder. He knew that maximalist schemes, such as the Biltmore program, which clamored for the whole of mandatory Palestine, would not be deemed realistic. It was also, of course, impossible to pressure Britain while it was holding the fort against Nazi Germany in Europe. Consequently, he lowered his ambitions during the Second World War, but the post-war British Labour government under Clement Attlee had different plans for Palestine. Now that Jews in Europe were no longer facing the danger of annihilation, and most of them preferred to leave for the other side of the Atlantic rather than head towards the Middle East, the new British cabinet and its energetic Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin were looking for a solution that would be based on the wishes and interests of the people actually living in Palestine, and not of those the Zionist leaders claimed might want to move there. In other words, a democratic solution. Armed, but especially terrorist, attacks by the Jewish underground militias failed to change that policy. Against the bombing of bridges, military bases, and the British headquarters in Jerusalem, the King David Hotel, the British reacted mildly, especially in comparison with the brutal treatment they had meted out to Palestinian rebels in the 1930s. Retaliation took the form of a disarmament campaign of Jewish troops, a large number of whom they themselves had armed and recruited, first in the war against the Palestinian Rebellion in 1937, and then against the Axis powers in 1939. Disarmament was very partial, but arrests were relatively numerous, enough for the Zionist leaders to realize they needed to pursue a more adaptive policy as long as the British were still responsible for law and order in the land. As we have already seen, in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, Britain held a disproportionately large number of troops, 100,000, in a country of less than 2 million people. This definitely served as a deterrent, even when, in the wake of the Jewish terrorist attack on the King David Hotel, this force was somewhat reduced. It was these considerations that prompted Ben-Gurion to conclude that a somewhat more reduced state, over 80% of Palestine, would be sufficient to allow the Zionist movement to fulfill its dreams and ambitions. In the final days of August 1946, Ben-Gurion gathered together the leadership of the Zionist movement in a hotel in Paris, the Royal Monsieur, to help him find an alternative to the Biltmore plan that had aimed to take over all of Palestine. An old new idea of the Zionist movement now resurfaced: partitioning Palestine. "Give us independence, even on a small part of the land," pleaded Nachum Goldmann with the British government in London while his colleagues in Paris were deliberating their next move. Goldmann was the most dovish member of the Zionist leadership at the time, and his call for only a small part of Palestine did not reflect Ben-Gurion's ambitions. He accepted the principle, but not the dimensions. "We will demand a large chunk of Palestine," Ben-Gurion told those he had summoned to the French capital. Like generations of Israeli leaders after him, up to Ariel Sharon in 2005, Ben-Gurion found he had to hold back the more extremist Zionist members, and he told them that 80 to 90% of the mandatory Palestine was enough to create a viable state, provided they were able to ensure Jewish predominance. Neither the concept nor the percentage would change over the next 60 years. A few months later, the Jewish Agency translated Ben-Gurion's large chunk of Palestine into a map, which it distributed to everyone relevant to the future of Palestine. This 1947 map envisaged a Jewish state that anticipated almost to the last dot pre-1967 Israel. That is, Palestine without the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. During all these deliberations, the Zionist leaders never discussed the possibility of any resistance from the local population. Their chief concern was the British and, maybe, the international response. This is not accidental. The Zionist leadership was aware of the total collapse of the Palestinian leadership after the Second World War and of the hesitant position the Arab states, as a whole, were displaying on the Palestine question. The desperate situation of the indigenous population of Palestine becomes poignantly clear the moment we realize that those who had crushed their liberation movement, the British Mandatory Authorities, were now the only ones standing between them and a coolly determined and highly motivated Zionist movement that coveted most of their homeland. But worse was to come as Europe prepared to compensate the Jewish people for the Holocaust that had raged on its soil with a state in Palestine, ignoring at the same time that this could only come about at the expense of the indigenous Palestinians. Given the power vacuum on the Palestinian side, it is not surprising to see the Zionist decision-makers act as though the Palestinians were not a factor to be considered. But of course, they still formed the vast majority in the land, and as such they were a problem. Moreover, the Arab world, potentially at least, could come to their rescue and send in armies and provide arms. David Ben-Gurion was fully aware of this possible scenario, and therefore preoccupied himself and his closest associates with the issue of security, bitachon in Hebrew. This became an obsession Ben-Gurion nourished so carefully and successfully that it came to overshadow all other social and political issues on the agenda of the Jewish community in Palestine, and later, of course, in Israel. Bitachon was then, and remains until today, a meta-term used by Zionist and later Israeli leaders to cover a wide range of issues and justify numerous core policies, from arms purchases abroad, internal struggle over other political parties, preparations for the future state, and the policy adopted against the local Palestinian population. The latter was retaliatory in nature and in discourse, but quite often provocative in action. From 1946 onwards, a more comprehensive set of strategic objectives emerged, aimed at consolidating the future scenarios and plans. David Ben-Gurion played a crucial role in shaping Israel's bitachon outlook, because of the structural changes he introduced into the Zionist decision-making mechanism that placed him at the top of what before had been a rather cumbersome and ineffective pyramid. When, in 1946, the 22nd Zionist Congress entrusted Ben-Gurion with the defense portfolio, he had total control over all security issues of the Jewish community in Palestine. Though as yet without a state, Ben-Gurion already now functioned as defense minister and as a prime minister of sorts, given his authority to pass resolutions within a government. In many aspects he shared responsibility, and most issues on the agenda of the Jewish community were discussed in a democratic way within institutions that represented the composition of the major political groups among the Jews in Palestine. But as the time came nearer when crucial decisions needed to be made with regards to the fate of the Palestinians, Ben-Gurion began to ignore the official structure and started relying on more clandestine formations. The major topic on the Zionist agenda in 1946 and 1947, the struggle against the British, resolved itself with the British decision in February 1947 to quit Palestine and to transfer the Palestine question to the UN. In fact, the British had little choice. After the Holocaust, they would never be able to deal with the looming Jewish rebellion as they had with the Arab one in the 1930s, and, as the Labour Party made up its mind to leave India, Palestine lost much of its attraction. A particularly cold winter in 1947 drove the message home to London that the empire was on its way to become a second-rate power, its global influence dwarfed by the two new superpowers and its economy crippled by a capitalist system that caused sterling to drop precipitously. Rather than hold on to remote places such as Palestine, the Labour Party saw as its priority the building of a welfare state at home. In the end, Britain left in a hurry, and with no regrets. Ben-Gurion had already realized by the end of 1946 that the British were on their way out, and with his aides began working on a general strategy that could be implemented against the Palestinian population the moment the British were gone. This strategy became Plan C, or Gimel in Hebrew. Plan C was a revised version of two earlier plans, A and B. Plan A was also named the Elimelech Plan, after Elimelech Avnir, the Haganah commander in Tel Aviv who, in 1937, at Ben-Gurion's request, had already set out possible guidelines for the takeover of Palestine in the event of a British withdrawal. Plan B had been devised in 1946, and both plans were now fused into one to form Plan C. Like Plans A and B, Plan C aimed to prepare the military forces of the Jewish community in Palestine for the offensive campaigns they would be engaged in against rural and urban Palestine the moment the British were gone. The purpose of such actions would be to deter the Palestinian population from attacking Jewish settlements and to retaliate for assaults on Jewish houses, roads, and traffic. Plan C spelled out clearly what punitive actions of this kind would entail: killing the Palestinian political leadership, killing Palestinian insiders and their financial supporters, killing Palestinians who acted against Jews, killing senior Palestinian officers and officials in the mandatory system, damaging Palestinian transportation, damaging the sources of Palestinian livelihoods, water wells, mills, etc., attacking nearby Palestinian villages likely to assist in future attacks, attacking Palestinian clubs, coffee houses, meeting places, etc. Plan C added that all data required for the performance of these actions could be found in the village files: lists of leaders, activists, potential human targets, the precise layout of villages, and so on. However, within a few months, yet another plan was drawn up, Plan D, Dalet. It was this plan that sealed the fate of the Palestinians within the territory the Zionist leaders had set their eyes on for their future Jewish state. Indifferent as to whether these Palestinians might decide to collaborate with or oppose their Jewish state, Plan Dalet called for their systematic and total expulsion from their homeland. Chapter 3. Partition and Destruction. UN Resolution 181 and its impact. The most brutal element of the conflict in the former Yugoslavia was the ethnic cleansing, designed to force minority groups out of areas occupied by a different majority. Previously, different peoples had lived together in the same village, and there had been no division into ethnic groups and no ethnic cleansing. Thus, the causes of the situation were clearly political. Summary record of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, 6th of March, 1995, with regard to the former Yugoslavia. Palestine's population. When the Zionist movement started its ethnic cleansing operations in Palestine in early December 1947, the country had a mixed population of Palestinians and Jews. The indigenous Palestinians made up the two-third majority, down from 90% at the start of the mandate. One-third were Jewish newcomers, that is, Zionist settlers and refugees from war-torn Europe, most of whom had arrived in Palestine since the 1920s. As of the late 19th century, the indigenous Palestinians had been seeking the right of self-determination, at first within a pan-Arab identity, but then, soon after the First World War, through the mandate system that promised to lead the new nation-states it had created in the Middle East to independence and towards a future based on principles of democracy. But Britain's Mandate Charter for Palestine also incorporated, wholesale, the 1917 Balfour Declaration and, with it, Britain's promise to the Zionist movement to secure a homeland for the Jews in Palestine. Despite Britain's pro-Zionist policies and the presence of a growing Jewish minority, Palestine was still very much an Arab country by the end of the Mandate. Almost all of the cultivated land in Palestine was held by the indigenous population. Only 5.8% was in Jewish ownership in 1947, which makes the use here of the adjective mixed somewhat misleading, to say the least. Although the Zionist leaders had tried to persuade Jewish immigrants, ever since the movement had set foot in Palestine, to settle in the countryside, they had failed to do so. Jewish newcomers overwhelmingly preferred the cities and towns. As a result, most of the Zionist settler colonies in the rural areas lay far apart from each other. In some areas, such as the Galilee in the north and the Nakab, the Negev, in the south, they were effectively isolated islands amidst the surrounding Palestinian countryside. This isolation meant these colonies were built like military garrisons rather than villages. What inspired their layout and design were security considerations rather than human habitation. Their introverted seclusion contrasted bizarrely with the open spaces of the traditional Palestinian villages with their natural stone houses and their accessible, unhindered approaches to the nearby fields and the orchards and olive groves around them. That so few Jews had settled in the Palestinian countryside proved to be a serious problem for those who wanted to base their solution to the growing conflict between the two communities on the principle of partition. On the one hand, logic and common sense dictated that the countryside, as a whole, more than 3/4 of the territory, should remain Palestinian. The towns, on the other hand, were almost equally inhabited. The question was how to devise two distinct Palestinian and Jewish entities with homogeneous populations when this was the reality on the ground. Partitioning Palestine was originally a British solution, but it became a centerpiece of Zionist policy from 1937. Earlier, the British had put forward several other options, notably the creation of a binational state, which the Jews had rejected, and a cantonized Palestine, following the Swiss model, which both sides had refused to consider. In the end, London gave up the attempt to find a solution for the looming conflict and, in February 1947, transferred the question of Palestine to the United Nations. Favored by the Zionist leadership, and now backed by Britain, partition became the name of the game. The interests of the Palestinians were soon almost totally excised from the process. The UN's partition plan. An inexperienced UN, just 2 years old in 1947, entrusted the question of the future of Palestine's fate into the hands of a special committee for Palestine, UNSCOP, none of whose members turned out to have any prior experience in solving conflicts or knew much about Palestine's history. UNSCOP, too, decided to sponsor partition as the guiding principle for a future solution. True, its members deliberated for a while over the possibility of making all of Palestine one democratic state, whose future would then be decided by the majority vote of the population, but they eventually abandoned the idea. Instead, UNSCOP recommended to the UN General Assembly to partition Palestine into 2 states, bound together federation-like by economic unity. It further recommended that the city of Jerusalem would be established as a corpus separatum, under an international regime administered by the UN. The report UNSCOP came up with in the end envisaged that the two future states would be identical except for their internal demographic balance, and had therefore stressed the need for both entities to adhere to liberal democratic precepts. On the 29th of November, 1947, this became General Assembly Resolution 181. It is clear that by accepting the partition resolution, the UN totally ignored the ethnic composition of the country's population. Had the UN decided to make the territory the Jews had settled on in Palestine correspond with the size of their future state, they would have entitled them to no more than 10% of the land. But the UN accepted the nationalist claims the Zionist movement was making for Palestine and, furthermore, sought to compensate the Jews for the Nazi Holocaust in Europe. As a result, the Zionist movement was given a state that stretched over more than half of the country. That the members of UNSCOP veered toward the Zionist point of view was also because the Palestinian leadership had been opposed since 1918 to the partitioning of their land. Throughout its history, this leadership, made up mainly of urban notables, quite often failed to truly represent the native population of Palestine. However, this time they got it right and fully backed the popular resentment among Palestine's society towards the idea of sharing their homeland with European settlers who had come to colonize it. The Arab League, the regional inter-Arab organization, and the Arab Higher Committee, the embryonic Palestinian government, decided to boycott the negotiations with UNSCOP prior to the UN resolution, and did not take part in the deliberations on how best to implement it after November 1947. Into this vacuum the Zionist leadership stepped with ease and confidence, quickly setting up a bilateral dialogue with the UN on how to work out a scheme for the future of Palestine. This is a pattern we will see recur frequently in the history of peacemaking in Palestine, especially after the Americans became involved in 1967. Up to the present day, bringing peace to Palestine has always meant following a concept exclusively worked out between the U.S. and Israel, without any serious consultation with, let alone regard for, the Palestinians. The Zionist movement so quickly dominated the diplomatic game in 1947 that the leadership of the Jewish community felt confident enough to demand UNSCOP allocate them a state comprising over 80% of the land. The Zionist emissaries to the negotiations with the UN actually produced a map showing the state they wanted, which incorporated all the land Israel would occupy a year later. That is, mandatory Palestine without the West Bank. However, most of the UNSCOP members felt this was a bit too much and convinced the Jews to be satisfied with 56% of the land. Moreover, Catholic countries persuaded the UN to make Jerusalem an international city given its religious significance, and therefore UNSCOP also rejected the Zionist claim for the Holy City to be part of the future Jewish state. Partitioning the country, overwhelmingly Palestinian, into two equal parts has proven so disastrous because it was carried out against the will of the indigenous majority population. By broadcasting its intent to create equal Jewish and Arab political entities in Palestine, the UN violated the basic rights of the Palestinians and totally ignored the concern for Palestine in the wider Arab world at the very height of the anti-colonialist struggle in the Middle East. Far worse was the impact the decision had on the country itself and its people. Instead of calming the atmosphere as it was meant to do, the resolution only heightened tensions and directly caused the country to deteriorate into one of the most violent phases in its history. Already in February 1947, when the British first announced their intention to leave Palestine, the two communities had seemed closer to a total clash than ever before. Although no significant outbursts of violence were reported before the UN adopted its partition resolution on the 29th of November, 1947, Anxiety was particularly high in the mixed towns. So long as it was unclear which way the UN would go, life continued, more or less as normal. But the moment the die was cast, and people learned that the UN had voted overwhelmingly in favor of partitioning Palestine, law and order collapsed, and a sense of foreboding descended of the final showdown that partition spelled. The chaos that followed produced the first Arab-Israeli war. The ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians had started. The Arab and Palestinian positions. As I explained, the Palestinian leadership decided from the start to boycott the UN proceedings. This decision features often in contemporary Israeli propaganda as proof that the Palestinians themselves, not Israel, should be held responsible for the fate that befell them in 1948. Palestinian historiography has successfully fended off such accusations by exposing the extent to which the procedures the UN opted to follow were unjust and illegal, and by exploring the raison d'etre behind the establishment of UNSCOP. Before we proceed, I want to summarize these arguments and examine them in more detail. By opting for partition as its primary objective, the UN ignored a basic principal objection the Palestinians were voicing against the plan, with which mediators had been familiar since Britain made the Balfour Declaration 30 years earlier. Walid Khalidi succinctly articulated the Palestinian position as follows. The native people of Palestine, like the native people of every other country in the Arab world, Asia, Africa, America, and Europe, refused to divide the land with a settler community. Within a few weeks of UNSCOP starting its work, the Palestinians realized the cards had been stacked against them. The final result of this process would be a UN resolution on partitioning the country between the Palestinians, as the indigenous population, and a settler colony of newcomers, many of whom had arrived only recently. When Resolution 181 was adopted in November 1947, their worst nightmare began to unfold in front of their eyes. 9 months after the British had announced their decision to leave, the Palestinians were at the mercy of an international organization that appeared ready to ignore all the rules of international mediation which its own charter endorsed, and was willing to declare a solution that, in Palestinian eyes, was both illegal and immoral. Several leading Palestinians at the time demanded that its legality be tested in the International Court of Justice, founded in 1946. But this was never to happen. One does not have to be a great jurist or legal mind to predict how the International Court would have ruled in forcing a solution on a country to which the majority of its people were vehemently opposed. The injustice was as striking then as it appears now, and yet it was hardly commented on at the time by any of the leading Western newspapers then covering Palestine. The Jews, who owned less than 6% of the total land area of Palestine and constituted no more than 1/3 of the population, were handed more than half of its overall territory. Within the borders of their UN-proposed state, they owned only 11% of the land, and were the minority in every district. In the Negev, admittedly an arid land, but still with a considerable rural and Bedouin population, which made up a major chunk of the Jewish state, they constituted 1% of the total population. Other aspects that undermined the legal and moral credibility of the resolution quickly emerged. The partition resolution incorporated the most fertile land in the proposed Jewish state, as well as almost all the Jewish urban and rural space in Palestine. But it also included 400 out of more than 1,000 Palestinian villages within the designated Jewish state. In hindsight, it may be argued that UNSCOP's defense that Resolution 181 was based on the assumption that the two new political entities would peacefully coexist and therefore not much attention needed to be paid to balances of demography and geography. If this were the case, as some UNSCOP members were to argue later, then they were guilty of totally misreading Zionism and grossly underestimating its ambitions. Again, in the words of Walid Khalidi, Resolution 181 was a hasty act of granting half of Palestine to an ideological movement that declared openly, already in the 1930s, its wish to de-Arabize Palestine. And thus, Resolution 181's most immoral aspect is that it included no mechanism to prevent the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Let us look more closely at the final map that the UN proposed in November 1947. Palestine was actually to be divided into 3 parts. On 42% of the land, 818,000 Palestinians were to have a state that included 10,000 Jews, while the state for the Jews was to stretch over almost 56% of the land, which 499,000 Jews were to share with 438,000 Palestinians. The third part was a small enclave around the city of Jerusalem, which was to be internationally governed and whose population of 200,000 was equally divided between Palestinians and Jews. The almost equal demographic balance within the allocated Jewish state was such that, had the map actually been implemented, it would have created a political nightmare for the Zionist leadership. Zionism would never have attained any of its principal goals. As Simcha Flapan, one of the first Israeli Jews to challenge the conventional Zionist version of the 1948 events, put it, had the Arabs or the Palestinians decided to go along with the partition resolution, the Jewish leadership would have been sure to reject the map UNSCOP offered them. Actually, the UN map was an assured recipe for the tragedy that began to unfold the day after Resolution 181 was adopted. As theoreticians of ethnic cleansing acknowledged later, where an ideology of exclusivity is adopted in a highly charged ethnic reality, there can only be one result: ethnic cleansing. By drawing the map as they did, the UN members who voted in favor of the partition resolution contributed directly to the crime that was about to take place. The Jewish reaction. By 1947, David Ben-Gurion presided over a political structure of decision-making that probably constitutes the only complex aspect of the history related in this book. But this is dealt with in depth elsewhere, and is beyond the remit of this book. Briefly, it allowed him to determine almost single-handedly the main policies of the Jewish community vis-à-vis the world, the Arab neighbors, and the Palestinians. It was Ben-Gurion who now led his associates simultaneously to accept and ignore the UN partition resolution on the 29th of November, 1947. The categorical rejection of the scheme by the Arab governments and the Palestinian leadership made it undoubtedly easier for Ben-Gurion to believe that he could both accept the plan and work against it. Already in October 1947, before the resolution was adopted, Ben-Gurion clarified to his friends in the leadership that if the map of the partition plan were not satisfactory, the Jewish state would not be obliged to accept it. It is clear, therefore, that the rejection or acceptance of the plan by the Palestinians would not have changed Ben-Gurion's assessment of the plan's deficiencies where he was concerned. For him and his friends at the top of the Zionist hierarchy, a valid Jewish state meant a state that stretched over most of Palestine and allowed for no more than a tiny number of Palestinians, if any at all, to be included. Similarly, Ben-Gurion was unfazed by the resolution's call that Jerusalem be turned into an international city. He was determined to make the entire city his Jewish capital. That in the end he failed to do so was only because of complications and disagreements arising in the Jordanian Jewish negotiations over the future of the country and the city, of which more is said later. As unhappy as he was with the UN map, Ben-Gurion realized that, under the circumstances, the total rejection of the map by the Arab world and the Palestinians, the delineation of final borders, would remain an open question. What mattered was international recognition of the right of the Jews to have a state of their own in Palestine. An observant British official in Jerusalem wrote to his government that the Zionist acceptance of the partition resolution was selective. The Zionists rejoiced in the international recognition of the Jewish state, but then claimed that the UN had offered non-Zionist conditions for maintaining it. The expected Arab and Palestinian rejection of the plan allowed Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leadership to claim that the UN plan was a dead letter the day it was accepted, apart, of course, from the clauses that recognized the legality of the Jewish state in Palestine. Its borders, given the Palestinian and Arab rejection, said Ben-Gurion, will be determined by force and not by the partition resolution, as would be the fate of the Arabs living in it. The consultancy begins its work. A formula now emerges. The less important the body Ben-Gurion appeared in front of, the more supportive the leader was of the partition resolution. The more significant the forum, the more adamant he proved in his scornful rejection of it. In the special body that advised him on security issues, the Defense Committee, he dismissed the partition resolution out of hand. And already on the 7th of October 1947, before UN Resolution 181 was even adopted, we find him telling the inner circle of his colleagues in the consultancy that in the light of the Arab refusal to cooperate with the UN, there are no territorial boundaries for the future Jewish state. In October and November 1947, the consultancy became Ben-Gurion's most important reference group. It was only among them that he discussed openly what the implications would be of his decision to disregard the partition map and to use force in order to ensure Jewish majority and exclusivity in the country. In such sensitive matters, he could confide only in his highly select coterie of politicians and military men. It was precisely because he understood that these questions could not be aired in public that Ben-Gurion had created the consultancy in the first place. As explained, this was not an official outfit, and we have no proper minutes from most of their meetings. It is doubtful whether notes were taken at all, apart from at one or two very crucial meetings that did get transcribed, and to which I will come back later. However, Ben-Gurion recorded summaries of many of the meetings in his diary, an important historical source for those years. Moreover, some of the consultancy's members would be interviewed in later years, and others wrote autobiographies and memoirs. In the following pages I take my cues from Ben-Gurion's diary, archival correspondence, and the private archive of Israel Galili, who was present in all the meetings. All sources included in the Ben-Gurion archives in Sde Boker. In addition, an intensive correspondence surrounded these meetings, which can be found in various Israeli archives. The meetings took place partly in Ben-Gurion's house in Tel Aviv, and partly in the Red House. As on the 10th of March, 1948, some meetings were convened on Wednesdays in the Red House, within the official weekly meetings of the High Command, the Matkal. The formal parts of these meetings are recorded in the IDF archives. Other, more private, consultations took place in Ben-Gurion's house, a day after the more formal Wednesday meeting. The latter meetings were referred to very cautiously in Ben-Gurion's diary, but can be reconstructed with the help of sources such as Yosef Weitz's diary, Israel Galili's archives, and the letters of Ben-Gurion to various colleagues, most notable of whom was his second-in-command, Moshe Sharet, who was abroad for most of this period. On the 15th of May, 1948, the meetings moved to a new place east of Tel Aviv, which became the headquarters of the Israeli army. The consultancy, as we saw, was a combination of security figures and specialists on Arab affairs, a formula that was to serve as the core for most of the bodies entrusted with advising future governments of Israel throughout the years on issues of state security, strategies, and policy planning towards the Arab world in general and the Palestinians in particular. This entourage around Ben-Gurion began to hold regular meetings in February 1947, from the moment the British decided to leave Palestine, and more frequently in October 1947, when it transpired that the Palestinians would reject the UN partition plan. Once the Palestinian and general Arab positions were clear, the members of the consultancy knew not only that they were to decide the fate of the Palestinians in the UN-designated Jewish state, but that their policies were also about to affect the Palestinians living in areas the UN had accorded to the Arab state in Palestine. In the next chapter, we shall see how the thinking of the consultancy evolved until it devised a final plan for the dispossession of 1 million Palestinians, no matter where they happened to be in the country. The first documented meeting of the consultancy is that of the 18th of June, 1947, during the regular Wednesday afternoon meeting of the High Command. Ben-Gurion reported the meeting both in his diary and in his published memoirs. He told those present that the Jewish community would need to defend not only our settlements, but the country as a whole and our national future. Later on, in a speech he gave on the 3rd of December, 1947, he would repeat the term, our national future, and use it as a code for the demographic balance in the country. Chapter 4. Finalizing a Master Plan. NATO spokesman Jamie Shea said all reports reaching NATO indicated that what was happening in Kosovo was a well-organized master plan by Belgrade. He said the reported pattern of violence was that Serb tanks were surrounding villages. Then paramilitaries are going in rounding up civilians at gunpoint, separating young men from women and children. The women and children are then expelled from their homes and then sent forward towards the border. After they have left the villages, the homes are looted and then systematically torched. CNN, the 30th of March, 1999. These operations can be carried out in the following manner: either by destroying villages, by setting fire to them, by blowing them up, and by planting mines in their debris, and especially of those population centers which are difficult to control continuously, or by mounting combing and control operations according to the following guidelines: encirclement of the villages, conducting a search inside them. In the case of resistance, the armed forces must be wiped out and the population expelled outside the borders of the state. Plan Dalet, the 10th of March, 1948. The methodology of cleansing. The chronology of key events between February 1947 and May 1948 is worth recapping at this point. Hence, I will present an initial overview of the period I wish to focus on in detail in this chapter. First, in February 1947, the decision was made by the British Cabinet to pull out of Mandatory Palestine and leave it to the UN to solve the question of its future. The UN took 9 months to deliberate the issue, and then adopted the idea of partitioning the country. This was accepted by the Zionist leadership who, after all, championed partition, but was rejected by the Arab world and the Palestinian leadership, who instead suggested keeping Palestine a unitary state and who wanted to solve the situation through a much longer process of negotiation. The partition resolution was adopted on the 29th of November, 1947, and the ethnic cleansing of Palestine began in early December 1947 with a series of Jewish attacks on Palestinian villages and neighborhoods in retaliation for the buses and shopping centers that had been vandalized in the Palestinian protest against the UN resolution during the first few days after its adoption. Though sporadic, These early Jewish assaults were severe enough to cause the exodus of a substantial number of people, almost 75,000. On the 9th of January, units of the 1st All-Arab Volunteer Army entered Palestine and engaged with the Jewish forces in small battles over routes and isolated Jewish settlements. Easily winning the upper hand in these skirmishes, the Jewish leadership officially shifted its tactics from acts of retaliation to cleansing operations. Coerced expulsions followed in the middle of February 1948, when Jewish troops succeeded in emptying 5 Palestinian villages in one day. On the 10th of March 1948, Plan Dalet was adopted. The first targets were the urban centers of Palestine, which had all been occupied by the end of April. About 250,000 Palestinians were uprooted in this phase, which was accompanied by several massacres, most notable of which was the Deir Yassin massacre. Aware of these developments, the Arab League took the decision, on the last day of April, to intervene militarily, but not until the British Mandate had come to an end. The British left on the 15th of May 1948, and the Jewish Agency immediately declared the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine, officially recognized by the 2 superpowers of the day, the USA and the USSR. That same day, regular Arab forces entered Palestine. By February 1948, the American administration had already concluded that the UN partition resolution, far from being a peace plan, was proving a recipe for continued bloodshed and hostility. Therefore, it twice offered alternative schemes to halt the escalation of the conflict: a trusteeship plan for 5 years, in February 1948, and a 3-month ceasefire on the 12th of May. The Zionist leadership rejected both peace proposals out of hand. The official Zionist strategy was fed throughout this period by 2 impulses. The first consisted of ad hoc reactions to 2 startling developments on the ground. One was the fragmentation, if not total disintegration, of the Palestinian political and military power systems, and the other, the growing disarray and confusion within the Arab world in the face of the aggressive Jewish initiatives and the simultaneous international endorsement of the Zionist project and the future Jewish state. The second impulse to propel Zionist strategic thinking was the drive to exploit to the full the unique historical opportunity they saw opening up to make their dream of an exclusively Jewish state come true. As we saw in the previous chapters, this vision of a purely Jewish nation-state had been at the heart of Zionist ideology from the moment the movement emerged in the late 19th century. By the mid-1930s, a handful of Zionist leaders recognized the clear link between the end of British rule and the possibility of the de-Arabization of Palestine, that is, making Palestine free of Arabs. By the end of November 1947, most of those in the inner circle of the leadership appeared to have grasped this nexus as well, and under Ben-Gurion's guidance, they now turned all their attention to the question of how to make the most of the opportunity that this connection appeared to have given them. Before 1947, there had been other more urgent agendas. The primary mission had been to build a political, economic, and cultural Zionist enclave within the country, and to ensure Jewish immigration to the area. As mentioned previously, ideas of how best to deal with the local Palestinian population had remained vague. But the impending end of the British Mandate, the Arab rejection of the partition resolution, and Ben-Gurion's keen realization of how much of Palestine he would need to make the Jewish state viable now helped translate past ideologies and nebulous scenarios into a specific master plan. Prior to March 1948, the activities the Zionist leadership carried out to implement their vision could still be portrayed as retaliation for hostile Palestinian or Arab actions. However, after March, this was no longer the case. The Zionist leadership openly declared, 2 months before the end of the mandate, it would seek to take over the land and expel the indigenous population by force. Plan Dalet. Defining the space. The first step towards the Zionist goal of obtaining as much of Palestine as possible, with as few Palestinians in it as feasible, was to decide what constituted a viable state in geographical terms. The UN Partition Plan, formalized in Resolution 181, designated the Negev, the coast, the eastern valleys, Marj ibn Amir, and the Beisan Valley, and Lower Galilee for the Jews. But this was not enough. Ben-Gurion had the habit of regularly meeting with what he calls his War Cabinet, which was an ad hoc group of Jewish officers who had served in the British Army. Under pressure from other Haganah members, he later had to disband it. He now set out to impress on these officers the idea that they should start preparing for the occupation of the country as a whole. In October 1947, Ben-Gurion wrote to General Ephraim Ben-Artzi, the most senior officer among them, explaining that he wanted to create a military force able both to repel a potential attack from neighboring Arab states and to occupy as much of the country as possible, and hopefully all of it. For the time being, the Zionist leadership decided to determine the territory of their future state according to the location of the most remote and isolated Jewish settlements. All the land between these colonies, isolated at the extreme ends of the mandatory state, had to become Jewish, and preferably enveloped by additional security zones as buffer areas between them and Palestinian habitations. Since they were privy to the ongoing negotiations with the Hashemites in Transjordan, several members of the leadership allowed only one constraint to influence the shape of their future map, and that was the possibility that certain areas in the east of Palestine, in today's West Bank, could become part of a future Greater Jordan rather than a Greater Israel. In late 1946, the Jewish Agency had embarked on intensive negotiations with King Abdullah of Jordan. Abdullah was a scion of the Hashemite royal family from the Hejaz, the seat of the holy Muslim cities of Mecca and Medina, that had fought alongside the British in the First World War. In reward for their services to the crown, the Hashemites had been granted the kingdoms of Iraq and Jordan that the mandate system had created. Initially, in the Hussein McMahon correspondence of 1915/1916, the Hashemites had also been promised Syria, according to their understanding at least, in a British attempt to block a French takeover of that part of the Middle East. However, when the French ousted Abdullah's brother, Faisal, from Syria, the British compensated him instead of Abdullah with Iraq. As the eldest son of the dynasty, Abdullah was unhappy with his share in the deal, all the more so because in 1924 the Hejaz, the Hashemites' home base, was wrested from them by the Saudis. Transjordan was little more than an arid desert princedom east of the River Jordan, full of Bedouin tribes and some Circassian villages. No wonder he wished to expand into fertile, cultural, and populated Palestine, and all means justified the goal. The best way to achieve this, he soon found out, was to cultivate a good relationship with the Zionist leadership. After the Second World War, he reached an agreement in principle with the Jewish Agency over how to divide post-mandatory Palestine between them. Vague ideas of sharing the land became a basis for serious negotiations that started after UN Resolution 181 was adopted on the 29th of November, 1947. As there were very few Jewish colonies in the area the king wanted to acquire, today's West Bank, most of the leaders of the Jewish community were willing to give up this part of Palestine, even though it included some biblical Jewish sites, such as the city of Hebron, Al-Khalil. Many of them would later regret this decision and back the push to occupy the West Bank in the June 1967 war. But at the time, the Jordanian quid pro quo was very tempting indeed. Abdallah promised not to join any all-Arab military operations against the Jewish state. There were ups and downs in these negotiations as the mandate drew to an end, but they remained intact not just because there were so few Jews in the West Bank, but also because the Jordanians, with the help of an Iraqi contingent, successfully repelled repeated Jewish attempts to occupy parts of the West Bank throughout the second half of 1948. One of the few triumphant chapters in the Arab military history of 1948. This decided the geographical territory the Zionist movement coveted. In other words, Palestine as a whole, the same territory they had demanded in the Biltmore program of 1942. But with this one qualification, if one accepts, as most historians do today, that the Zionist leadership was committed to their collusion with the Jordanians. This meant that the Jewish leadership anticipated their future state to stretch over 80% of mandatory Palestine, the 56% promised to the Jews by the UN, with an additional 24% taken from the Arab state the UN had allocated to the Palestinians. The remaining 20% would be picked up by the Jordanians. This tacit agreement with Jordan in many ways constituted the second step towards ensuring the ethnic cleansing operation would go ahead unhindered. Crucially, it neutralized the strongest army in the Arab world and confined it to battle with the Jewish forces solely in a very small part of Palestine. Without the Jordanian army, the Arab Legion, the Arab world, lacked all serious capacity to defend the Palestinians or foil the Zionist plan to establish a Jewish state in Palestine at the expense of the indigenous population. Creating the means. The third, and possibly most decisive step towards ensuring a successful ethnic cleansing, was building an adequate military capability. The consultancy wanted to be left in no doubt that the military force the Jewish community possessed would be strong enough to implement successfully their two-pronged plan to take over most of Palestine and dislocate the Palestinians living there. In addition to taking over the mandatory state once the last British troops had left, it would need to halt all attempts by Arab forces to invade the Jewish state in the making, while simultaneously carrying out the ethnic cleansing of all the parts of Palestine it would occupy. A highly competent professional army thus became a vital tool in the construction of a solidly Jewish state in ex-mandatory Palestine. All in all, on the eve of the 1948 war, the Jewish fighting force stood at around 50,000 troops, out of which 30,000 were fighting troops and the rest auxiliaries who lived in the various settlements. In May 1948, these troops could count on the assistance of a small air force and navy, and on the units of tanks, armored cars, and heavy artillery that accompanied them. Facing them were irregular paramilitary Palestinian outfits that numbered no more than 7,000 troops, a fighting force that lacked all structure or hierarchy and was poorly equipped when compared with the Jewish forces. In addition, in February 1948, about 1,000 volunteers had entered from the Arab world, reaching 3,000 over the next few months. Until May 1946, the two sides were poorly equipped. Then the newly founded Israeli army, with the help of the country's Communist Party, received a large shipment of heavy arms from Czechoslovakia and the Soviet Union, while the regular Arab armies brought some heavy weaponry of their own. A few weeks into the war, the Israeli recruitment was so efficient that by the end of the summer their army stood at 80,000 troops. The Arab regular force never crossed the 50,000 threshold, and in addition had stopped receiving arms from Britain, which was its main arms supplier. In other words, during the early stages of the ethnic cleansing, until May 1948, A few thousand irregular Palestinians and Arabs were facing tens of thousands of well-trained Jewish troops. As the next stages evolved, a Jewish force of almost double the number of all the Arab armies combined had little trouble completing the job. On the margins of the main Jewish military power operated two more extreme groups, the Irgun, commonly referred to as Etzel in Hebrew, and the Sterngang, Lehi. The Irgun had split from the Haganah in 1931 and in the 1940s was led by Menachem Begin. It had developed its own aggressive policies towards both the British presence and the local population. The Sterngang was an offshoot of the Irgun, which it left in 1940. Together with the Haganah, these three organizations were united into one military army during the days of the Nakba. Although, as we shall see, they did not always act in unison and coordination. An important part of the Zionists' military effort was the training of special commando units, the Palmach, founded in 1941. Originally, these were created to assist the British Army in the war against the Nazis, in case the latter reached Palestine. Soon, the Palmach's zeal and activities were directed against the Palestinian rural areas. From 1944 onwards, it was also the main pioneering force in building new Jewish settlements. Before being dismantled in the autumn of 1948, its members were highly active and carried out some of the main cleansing operations in the north and the center of the country. In the ethnic cleansing operations that followed, the Haganah, the Palmach, and the Irgun were the forces that actually occupied the villages. Soon after their occupation, villages were transferred into the hands of less combatant troops, the Field Guard, Hish in Hebrew. This was the logistics arm of the Jewish forces, established in 1939. Some of the atrocities that accompanied the cleansing operations were committed by these auxiliary units. The Haganah also had an intelligence unit founded in 1933, whose main function was to eavesdrop on the British authorities and intercept communications between the Arab political institutions inside and outside the country. It is this unit that I mentioned earlier as supervising the preparation of the village files and setting up the network of spies and collaborators inside the rural hinterland that helped identify the thousands of Palestinians who were later executed on the spot or imprisoned for long periods once the ethnic cleansing had started. Together, these troops formed a military might strong enough to reinforce Ben-Gurion's conviction in the ability of the Jewish community both to become the heir to the mandatory state and to take over most of the Palestinian territory and the properties and assets it contained. Immediately upon the adoption of UN Resolution 181, the Arab leaders officially declared they would dispatch troops to defend Palestine. And yet, not once between the end of November 1947 and May 1948 did Ben-Gurion, and one should add, the small group of leading Zionist figures around him, sense that their future state was in any danger, or that the list of military operations was so overwhelming that they would impinge on the proper expulsion of the Palestinians. In public, the leaders of the Jewish community portrayed doomsday scenarios and warned their audiences of an imminent second Holocaust. In private, however, they never used this discourse. They were fully aware that the Arab war rhetoric was in no way matched by any serious preparation on the ground. As we saw, they were well informed about the poor equipment of these armies and their lack of battlefield experience and, for that matter, training, and thus knew they had only a limited capability to wage any kind of war. The Zionist leaders were confident they had the upper hand militarily and could drive through most of their ambitious plans. And they were right. Moshe Sharet, the Jewish state's foreign minister designate, was out of the country during the months leading up to the declaration of the state. Every now and then he would receive letters from Ben-Gurion directing him how best to navigate between the need to recruit global and Jewish support for a future state in danger of being annihilated, and at the same time keeping him abreast of the true reality on the ground. When, on the 18th of February 1948, Sharet wrote to Ben-Gurion, "We will have only enough troops to defend ourselves, not to take over the country," Ben-Gurion replied, "If we will receive in time the arms we have already purchased, and maybe even receive some of that promised to us by the UN, we will be able not only to defend ourselves, but also to inflict death blows on the Syrians in their own country, and take over Palestine as a whole. I am in no doubt of this. We can face all the Arab forces. This is not a mystical belief, but a cold and rational calculation based on practical examination." This letter was wholly consistent with other letters the two had been exchanging ever since Sharet had been dispatched abroad. It began with a letter in December 1947, in which Ben-Gurion sought to convince his political correspondent of the Jews' military supremacy in Palestine. "We can starve the Arabs of Haifa and Jaffa if we wish to do so." This confident posture regarding the Haganah's ability to take Palestine as a whole, and even beyond, would be maintained for the duration of the fighting, inhibited only by the promises they had made to the Jordanians. There were, of course, moments of crisis, as I will describe later, in implementing the policies. These occurred when it proved impossible to defend all the isolated Jewish settlements and to secure free access of supply to the Jewish parts of Jerusalem. But most of the time the troops the Zionist leaders had at their disposal were sufficient to allow the Jewish community to prepare for both a possible confrontation with the Arab world and for the cleansing of the local population. Moreover, the Arab intervention only materialized on the 15th of May, 1948, 5.5 months after the UN partition resolution had been adopted. During that long period, most of the Palestinians, apart from a few enclaves where paramilitary groups were trying to organize some sort of resistance, remained defenseless in the face of Jewish operations already underway. When it comes to reconstructing that part of an historical process where intangible ideology becomes tangible reality, there are two options that we, as historians, can choose. In the case of 1948 Palestine, the first would be to draw the reader's attention to how consistent the Zionist leaders, from Herzl down to Ben-Gurion, were in their desire to empty the future Jewish state of as many Palestinians as possible, and then describe how this links up with the actual expulsions perpetrated in 1948. This approach is preeminently represented by the work of the historian Noor Masalha, who has meticulously charted for us the genealogy of the expulsionist dreams and plans of the Zionist founding fathers. He shows how the wish to de-Arabize Palestine formed a crucial pillar in Zionist thinking, from the very first moment the movement entered into the political stage in the form of Theodor Herzl. As we have seen, Ben-Gurion's thoughts on the issue were clearly articulated in 1937. His biographer, Michael Bar-Zohar, explains, in internal discussions, in instructions to his people, the old man demonstrated a clear stand. It was better that the smallest possible number of Arabs remain within the area of the state. The other option would be to concentrate on the incremental development of policy-making and try to show how, meeting by meeting, decisions about strategy and methods gradually coalesced into a systematic and comprehensive ethnic cleansing plan. I will make use of both options. The question of what to do with the Palestinian population in the future Jewish state was being discussed intensively in the months leading up to the end of the mandate, and a new notion kept popping up in the Zionist corridors of power. The balance. This term refers to the demographic balance between Arabs and Jews in Palestine. When it tilts against Jewish majority or exclusivity in the land, The situation is described as disastrous, and the demographic balance, both within the borders the UN offered the Jews and within those as defined by the Zionist leadership itself, was exactly that in the eyes of the Jewish leadership. A looming disaster. The Zionist leadership came up with two kinds of response to this predicament, one for public consumption, the other for the limited core of intimates Ben-Gurion had collected around himself. The overt policy he and his colleagues started voicing publicly in forums such as the local People's Assembly, the Jewish Parliament in Palestine, was the need to encourage massive Jewish immigration into the country. In smaller venues, the leaders admitted that increasing immigration would never be enough to counterbalance the Palestinian majority. Immigration needed to be combined with other means. Ben-Gurion had described these means already in 1937, when discussing with friends the absence of a solid Jewish majority in a future state. He told them that such a reality, the Palestinian majority in the land, would compel the Jewish settlers to use force to bring about the dream, a purely Jewish Palestine. 10 years later, on the 3rd of December, 1947, in a speech in front of senior members of his Pappé party, the Eretz Israel Workers' Party, he outlined more explicitly how to deal with unacceptable realities such as the one envisaged by the UN partition resolution. There are 40% non-Jews in the areas allocated to the Jewish state. This composition is not a solid basis for a Jewish state, and we have to face this new reality with all its severity and distinctness. Such a demographic balance questions our ability to maintain Jewish sovereignty. Only a state with at least 80% Jews is a viable and stable state. On the 2nd of November, that is, almost a month before the UN General Assembly resolution was adopted, and in a different venue, the executive of the Jewish Agency, Ben-Gurion spelled out for the first time in the clearest possible terms that ethnic cleansing formed the alternative or complementary means of ensuring that the new state would be an exclusively Jewish one. The Palestinians inside the Jewish state, he told his audience, could become a fifth column, and if so, they can either be mass arrested or expelled. It is better to expel them. But how to implement this strategic goal? Simcha Flapan asserts that the majority of the Zionist leaders at the time would have stopped short of mass expulsion. In other words, had the Palestinians refrained from attacking Jewish targets after the partition resolution was adopted, and had the Palestinian elite not left the towns, it would have been difficult for the Zionist movement to implement its vision of an ethnically cleansed Palestine. And yet, Flapan also accepted that Plan Dalet was a master plan for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Unlike, for instance, the analysis Benny Morris offers in the first edition of his book on the making of the refugee problem, but very much in line with the shift he gave that analysis in the second edition, the clear blueprint for Palestine's ethnic cleansing, Plan Dalet, was not created in a vacuum. It emerged as the ultimate scheme in response to the way events gradually unfolded on the ground, through a kind of ad hoc policy that crystallized with time. But that response was always inexorably grounded in the Zionist ideology and the purely Jewish state that was its goal. Thus, the main objective was clear from the beginning, the de-Arabization of Palestine, whereas the means to achieve this most effectively evolved in tandem with the actual military occupation of the Palestinian territories that were to become the new Jewish state of Israel. Now that the territory had been defined and military supremacy assured, the fourth step for the Zionist leadership towards completing the dispossession of Palestine was to put in place the actual concrete means that would enable them to remove such a large population. In the territory of their future greater Jewish state, there lived, in early December 1947, 1 million Palestinians, out of an overall Palestinian population of 1.3 million, while the Jewish community itself was a minority of 600,000. Choosing the means. Worrisome Normality, December 1947. The Arab Higher Committee declared a 3-day strike and organized a public demonstration in protest against the UN decision to adopt the partition resolution. There was nothing new in this type of response. It was the usual Palestinian reaction to policies they deemed harmful and dangerous, short and ineffective. Some of the demonstrations got out of hand and spilled over into Jewish business areas, as happened in Jerusalem, where demonstrators attacked Jewish shops and a market. But other incidents were attacks that, according to Jewish intelligence, had nothing to do with the UN decision. For example, there was the ambushing of a Jewish bus, an incident that almost all Israeli history books identify as the beginning of the 1948 war. Staged by the Abu Kishk gang, the action was motivated more by clannish and criminal impulses than by any national agenda. In any case, after 3 days, foreign reporters observing the demonstrations and strikes detected a growing reluctance among common Palestinians to continue the protest, and noted a clear desire to return to normalcy. After all, for most Palestinians, Resolution 181 meant a dismal, but not new, chapter in their history. Over the centuries, the country had been passed from one hand to another, sometimes belonging to European or Asian invaders, and sometimes to parts of Muslim empires. However, the people's lives had continued more or less unchanged. They toiled the land, or conducted their trade wherever they were, and quickly resigned themselves to the new situation until it changed once again. Hence, villagers and city dwellers alike waited patiently to see what it would mean to be part of either a Jewish state or any other new regime that might replace British rule. Most of them had no idea what was in store for them, that what was about to happen would constitute an unprecedented chapter in Palestine's history, not a mere transition from one ruler to another, but the actual dispossession of the people living on the land. The eyes of the Palestinian community now turned towards Cairo, the seat of the Arab League and the temporary residence of their leader, Al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini, in exile ever since the British had expelled him in 1937. The first days after the resolution found the Arab leaders in total disarray, but gradually, during December 1947, some sort of a policy began to take shape. Arab leaders, especially of the countries neighboring Palestine, preferred not to take individual or drastic decisions on the subject. They were perfectly aware that public opinion in their countries wanted to see urgent action taken against the UN decision. Consequently, the Arab League Council, made up of the Arab states' foreign ministers, recommended the dispatch of arms to the Palestinians and the establishment of an all-Arab volunteer force to be called the Arab Liberation Army, Jeish al-Inqath, literally rescue army, from the verb anqatha, to rescue from imminent danger. The League appointed a Syrian general at its head. Later that month, small groups of this army began trickling into Palestine, thereby providing a welcome pretext for the consultancy to discuss the further escalation of the Haganah operations already underway. The pattern was set, and from this perspective the month of December 1947 is perhaps the most intriguing chapter in the history of Palestine's ethnic cleansing. The mild reaction in the Arab capitals surrounding Palestine was welcomed by Ben Gurion's consultancy, while the indifferent, almost lethargic Palestinian response disturbed them. In the first 3 days after the partition resolution was adopted, a small select group within the consultancy met every day, but they then relaxed somewhat, and the format returned to the weekly Wednesday afternoon meetings of the High Command, with additional get-togethers of the smaller group a day after, usually at Ben Gurion's home. The first meetings in December were devoted to assessing the Palestinian mood and intention. The experts reported that, despite the early trickling of volunteers into the Palestinian villages and towns, the people themselves seemed eager to continue life as normal. This craving for normality remained typical of the Palestinians inside Palestine in the years to come, even in their worst crises and at the nadir of their struggle, and normality is what they have been denied ever since 1948. But the swift return to normality and the Palestinians' wish not to become embroiled in a civil war posed a problem for a Zionist leadership determined to reduce drastically, if not totally, the number of Arabs within their future Jewish state. They needed a pretext, and this, of course, would be more difficult to create if the moderate Palestinian reaction continued. Fortunately, for them, at one point the army of Arab volunteers expanded their acts of hostility against Jewish convoys and settlements, thus making it easier for the consultancy to frame the occupation and expulsion policy as a form of justified retaliation, tagmul, in Hebrew. But already in December 1947, the consultancy had begun to use the Hebrew word yozma, initiative, to describe the strategy it intended to follow with respect to the Palestinians in the territory of their coveted Jewish state. Initiative meant taking action against the Palestinian population without waiting for a pretext for tagmul to come along. Increasingly, pretexts for retaliation would be conspicuously missing. Paltisela was a member of the intelligence units that would play a crucial role in implementing the ethnic cleansing operations. One of their tasks was to report daily on the mood among, and trends within, the rural population of Palestine. Stationed in the northeastern valleys of the country, Sela was astonished by the apparent difference in the way the communities on either side reacted to the new political reality unfolding around them. The Jewish farmers on the kibbutzim and in the collective or private settlements turned their residences into military outposts, reinforcing their fortifications, mending fences, laying mines, etc., ready to defend and attack. Each member was issued with a gun and integrated into the Jewish military force. The Palestinian villages, to Sela's surprise, continued life as usual. In fact, in the 3 villages he visited, Ein-Dur, Daboria, and Ein-Mahel, people received him as they had always done, greeting him as a potential customer for bartering, trading, and exchanging pleasantries or news. These villages were near the British hospital of Afula, where units of the Arab Legion were stationed as part of the British police force in the country. The Jordanian soldiers, too, seemed to regard the situation as normal and were not engaged in any special preparations. Throughout December 1947, Sela summed up in his monthly report, "Normalcy is the rule and agitation the exception. If these people were to be expelled, it could not be done as retaliation for any aggression on their part." The changing mood in the consultancy. From retaliation to intimidation. On the top floor of the Red House, on Wednesday afternoon, the 10th of December, 1947, a disappointed consultancy met to assess the situation. 2 speakers were leading the conversation, Ezra Danin and Yehoshua Palmon. Ezra Danin, as already mentioned, was a Citrus Grove businessman who had been invited into the intelligence corps because of his knowledge of Arabic. He was born in Syria. Danin was in his mid-40s when he joined the Haganah in 1940. In 1947, he became the head of its Arab section, which supervised the work of Arab Jews and indigenous Arab collaborators who spied for the High Command within the Palestinian community, as well as in neighboring Arab countries. In May 1948, he assumed a new role, supervising the post-occupation activities of the Jewish forces when the ethnic cleansing operation began in earnest. His people were responsible for the procedures that were followed after a Palestinian village or neighborhood had been occupied. This meant that, with the help of informants, they detected and identified men who were suspected of having attacked Jews in the past, or of belonging to the Palestinian national movement, or who simply were disliked by the local informants who exploited the opportunity to settle old scores. The men, thus selected, were usually executed on the spot. Danin quite often came to inspect these operations at first hand. His unit was also responsible, as soon as a village or town had been occupied, for separating all men of military age, namely between 10 and 50, from the rest of the villagers, who were then just expelled or imprisoned for long periods in POW camps. Yehoshua, Josh, Palmon, was in many ways Danin's second-in-command, and also took a great personal interest in the implementation of the policy of selection, interrogation, and sometimes execution. Younger than Danin and born in Palestine itself, Palmon already had an impressive military career behind him. As a recruit to a British commando unit, he had participated in the occupation of Syria and Lebanon in 1941 that brought French Vichy rule there to an end. The officers under Danin and Palmon's command were known to and feared by many Palestinians, who quickly learned to spot them despite their attempts to dress anonymously in dull khaki uniform. They acted behind the scenes in hundreds of villages, and the oral history of the Nakba is full of references to these men and the atrocities they committed. But on the 10th of October, 1947, Danin and Palmon were still hidden from the public eye. They opened the meeting by reporting that members of the Palestinian urban elite were leaving their houses and moving to their winter residences in Syria, Lebanon, and Egypt. This was a typical reaction from the urbanites in moments of stress, moving to safety until the situation calmed down. And yet, Israeli historians, including revisionist ones such as Benny Morris, have interpreted these traditional temporary sorties as voluntary flight in order to tell us that Israel was not responsible for them. But they left with the full intention of returning to their homes again later, only to be prevented by the Israelis from doing so. Not allowing people to return to their homes after a short stay abroad is as much expulsion as any other act directed against the local people with the aim of depopulation. Danin reported that this was the only instance they had been able to detect of Palestinians moving towards areas outside the UN-designated borders of the Jewish state, apart from several Bedouin tribes who had relocated closer to Arab villages out of fear of Jewish attacks. Danin seems to have been disappointed by this, because almost in the same breath he called for a far more aggressive policy, despite the fact that there were no offensive initiatives or tendencies on the Palestinian side, and went on to explain to the consultancy the benefits it would have. His informants had told him that violent actions against Palestinians would terrify them, which will render help from the Arab world useless, implying that the Jewish forces could do whatever they want with them. "What do you mean by violent action?" inquired Ben-Gurion. "Destroying the traffic. Buses, lorries that carry agricultural products and private cars, sinking their fishing boats in Jaffa, closing their shops and preventing raw materials from reaching their factories." "How will they react?" asked Ben-Gurion. "The initial reaction may be riots, but eventually they will understand the message." The main goal was thus to assure that the population would be at the Zionists' mercy, so their fate could be sealed. Ben-Gurion seemed to like this suggestion and wrote to Sharet 3 days later to explain that the general idea, the Palestinian community in the Jewish area, would be at our mercy, and anything the Jews wanted could be done to them, including starving them to death. It was another Syrian Jew, Eliyahu Sasson, who tried, to some extent, to play the devil's advocate in the consultancy. He seemed doubtful about the new aggressive approach Danin and Palmon were outlining. He had emigrated to Palestine in 1927 and was perhaps the most intriguing and also ambivalent member of the consultancy. In 1919, before becoming a Zionist, he had joined the Arab national movement in Syria. In the 1940s, his main role was to instigate a policy of divide and rule inside the Palestinian community but also in the neighboring Arab countries. He was thus instrumental in strengthening the alliance with the Jordanian Hashemite king over the future of Palestine. But his attempts to pit one Palestinian group against another would become obsolete now that the Zionist leadership was moving towards a comprehensive ethnic cleansing of the country as a whole. However, his legacy of divide and rule and its inevitable impact on Israeli policy in the years to come, as we can see, for instance, in the efforts Ariel Sharon made in 1981 when, as defense minister and on the advice of the Arabist professor Menahem Milson, he attempted to undermine the Palestinian resistance movement by setting up so-called village leagues as part of a pro-Israeli outfit in the occupied West Bank. This was a short-term and abortive endeavor. A more successful one was the incorporation, as early as 1948, of the Druze minority into the Israeli army within units that later became the principal tool for oppressing the Palestinians in the occupied territories. The 10th of December meeting would be the last in which Sassoon tried to persuade his colleagues that despite the need for a comprehensive plan, as he called it, namely the uprooting of the local population, it was still prudent not to regard the whole Arab population as enemies, and to continue employing divide-and-rule tactics. He was very proud of his role in the 1930s in arming Palestinian groups, the so-called peace gangs that were made up of rivals of the Palestinian leader Al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini. These units fought against the national Palestinian formations during the Arab Revolt. Sassoon now wanted to bring these divide-and-rule tactics to target some loyal Bedouin tribes. December 1947. Early actions. The consultancy not only rejected the idea of incorporating more collaborative Arabs, but they also went so far as to suggest putting behind them the whole notion of retaliation as adopted at the time on the advice of Orde Wingate. Most of the participants in the meeting favored engagement in a systematic campaign of intimidation. Ben-Gurion approved, and the new policy was implemented the day after the meeting. The first step was a well-orchestrated campaign of threats. Special units of the Haganah would enter villages looking for infiltrators, read Arab volunteers, and distribute leaflets warning the local people against cooperating with the Arab Liberation Army. Any resistance to such an incursion usually ended with the Jewish troops firing at random and killing several villagers. The Haganah called these incursions violent reconnaissance. Hasiyur Ha'elim. This, too, was part of the legacy of Orde Wingate, who had instructed the Haganah in the use of this terrorist method against Palestinian villagers in the 1930s. In essence, the idea was to enter a defenseless village close to midnight, stay there for a few hours, shoot at anyone who dared leave his or her house, and then depart. Even in Wingate's day, this was already intended more as a show of force than a punitive action or retaliatory attack. In December 1947, 2 such defenseless villages were chosen for the revival of Wingate's tactics: Dir Ayub and Beit Afa. When today you drive southeast of the city of Ramla for about 15 kilometers, especially on a wintry day when the typical thorny, yellow gorse bushes of the inner plains of Palestine turn green, you come upon a bizarre view. Long lines of rubble and stones stretching out on an open field surrounding a relatively large imaginary square area. These were the stone fences of Dir Ayub. In 1947, the rubble was a low stone wall that had been built more for aesthetic reasons than for the protection of the village, which had about 500 inhabitants. Named after Ayub, Job in Arabic, most of its people were Muslim, living in stone and mud houses typical of the area. Just before the Jewish attack, the village had been celebrating the opening of a new school, which already had the gratifying number of 51 pupils enrolled in it, all made possible by money the villagers had collected among themselves, and from which they could also pay the teacher's salary. But their joy was instantly obliterated when, at 10 o'clock at night, a company of 20 Jewish troops entered the village, which, like so many villages in December, had no defense mechanism of any kind, and began firing randomly at several houses. The village was later attacked 3 more times before being evacuated by force in April 1948, when it was completely destroyed. Jewish forces made a similar attack in December against Beit Afa in the Gaza Strip, but here the raiders were successfully repelled. Threatening leaflets were also distributed in Syrian and Lebanese villages on Palestine's border, warning the population, "If the war will be taken to your place, it will cause massive expulsion of the villagers, with their wives and their children. Those of you who do not wish to come to such a fate, I will tell them, in this war there will be merciless killing, no compassion. If you are not participating in this war, you will not have to leave your houses and villages." There now followed a number of operations of destruction in limited areas throughout rural and urban Palestine. Actions in the countryside were at first hesitant. 3 villages in the upper eastern Galilee were selected: Chisas, Naimah, and Jaula. But the operation was cancelled, perhaps because the High Command deemed them as yet too ambitious. The cancellation, however, was partly ignored by the commander of the Palmach in the north, Yigal Allon. Allon wanted to experience an attack on at least one village, and he decided to assault Chisas. Chisas was a small village with a few hundred Muslims and 100 Christians, who lived peacefully together in a unique topographical location in the northern part of Hula Plain, on a natural terrace that was about 100 meters wide. This terrace had been formed thousands of years before by the gradual shrinking of Lake Hula. Foreign travelers used to single this village out for the natural beauty of its location on the banks of the lake, and its proximity to the Hasbani River. Jewish troops attacked the village on the 18th of December 1947, and randomly started blowing up houses at the dead of night, while the occupants were still fast asleep. 15 villagers, including 5 children, were killed in the attack. The incident shocked the New York Times correspondent, who closely followed the unfolding events. He went and demanded an explanation from the Haganah, which at first denied the operation. When the inquisitive reporter did not let go, they eventually admitted it. Ben-Gurion issued a dramatic public apology, claiming the action had been unauthorized, but a few months later, in April, he included it in a list of successful operations. When the consultancy had met again on Wednesday, the 17th of December, they were joined by Johannan Ratner and Fritz Eisenstädter, 2 officers who had been designated by Ben-Gurion to formulate a national strategy before he devised the consultancy body. The meeting expanded on the implications of the successful Chisas operation, with some members calling for additional retaliatory operations that were to include the destruction of villages, expulsion of people, and resettlement in their stead by Jewish settlers. The following day, in front of the formal larger body of the Jewish community that was responsible for defense affairs, the Defense Committee, Ben-Gurion summarized the earlier meeting. The operation seemed to thrill everyone, including the representative of the ultra-Orthodox Jews, Agudat Israel, who said, "We were told that the army had the ability of destroying a whole village and taking out all its inhabitants. Indeed, let's do it." The committee also approved the appointment of intelligence officers for each such operation. They would play a crucial role in executing the next stages of the ethnic cleansing. The new policy was also aimed at the urban spaces of Palestine, and Haifa was chosen as the first target. Interestingly, this city is singled out by mainstream Israeli historians and the revisionist historian Benny Morris as an example of genuine Zionist goodwill towards the local population. The reality was very different by the end of 1947. From the morning after the UN partition resolution was adopted, the 75,000 Palestinians in the city were subjected to a campaign of terror jointly instigated by the Irgun and the Haganah. As they had only arrived in recent decades, the Jewish settlers had built their houses higher up the mountain. Thus, they lived topographically above the Arab neighborhoods and could easily shell and snipe at them. They had started doing this frequently since early December. They used other methods of intimidation as well. The Jewish troops rolled barrels full of explosives and huge steel balls down into the Arab residential areas and poured oil mixed with fuel down the roads, which they then ignited. The moment panic-stricken Palestinian residents came running out of their homes to try to extinguish these rivers of fire, they were sprayed by machine gun fire. In areas where the two communities still interacted, the Haganah brought cars to Palestinian garages to be repaired, loaded with explosives and detonating devices, and so wreaked death and chaos. A special unit of the Haganah, Hashahar, Dawn, made up of Mistarvim, literally Hebrew for becoming Arab, that is, Jews who distinguished themselves as Palestinians, was behind this kind of assault. The mastermind of these operations was someone called Dani Agmon, who headed the Dawn units. On its website, the official historian of the Palmach puts it as follows: the Palestinians in Haifa were from December onwards under siege and intimidation. But worse was to come. The early eruption of violence put a sad end to a relatively long history of workers' cooperation and solidarity in the mixed city of Haifa. This class consciousness was curbed in the 1920s and 1930s by both national leaderships, in particular by the Jewish trade union movement, but it continued to motivate joint industrial action against employers of all kinds, and inspired mutual help at times of recession and scarcity. The Jewish attacks in the city heightened tensions in one of the major areas where Jews and Arabs worked shoulder to shoulder, the refinery plant of the Iraqi Petroleum Company in the Bay Area. This began with a gang from the Irgun throwing a bomb into a large group of Palestinians who were waiting to enter the plant. The Irgun claimed it was in retaliation for an earlier attack by Arab workers on their Jewish co-workers, a new phenomenon in an industrial site where Arab and Jewish workers had usually joined forces in trying to secure better labor conditions from their British employers. But the UN partition resolution seriously dented that class solidarity, and tensions grew high. Throwing bombs into Arab crowds was the specialty of the Irgun, who had already done so before 1947. However, this particular attack in the refineries was undertaken in coordination with the Haganah forces as part of the new scheme to terrorize the Palestinians out of Haifa. Within hours, Palestinian workers reacted and rioted, killing a large number of Jewish workers, 39, in one of the worst but also last Palestinian counterattacks. The last, because there the usual chain of retaliatory skirmishes stopped. The next stage introduced a new chapter in the history of Palestine. Eager to test, among other things, British vigilance in the face of their actions, the Haganah's High Command, as part of the consultancy, decided to ransack a whole village and massacre a large number of its inhabitants. At the time, the British authorities were still responsible for maintaining law and order and were very much present in Palestine. The village the High Command selected was Balad al-Sheikh, the burial place of Sheikh Izz al-Din al-Qassam, one of Palestine's most revered and charismatic leaders of the 1930s, who was killed by the British in 1935. His grave is one of the few remains of this village, about 10 kilometers east of Haifa, still extant today. A local commander, Haim Avinoam, was ordered to encircle the village, kill the largest possible number of men, damage property, but refrain from attacking women and children. The attack took place on the 31st of December and lasted 3 hours. It left over 60 Palestinians dead, not all of them men. But note the distinction still made here between men and women. In their next meeting, the consultancy decided that such a separation was an unnecessary complication for future operations. At the same time as the attack on Balad el-Sheikh, the Haganah units in Haifa tested the ground with a more drastic action. They went into one of the city's Arab neighborhoods, Rade Rashmiya, expelled its people, and blew up its houses. This act could be regarded as the official beginning of the ethnic cleansing operation in urban Palestine. The British looked the other way while these atrocities were being committed. 2 weeks later, in January 1948, the Palmach used the momentum that had been created to attack and expel the relatively isolated Haifa neighborhood of Hawassa. This was the poorest quarter of town, originally made up of huts and inhabited by impoverished villagers who had come to seek work there in the 1920s, all living in dismal conditions. At the time, there were about 5,000 Palestinians in this eastern part of the city. Huts were blown up, and so was the local school, while the ensuing panic caused many people to flee. The school was rebuilt on the ruins of Hawassa, now part of the Tel Amal neighborhood. But this building, too, was recently destroyed to make room for a new Jewish school. January 1948. Farewell to retaliation. These operations were accompanied by acts of terrorism by the Irgun and the Stern gang. Their ability to sow fear in Haifa's Arab neighborhoods, and in other cities as well, was directly influenced by the gradual but obvious British withdrawal from any responsibility for law and order. In the first week of January alone, the Irgun executed more terrorist attacks than in any period before. These included detonating a bomb on the Saraya House in Jaffa, the seat of the local National Committee, which collapsed, leaving 26 people dead. It continued with the bombing of the Samiramis Hotel in Katamon, in western Jerusalem, in which many people died, including the Spanish consul. This last fact seems to have prompted Sir Alan Cunningham, the last British High Commissioner, to issue a feeble complaint to Ben-Gurion, who refused to condemn the action either in private or in public. In Haifa, such actions were now a daily occurrence. Cunningham appealed again to Ben-Gurion when, in the weeks that followed, he noticed the shift in the Haganah's policy from retaliation to offensive initiatives. But his protestations were ignored. In the last meeting he had with Ben-Gurion in March 1948, he told the Zionist leader that, to his mind, while the Palestinians were trying to maintain calm in the country, the Haganah did all it could to escalate the situation. This did not contradict Ben-Gurion's assessment. He told the Jewish Agency executive, shortly after he met Cunningham, "I believe the majority of the Palestinian masses accept the partition as a fait accompli, and do not believe it is possible to overcome or reject it. The decisive majority of them do not want to fight us." From Paris, the Jewish Agency representative there, Émile Najjar, wondered how he could pursue an effective propaganda policy given the present reality. The National Committee of the Palestinians in Haifa appealed again and again to the British, assuming, wrongly, that since Haifa was to be the last station in the British evacuation, they would be able to rely on their protection, at least until then. When this failed to materialize, they started sending numerous desperate letters to members of the Arab High Committee inside and outside Palestine, asking for guidance and help. A small group of volunteers reached the city in January. But by then, some of the notables and community leaders had realized that the moment the UN had adopted the partition resolution, they were doomed to be dispossessed by their Jewish neighbors. These were people whom they themselves had first invited to come and stay with them back in the late Ottoman period, who had arrived wretched and penniless from Europe, and with whom they had shared a thriving cosmopolitan city, until that fateful decision by the UN. Against this background, one should recall the exodus at this time of about 15,000 of Haifa's Palestinian elite, many of them prosperous merchants, whose departure ruined local trade and commerce, thus putting an extra burden on the more impoverished parts of the city. The picture would not be complete without mentioning here the overall nature of the Arab activity up to the beginning of January 1948. During December 1947, Arab irregulars had attacked Jewish convoys, but refrained from attacking Jewish settlements. In November, the consultancy had already defined its policy of retaliating for each such attack, but the feeling among the Zionist leaders was that they needed to move on to more drastic actions. The Long Seminar, 31st of December to the 2nd of January. "This is not enough," exclaimed Josef Weitz when the consultancy met on Wednesday, the 31st of December, 1947, only a few hours before the people of Balad al-Sheikh were massacred. And he now suggested openly what he had been privately writing in his diary back in the early 1940s. "Is it not now the time to get rid of them? Why continue to keep in our midst those thorns at a time when they pose a danger to us?" Retaliation seemed to him an old-fashioned way of doing things, as it missed the main purpose of attacks on and subsequent occupation of villages. Weitz had been added to the consultancy because he was the head of the settlement department of the Jewish National Fund, having already played a crucial role in translating for his friends the vague notions of transfer into a concrete policy. He felt the present discussion of what lay ahead lacked a sense of purpose, an orientation he had outlined in the 1930s and 1940s. Transfer, he had written in 1940, does not serve only one aim, to reduce the Arab population. It also serves a second purpose, by no means less important, which is to evict land now cultivated by Arabs and to free it for Jewish settlement. Therefore, he concluded, the only solution is to transfer the Arabs from here to neighboring countries. Not a single village or a single tribe must be let off. Weitz was a particularly valuable addition to the consultancy because of his prior involvement in the Village Files project. Now, more than any other member of the consultancy, Weitz deeply involved himself in the practicalities of the ethnic cleansing, jotting down details about every location and village for future reference, and entering his own surveys into those of the Village Files. His most trusted colleague in those days was Yosef Nachmani, a kindred soul, who shared Weitz's dismay at what they both saw as the lackluster performance of the Jewish leadership on this issue. Weitz wrote to Nachmani that the takeover of all Arab land was a sacred duty. Nachmani concurred, and added that a kind of jihad, he used the term milhemet kibush, a war of occupation, was required, but that the Jewish leadership failed to see its necessity. Weitz's alter ego wrote, "The current leadership is characterized by impotent and weak people." Weitz was equally disappointed by the leadership's inability, as he saw it, to rise to the historical occasion. His invitation to the consultancy, and especially to their first meeting in January, made Weitz privy for the first time to the plans for ethnic cleansing as they evolved at the leadership level. Weitz's chance to display his ideas more widely came immediately, as that first Wednesday in January was turned into a long seminar for which the participants moved into Ben-Gurion's home nearby. It was Ben-Gurion's idea to have a longer meeting, as he sensed opportunities were opening up to make his dream of a greater Israel come true. In this more comfortable setting, Weitz and others could make extended speeches and elaborate their views at leisure. This was also the only meeting of the consultancy for which we have a protocol found in the archives of the Haganah.
For this long seminar, Weitz had prepared a memo, personally addressed to Ben-Gurion, in which he urged the leader to endorse his plans for transferring the Palestinian population out of areas the Jews wanted to occupy, and to make such actions the cornerstone of Zionist policy. He obviously felt that the theoretical stage of transfer plans was over. The time to start implementing the ideas had come. In fact, Weitz left the long seminar with a permit to create his own small cabal under the title of a transfer committee, and by the next meeting showed up with concrete plans about which more will be said soon. Even the most liberal participant invited to the long seminar, Dr. Yaakov Tahon, seemed to concur, dropping the more hesitant position he had previously taken. Tahon was a German Jew who, together with Otto Ruppen, had developed the first plans for the Jewish colonization of Palestine in the early decades of the 20th century. As a true colonialist, at first he saw no need to expel the natives. All he wanted was to exploit them. But in the long seminar, he also appeared taken by Weitz's notion that without transfer there will be no Jewish state. Indeed, there was hardly a dissenting voice, which is why the long seminar is such a pivotal meeting in this story. Its departure point, accepted by all, was that ethnic cleansing was necessary. The remaining questions, or rather problems, were more of a psychological and logistical nature. Ideologues such as Weitz, Orientalists such as Mechnes, and army generals such as Ilan complained that their troops had not yet properly absorbed the previous orders they had been given to expand operations beyond the usual selective actions. The main problem, as they saw it, was that they seemed unable to put behind them the old methods of retaliation. "They are still blowing up a house here and a house there," complained Gad Mechnes, a colleague of Danin and Palmon, who ironically was to become the Director General of the Israeli Ministry for Minorities in 1949, where at least, one might add in his favor, he appeared to have shown some remorse about his conduct in 1948, admitting candidly in the 1960s that if it had not been